The Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. O God of grace, awaken the members of this body to the opportunities of this day. Help them to hear your call to move forward and accomplish great things for your glory. Lord, enable them to discover unused resources among themselves that they can mobilize, dreams that have yet to be dreamed, talents that have yet to be awakened, and commitments that have yet to be made. Kindle a divine light on the altar of their souls that will guide them in the pursuit of your wisdom and truth. May they confidently face their duties, knowing that you are their sufficient shield and defense. Lord, make them willing to listen even to people with whom they expect to differ, united by the desire to represent you with exemplary conduct. And Lord, bring peace to our world as you show compassion to the children who desperately need your intervention. We pray in your abiding name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. See, you're on my schedule.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Thomas Gaiser of Ohio to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Only in Washington can you let people take more than what's legally allowed under a government program and at the same time let them keep it. Last year, I shined a light with the Treasury Inspector General that over 40% of excess federal marketplace subsidy payments totaling $10.2 billion dating back to 2016 were not being recouped. So why not recoup? Because of the current so-called safe harbor recapture rules. When Obamacare was passed, it established so-called safe harbor recapture rules for the advanced premium tax credit, also known as a subsidy. When an individual buys a health plan off of the federal marketplace, the government subsidizes much of the cost through an advanced premium tax credit. The subsidy is based on a consumer's estimated income. At the end of the year, the consumer reconciles any differences in their subsidy amount based on their actual income compared to their previously projected income. If a consumer gets more than what's permitted based on their income, they must return the excess amount unless they fall within the so-called safe harbor, which is based on income and excess amount. As a consumer could misestimate their annual income and not be required to pay back any excess subsidy or maybe just a small portion. Until now, safe harbor rules permitted keeping up to $3,250 in excess. This policy actually rewarded fraud and wasted taxpayers' money. This is especially concerning since I've also found that insurance agents are also using targeted internet ads to fraudulently enroll consumers with false income. Congress has tightened and simplified these safe harbor rules before. Senate Republicans, through the One Big Beautiful Bill, ended this legal theft for those over the poverty limits. This policy will save over $19 billion in the next 10 years. Senate Republicans also established pre-enrollment verification requirements with flexibilities for special enrollment periods. This will save over $40 billion. This is good news for the taxpayers, but particularly fairness in this program. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So this morning, we got more worrying news showing how Donald Trump's administration is raising costs and sowing chaos in the economy. The New York Times headline put it succinctly: U.S. economy slowed in the first half of 2025 as tariffs scrambled data. And while the Trump administration will try to wave rosy headlines about the Q2 number, today's GDP number is in fact a mirage because some ominous numbers lurk under the hood. Business investment plunged in the second quarter by 3.1%. The fact that business investment plunged so starkly is very troubling. It shows that already businesses are worried about growing their operations, worried about hiring more workers, worried about trading with their international partners, and worried in general about the future. And this number is another data point in a larger pattern. Donald Trump's tariffs are weighing down the U.S. economy, spiking costs for small businesses and families alike. And if Donald Trump keeps up the chaos, the dangers for the economy will continue to get worse. Now I come to the floor this morning with some news. Today, Senate Democrats take additional action to try and uncover the truth about the Epstein files. This morning, I join all of my Democratic colleagues on the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee in invoking a century-old law known as the Rule of Five to compel the Department of Justice to release the full and complete Epstein files, which to date, of course, they have refused to be transparent about. Under federal law, when any 5 senators on the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee call on the executive branch to release investigative documents, they must comply. Our request covers all documents, files, evidence, or other materials in the possession of the Department of Justice or the FBI related to the case of United States versus Jeffrey Epstein. This includes records and documents related to Epstein and his clients, while ensuring that the private information of any victims is protected. We expect the Trump administration to provide these documents by August the 15th. The situation with the Epstein files is very simple. Donald Trump promised transparency, and he has broken that promise. As a candidate, Trump said on many occasions he would release the Epstein files if elected, and yet he has refused to do so. Over the past few months, FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi said they would ensure transparency and release the documents, but they have not done so. And 5 months later, we have 0 answers, only a slew of denials. Donald Trump was asked earlier this month if he ever had been informed whether or not he was mentioned in the Epstein files, and now we know he lied. He said no, but in fact he was told by the Attorney General in May that he was mentioned. And when the House of Representatives had an opportunity this month to take a vote on the Epstein files, Speaker Johnson sent everyone scrambling home on an Epstein recess, adjourning the House early. The pattern is undeniable. Every single time Donald Trump or his administration or Republican leaders have had a chance to be transparent about the Epstein files, they have chosen to hide. The president's refusal to be straight with the American people is very disturbing. His rather desperate-sounding evasions are frankly odd. He'll release the Martin Luther King files, which no one asked for. He'll accuse President Obama of treason. He'll say one wild thing after another, but he won't touch the Epstein topic with a 10-foot pole. It begs the question, if there's nothing to hide, why all the evasiveness? So today, Senate Democrats take action. We're invoking federal law and using our authority as a check on the executive to compel transparency. I urge Republicans to stand up for the oversight powers of Congress and join us in calling for more transparency on the Epstein files. Because once there is transparency, we can have the truth, and so can the American people. Donald Trump should stop hiding from the truth. He should stop hiding from the American people. Now on health care. 60 years ago today, Lyndon Johnson signed into law two of the most popular, successful, and life-saving programs in the history of America, Medicare and Medicaid. These programs provide health care and dignity for 134 million Americans. They're a lifeline. They're sacrosanct. But today, Medicare and Medicaid are facing their greatest threat because Donald Trump and congressional Republicans want to decimate these programs. The Republicans' big, ugly betrayal, their so-called BBB bill, codified the largest cut to Medicaid in history. Imagine calling a bill beautiful that cuts Medicaid more than any other bill has in the past. How cruel, how heartless, how much in a bubble are Republican friends not knowing what people go through to try and get decent health care? With over $1 trillion in health care cuts that will rip away health care from more than 15 million Americans, all to pay tax breaks to billionaires. So later this morning, I'll join my Democratic colleagues at a press conference to introduce legislation to reverse the devastating health care cuts in the big, ugly betrayal. Our bill is straightforward. It repeals the entire health care subtitle of the Republicans' bill and permanently extends the ACA premium tax credits that Republicans are letting expire. These tax credits will save Americans on the ACA hundreds, if not thousands, a year. If it's not passed as early as October, people are going to be paying a lot more for their health care. Why are Republicans allowing that to happen? This is real money, life-changing money, that Americans will have to pay. And it means greater dignity to working people, and the money that they would have, if it weren't taken away, will mean greater dignity for working people so they can stay healthy and stay covered. And when Republicans cut people's health care, what they're really doing is assaulting working people's dignity just to help the ultra-rich. Now we know Republicans want to make their big, ugly betrayal seem less destructive, claiming it won't affect anyone until a few years down the line. That's just false. The Republican bill is already having an impact. From one end of the country to the other, hospitals and clinics are at the risk of closing, and some have already shut their doors in Maine, Nebraska, and other states. People in rural communities are worried they will have to travel even further to get health care. Health care premiums are going to start spiking as soon as next year. For many Americans, this legislation is quite literally a matter of life and death. Seniors, kids, people with disability, these are people who have relied on Medicare and Medicaid for several generations. It isn't too late for Republicans to reverse course, stop these disastrous cuts from taking effect, and save health care for millions of Americans. Democrats, meanwhile, will never, never stop fighting to fix our broken health care system and make health care easier to access, easier to navigate, easier to afford. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we're coming up on the one-month anniversary of Senate passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and there's a lot to celebrate. sorely needed funding to restore our military readiness and ensure that our men and women in uniform are fully equipped to defend our country. Funding to continue the work of securing the border and ending the illegal immigration crisis that President Biden created. $1.5 trillion in bird-compliant savings to trim waste, fraud, and abuse and put our government on a more secure financial footing going forward. Measures to unleash American energy production to ensure a stable, reliable, and affordable energy supply for the American people. Support for local law enforcement. All this and a whole lot more. And I could talk about each of these things for a good long while, Mr. President, but the biggest reason for the One Big Beautiful Bill, of course, was about making life better for hardworking Americans. And that's what I want to talk about today. Mr. President, without congressional action, Americans were facing a massive $4 trillion tax hike next year. For a typical family in my state of South Dakota, that would have looked like a $2,500 tax increase. $2,500. That's a lot of money. And the first thing Republicans were determined to do, if we got elected last November, was to make sure that Americans were not hit with this tax hike. And so months before last year's elections, we started laying the groundwork for an extension of the 2017 tax relief to prevent tax hikes on hardworking Americans. But not just an extension. My Senate Republican colleagues and I were determined to ensure that this tax relief was permanent so that Americans wouldn't have to worry about their taxes going up down the road. And that, Mr. President, is what we did. The One Big Beautiful Bill makes the 2017 tax relief permanent, and it prevents a massive $4 trillion tax hike on the American people. But we didn't stop there. We didn't just make the 2017 tax relief permanent. We added to it with new measures to provide relief for hardworking Americans. We increased the child tax credit to $2,200 and indexed it to inflation so its value would never go down. We increased the standard deduction, exempting additional money from Americans' taxable income. And we added a new $6,000 bonus deduction for seniors, allowing Americans on Social Security to keep more of their money. And that's still not all, Mr. President. We eliminated taxes on tips for millions of tip workers, Uber and Lyft drivers, hairstylists and delivery drivers, servers at restaurants. We eliminated taxes on overtime pay for millions of hourly workers. That includes individuals like nurses and police officers, firefighters and paramedics, people who put in extra time away from their families to keep Americans safe. And Mr. President, the list goes on. Americans can now deduct the interest costs of a new car that's made here in America. Parents can save for their children's futures with new investment accounts funded by an initial $1,000 deposit from the government. And then there's the small business tax relief and the other measures to unleash economic growth to create new opportunities for workers. This bill, Mr. President, is going to make life better for hardworking Americans. And now it's time to make sure they know the details. Mr. President, as I indicated, this bill is the product of more than a year of work, and incredibly intense work in the last few months. And now that we've passed it, it would be easy to feel like our work is done. But that's not the case. A lot of time went into putting together this bill, and an equal amount of time or more needs to be spent ensuring that hardworking Americans are aware of the opportunities this bill offers. And that means not just talking about the bill here in Washington, but going back to our states and talking about it with our constituents face to face. We're extremely familiar with the details of our legislation. We've been working on them for a long time. But that doesn't mean that all those details have made their way out of Washington. And our job now, Mr. President, is to make sure that they do. To make sure that our constituents have the chance to learn about everything that's in the One Big Beautiful Bill in face-to-face conversations with all of us, the people who know this bill best. Communicating about this bill should be a priority when we're in Washington, but especially when we're in cities and towns across America. Mr. President, it's been a tough few years for the American people. Let's make sure they know that a brighter future is on the way. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I don't yield the floor. Okay. Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 90.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of the Interior, Brian Nesvik of Wyoming to be Director of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Brian Nesvik of Wyoming to be Director of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 192.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Luigi Rinaldi of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the Oriental Republic of Uruguay.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Luigi Rinaldi of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I ask unanimous consent to resume executive calendar number 182.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I just heard the minority leader once again come to the United States Senate chamber and cry wolf. This time it's about Medicaid reform. Let's be very clear. We need to strengthen Medicaid. And we did that in the bill that we just passed and was signed into law. But the minority leader once again puts fear above the facts. He's upset. He's upset because Republicans are asking able-bodied adults to work if they want to receive taxpayer-funded health care benefits. He also is upset because Republicans believe that illegal immigrants should not receive Medicaid benefits. Let me set the record straight. Medicaid is for the vulnerable. It was never meant to cover able-bodied, working-age adults who refuse to work. Nor was it meant to cover illegal immigrants, who the Democrats continue to embrace. Today, there are over 1.2 million illegal immigrants receiving Medicaid benefits. Today, there are 4.8 million able-bodied working-age adults who refuse to work who are on Medicaid. That doesn't strengthen Medicaid. It strains it, it weakens it, it makes it harder for the people who need Medicaid, who Medicaid was designed for. It also wastes taxpayer dollars. Work requirements are common sense. You know, they used to be bipartisan. Mr. President, Bill Clinton from your home state signed that into law in the 1990s. President Obama defended it in 2008. President Obama said work must be the centerpiece of any social policy. Democrats today don't believe that. They think Clinton was wrong. They think Obama was wrong. They're for laziness, and they're for illegal immigrants. The Democrats today are defending dependency rather than independency. That's what they're doing today. That's what Chuck Schumer did on the floor of the United States Senate this morning. Republicans believe in a safety net to help people reach their full potential, get back up on their feet. We believe in hard work. We believe in work as part of somebody's identity, their dignity, their self-worth, how they view themselves as a role model for their children. If you're healthy and you refuse to work, it's a choice you may want to make, but don't expect the taxpayers to pay for it. No child, no pregnant woman or disabled person will lose coverage. What the Democrats want to do is remove work requirements and continue to fund health care, Medicaid, for illegal immigrants. And, Mr. President, that's just not fair to everyone else. Mr. President, I came to the floor to talk about a different topic, but listening to the minority leader, I couldn't help myself but to talk about just how far to the left the Democrats have gone, and so it's no surprise that they're at their lowest level ever in the polls. Front page of the Wall Street Journal this weekend. Democrats at an all-time low in the history of polling in terms of people who identify with the Democrat Party and who reject the Democrat Party. Only 1 in 3 accept what the Democrats are preaching. 63% of the American people do not identify with that at all, and that's no surprise, given the Democrats' goal of raising taxes, making illegal immigration easier for bring they to continue to recruit more illegal immigrants to this nation by a lot of free things that the Democrats want to continue to do. But that's not what the reason I came to the floor today, Mr. President. I came to the floor to talk about another critical issue facing our nation. And, Mr. President, that's to speak about an arms race that America is currently engaged in. It's an arms race regarding artificial intelligence. And energy is the ammunition in that arms race. Whoever powers the AI revolution will win the AI arms race. As we unleash affordable, reliable American energy, America will lead the world when it comes to artificial intelligence. The fact is, artificial intelligence takes power, brain power, computing power, and above all else, it takes literal power, energy, electricity to power these powerful computers. Artificial intelligence is groundbreaking technology. It's more than just chatbots and search engines. It is next-generation defense systems. It's life-saving medical breakthroughs. It's revitalized manufacturing and real-time data. These are huge advantages of artificial intelligence. But to harness artificial intelligence's potential, we need computer servers, and to power those servers, we need energy and lots of it. Because of AI, we're seeing the biggest surge of energy demand in decades. The New York Times put it this way in a story. It was on front page of the New York Times. It said, in the next 5 years, new demand for energy, including demand power to power AI, will be like adding another California to the electric grid. That's how much energy we need, Mr. President. So the question for this body is simple. Where is the energy going to come from? Now, my Democrat colleagues, they're going to hate what I'm going to say, because adequate energy is not going to come from windmills and wishful thinking. It's not going to come from climate mandates or from Chinese solar panels. Democrats tried that during the Biden administration. Remember, Joe Biden told the Environmental Protection Agency to prioritize climate over energy that was affordable, available, and reliable. How'd that turn out? Well, Mr. President, as you remember, as a result, energy prices rose 31% in the 4 years of the Biden administration. Today, our energy grids, because of what the Biden administration did, are stressed, stretched, and strained. One informed advisor said this week, the largest grid in America simply has no new capacity to meet the new demand. America is going to lose the AI race unless we break our dependence on foreign minerals and foreign energy. The energy we need is not going to come from Democrat Green Deal fantasies. It's going to come from America's energy breadbasket. My home state of Wyoming is at the heart of America's energy breadbasket. It's where America's energy future begins. Wyoming has powered America for more than a century, and now, once again, Wyoming is answering the call. We're drilling, we're mining, we're producing, and we are building. Earlier this month, I visited Brook Mine. It's located just outside Sheridan, Wyoming. The Brook Mine is the first new coal mine in Wyoming in 50 years. It's also the first rare earth mineral mine in America in 70 years. This mine holds over 1 billion tons of coal and nearly 2 million tons of critical rare earth minerals. This is how Republicans are bringing jobs, energy, and security back to America. We're doing so at a time when the world needs American energy more than ever. President Trump just this weekend announced a historic energy trade deal with the European Union. President Trump secured an agreement for the EU to buy $750 billion of American energy. The deal also brings $600 billion in new investments right here home into the United States. President Trump is a master deal maker, and he's proved so once again this week. Wyoming energy workers are ready to power the world. And it's not just with our allies abroad. Private companies are announcing historic investments in America because of our pro-growth Republican policies. Just look at what Senator Dave McCormick was able to do with his successful summit in Pennsylvania this month. We've seen the stories, we've seen the headlines, we've seen the reports in terms of what Dave McCormick was able to do in Pennsylvania with energy. He brought members of industry together to focus on energy innovation. That made commitments, and they made commitments to invest more than $90 billion right here in America. That's good for our grid, it's good for our economy, and it's good for American workers. This moment goes beyond technology or trade. This is about the future of our freedoms. While America invests in innovation, China continues to pursue censorship, surveillance, and state control. This week in Shanghai, China released plans for a so-called World AI Cooperation Organization. Let's be realistic here, Mr. President. China's vision of AI is not about cooperation, it's about domination and control. Their AI policy is built on oppression. Ours is built on freedom, privacy, innovation. America must lead the AI revolution, and President Trump recently announced an AI action plan. The plan releases American innovators from the painful, punishing regulations they've been living under. It tears down barriers to building new data centers. It encourages more private investors. Most importantly, it recognizes America's AI future depends on America's energy future. Republicans have made great progress in unleashing American energy, but, Mr. President, as you know, this is only the beginning, because American workers are fueling American AI dominance with American energy dominance. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Just the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we on quorum call?
Yes,
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've come to the Senate floor to discuss how our government is funded. The Constitution puts Congress in charge of setting up programs and funding them. And there are some programs, for example, Medicare and Social Security, that are funded at a certain level every year unless Congress passes a law to change it. But for pretty much everything else, Congress has to pass a new funding law every single year. The list is long. It's medical research and fighter planes and weather satellites and salaries for park rangers and food inspection programs so that the lettuce you eat doesn't make you sick. The money we spend is detailed every year in a set of 12 bills that Congress votes on, and they're called appropriations bills. The Senate voted on the first one of these 12 bills last week, the one that deals with funding veterans programs and military bases. I care deeply about improving the lives of our service members and our veterans. All three of my brothers were proud veterans, and they served their country with honor. I'm the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Personnel Committee. I voted no on that funding bill because even if this bill becomes law, I don't believe Donald Trump has any intention of following that law, and I am not willing to be a helpmate on another one of Donald Trump's scams. Why do I think that Trump won't follow the law? Well, consider his administration's track record over the past 6 months on congressional spending laws. First, Trump tried to freeze billions of dollars that American families and businesses count on, money that Congress set aside to support everything from food assistance programs to scientific research. Multiple federal judges blocked the illegal power grab, saying it blatantly violated the Constitution of the United States. Now, even Republicans are begging the administration to hand out the money for investments that Congress already passed and by law that their communities were promised. Second, Republicans in Congress are bowing down to Donald Trump and ratifying some of his worst efforts. They are using an obscure piece of federal law to zero out federal funding after it was approved by both Republicans and Democrats in Congress. This process is called rescission, and it only requires 50 Republican votes to do Donald Trump's bidding. And if that wasn't bad enough, Trump is already plotting to use a shady loophole to defund even more programs, demanding cuts so late in the year that Congress doesn't have time to do anything about it. The director of Donald Trump's Office of Budget and Management, Russ Vought, has already said that the loophole is, quote, on the table. Now let's be clear about what's happening here. Step one, Congress negotiates a compromise that both Republicans and Democrats support, and it's signed into law. Step two, Trump tells Republicans what parts of that deal that he wants to cancel. Step three, Republicans in the Senate bend the knee and follow Trump's orders to cancel the money. But wait, there is more. Apparently, step four is Republicans turn around and with a straight face ask Democrats to negotiate more deals for the next year's funding, starting the whole rinse and repeat process again, beginning with this bill to fund veterans services. Are you kidding me? Do we really look that gullible? Why should Democrats come to the table and negotiate in good faith and throw our support behind a quote-unquote bipartisan bill, only for Republicans to turn around after the deal is done and somewhere down the line delete any parts of the deal that Trump doesn't like? That's like Republicans saying, let's cut a deal and that you're going to sell us a car today, and then a month from now, the Republicans come back and steal the wheels. Of course, Trump may not ask his Republican buddies to rescind spending, Maybe instead, on his own, he'll just illegally refuse to spend it, the way he's done with $425 billion already this year. Look, our founders didn't give the president the power to decide spending. A king can decide anything he wants, but not a president. Donald Trump wants to be able to wake up and decide to cancel funding for public education, for transportation products, for medical research, for food inspectors, for anything, just because Donald Trump feels like it. And he wants the Republicans in Congress to roll over and let it happen. No checks, no balances. Just Trump playing king and ending the programs that would help the American people. Trump is getting a lot of help from his Republican team. Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, has said the problem in Congress is too much bipartisanship. Too much bipartisanship. In other words, the Trump administration is saying loud and clear, Donald Trump makes all the decisions. They don't need and they don't want Democrats. At the very same time, the Republicans need Democratic votes for these funding bills because the Senate rules clearly require 60 votes for them to pass, and there are only 53 Republicans in the Senate. If Democrats won't provide those votes, the Republicans want to blame Democrats for shutting down the government when this year's funding runs out at the end of September. On the other hand, if Republicans really want Democratic votes for these funding bills, then they should ask us, what's it going to take to win Democratic support? Not just what programs we want to fund or what the level of funding should be. Not that when the promises themselves won't be worth the paper they are printed on. No. Democrats should tell Republicans that if they want our votes, then they're going to have to guarantee that the deal we strike actually means something. I get it. Democrats and Republicans have different priorities. Here in the Senate, Republicans just voted to end health care for 17 million Americans and to drive up health insurance costs for millions more. Republicans have just voted to give billionaires huge tax cuts. Democrats are willing to make a deal, but our deal is about bringing down costs for families, including the cost of health care, of groceries, and of housing. If Republicans want to make a deal, then let's make a deal, but only if Republicans include an agreement that they won't take back that deal a few weeks later. Congress is a co-equal branch of government. We swore an oath to the Constitution, not to a king. I'm asking my Republican colleagues to grow a spine and stand up for Americans instead of bowing down to their pretend king. And I'm asking my Democratic colleagues to join me in using the power we have to fight back. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really pleased to be here on the last week or around the last week that we are going to be here before we return in September. Particularly happy to be here with the ranking member of the Environment and Public Works to talk about an issue that I think we both care about. So I'm going to start off, and then Senator Whitehouse. As we both know, for too long, critical projects central to American energy development, infrastructure improvement, and economic development have been trapped in a cycle of redundant reviews, shifting goalposts, endless red tape, and regulatory uncertainty. Businesses large and small looking to build things in our country again really need certainty that is necessary for long-term investments. And projects needed to deploy new energy technologies and efforts to restore the environment have been caught in the same regulatory swamp as well. This has been loaded on for years. Years of changes and guidance have created a complex web of ever-expanding duplicative and contradictory requirements, while Congress has not stepped in to provide the clarifications that our country needs. All this has led to lost jobs, missed economic opportunities, and higher prices across America. Underpinning the importance of comprehensive reform to our environmental review and permitting processes. I can tell you, I get asked about this consistently every day, more than a few times a day. So let me talk a little bit about my home state of West Virginia. I've seen firsthand how projects that our communities rely on face needless delays, and how costs are then shifted to our families who pay more for energy, housing, transportation, and basic goods as a result. These types of delays nearly stopped what will become one of the most environmentally friendly steel production facilities in the world, and that will employ over 1,000 people in Mason County. Top highway projects like Corridor H that would improve both safety, mobility, and create economic development have encountered multiple permitting delays and uncertainty under a litany of environmental statutes. And even West Virginia water extensions, broadband deployment, bridge replacements have all faced delays from the federal permitting process. If you spent time in my state, visit our communities, and travel across our mountains, it's obvious how important these projects are to our state of West Virginia. They impact everything from how we heat our homes to how we connect our schools with internet and maintain the roads and bridges that our residents travel on every single day. Point blank, these delays are holding our state and every state back from reaching our full potential, robbing our people of investments and economic development that would improve the quality of their lives. So I believe it is time for Congress to act. Clearly, I'm no stranger to the ever-elusive topic of permitting reform. Throughout my time in the Senate, I've introduced multiple bills on the subject and have been involved in the regulations on this topic. And while we were able to include some reforms in the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, it is very clear that much more needs to be done. The fact of the matter is, each one of us in this chamber has a critical need in our state that could be addressed by improving our permitting and environmental processes, like building more housing. We always hear about a housing shortage, or bringing energy projects online. We hear about the expansion of nuclear that are going to be held to the permitting, into the permitting process, or improving the conditions of surface transportation infrastructure, just to name a few. No matter what our constituents need, we all know that permitting reform is needed to deliver projects more quickly and more efficiently. In my role as the chair of the EPW committee, where we have jurisdiction over the laws that set the framework for our environmental review and permitting processes, I could not be more earnest in my desire to lead this effort with our ranking member. And our committee's involvement on this issue remains apparent by the delivery not just of this speech, as we're doing together, but as we continue to work together with the goal of crafting bipartisan legislation. Together, we started bipartisan conversations in our committee in February, when we held a hearing to gain the perspectives of leaders who are directly involved with navigating these processes, to ensure that we would gather a complete look at all of the issues. We kept the hearing record open for over a month to give all stakeholders the opportunity to share their experience with these existing environmental review and permitting processes, and identify challenges and recommend possible solutions to this Congress. From this record, we garnered 107 submissions representing 146 individual organizations and an additional 854 individual requests on how to improve the federal environmental review and permitting process. These responses have helped the EPW committee identify the challenges that persist across the wide variety of projects and to identify consensus on potential solutions to address these challenges. While we've talked about the issue of permitting for a number of years in Congress, it's important that we currently find ourselves, I think, in a very in like thought all across the spectrum. Each branch of the federal government, from the executive to Congress and the judiciary, are united in our dissatisfaction with the current permitting and environmental review processes. The Trump administration has taken numerous actions to cut red tape and to put the United States in this best possible position to grow our economy and create jobs. The Supreme Court delivered a unanimous decision in the 7-county infrastructure coalition case in May that validated what many of my colleagues and I have long been saying, and that is that the responsibilities of federal agencies under the NEPA Policy Act have evolved beyond what Congress intended, creating roadblocks instead of considering the environment in federal decision-making. Right now, we have the momentum, I believe, needed to deliver meaningful and lasting reforms to the environmental review and permitting process, and I believe this is an unprecedented opportunity and something we can truly accomplish. I do believe, and we know this well, Senator Whitehouse and I know this well, that there are areas of strong disagreement in this area between the two of us, and what we're going to try to do is to find those areas of like thinking that gets us to the that moves the process along, no matter how difficult it might be. This is the only way we get a permanent solution, so we don't see the swings of the environmental process that we've seen over the last few years. So to start, durable and implementable reforms need to be successful. They have to be bipartisan. Legislation that the Senate crafts must take into account all types of projects, not just politically favored projects, no matter who's favoring them, or projects that will support the infrastructure needs of some Americans, but not others. We must provide clarity and transparency in these processes and be thoughtful in the way we craft the legislation. We need to address every stage of these processes to find efficiencies while balancing public health, the environment, and the needs of our economy. And our legislation must establish guardrails that cease the endless amounts of agency delays and litigation that stunts the development of our projects. I've seen investments in my state collapse under the weight of legal challenges, denying benefits to those that need it the most. I want to stress that modernizing these processes does not mean cutting corners or weakening our environmental and public health protections, and this is exceedingly important to all of us and to the process. It means focusing the government on meeting the needs of the American people, ensuring the quality of our environment for generations to come, and making the processes more efficient, predictable, transparent, so that they're not stuck in a bureaucratic purgatory of endless litigation. So the reality is this: hardworking Americans want a government that works for them, not one that keeps them waiting for the benefits that many of these projects promise to their communities. And what happens when you wait? If the project still goes forward, it gets more and more and more expensive with time. I was encouraged to see bipartisan efforts from our colleagues in the House of Representatives, as last week, Natural Resources Committee Chairman Bruce Westerman and Representative Jared Golden announced a proposal to address many of the concerns I just laid out. So as negotiations continue in the Senate, we must remember that it will take the collaboration of both chambers and the administration to get impactful legislation across the finish line. The opportunity is here. This is right in front of us, and I can guarantee you that I will be at the forefront of these efforts to make sure that these reforms can become a reality. So I encourage my colleagues to heed the importance of this moment, and many of our colleagues are talking about this and have great expertise in this area, and we need your help. So with that, I yield the floor and here to listen to my friend, Senator Whitehouse.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to join my colleague from the mountain state of West Virginia to talk about permitting reform. People listening should know that we work together well, that I like her personally, and that I'm grateful to her for her support of important Rhode Island projects that we have gotten cleared. On permitting reform, there has long been bipartisan interest. Interest to speed the construction of transportation projects and housing, interest to deliver cheaper, cleaner, and more reliable energy for American families. As I've often said, the federal government often moves far too slowly, and permitting is a prime example of this. Projects undergoing environmental reviews are frequently stuck in limbo if just one agency drags its feet. Interagency process is the technical term for multi-agency decision-making, and interagency process is too often the enemy of effective governance. Too often, the executive branch refuge for incompetence. Too often, the executive branch shield against accountability. Too often, the executive branch screen of bureaucratic delay. Permitting reform is a golden opportunity to fix this. We should make federal permitting faster and more efficient, all while incentivizing project developers to engage with stakeholders early on in the process rather than drag it out. It currently takes far too long to build important projects in this country, and while federal permitting is not the only bottleneck, it is frequently a major one. In the last 2 decades, China has built more than 25,000 miles of high-speed rail lines, while the U.S. has completed 0. We can and must do better. Chair Capito and I are both ready to do our part to move permitting reform forward and ultimately across the finish line. We are already engaging with our colleagues in the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, because those two committees have to work together to make this work. And I hope Republicans in the House are able to move to responsible legislation as soon as this fall. But I must remind everyone, again, because I've said this frequently, that it makes no sense for Democrats to agree to permitting reform until the Trump administration stops its lawless disregard for legislative authority and judicial orders. The lawlessness is rampant, and it's hurting people and communities and projects. Until the administration shows it will honor its oath to faithfully and impartially execute the laws, its constitutional oath, how can we trust that any legislative compromise on permitting reform will be executed fairly? And if we can't trust that, what's the point? Trump has fired independent agency commissioners, defied court orders, and threatened to weaponize the government against his perceived political enemies. His rescissions destroy bipartisan appropriations accords. The Trump administration's record on this is bad. And on energy policy, it's particularly awful. The president declared a fake energy emergency despite record energy production in America. He defied the very dictionary by defining energy to exclude wind energy and solar energy, the fastest growing American energy sectors. He directed a halt to offshore wind permitting, even stopping work on an offshore wind project actively under construction. Hang up your hard hats, guys, we're shutting down the project. So, if we want a permitting bill, this lawlessness, this unconstitutional lawlessness, has to end. It's raising utility bills and it's endangering our energy supply. Just last year, 95% of the new energy on the grid was wind, solar, and batteries. 95%. This lawlessness kills that growth. And I'll add, we need offshore wind. I have a permitting reform proposal for offshore wind. With demand skyrocketing, we need clean, reliable, and domestic resources like offshore wind. Just ask the head of the North American Electric Reliability Council, the impartial source on grid reliability. Our constituents are now facing higher costs on everything from groceries to homeowners insurance, thanks to climateflation. Permitting done right will deliver cheaper, cleaner, and more reliable energy and help stave off the worst economic harms of climate change. Let's be clear. Without domestic clean energy, we are looking at a vastly more expensive future. Renewable resources have near zero marginal cost. They drive down the cost of electricity demand. States with more renewable resources do better heading off electricity price increases than states with fewer renewables. And without domestic clean energy, we're looking at an energy future for America driven by Chinese innovation, Chinese industry, and Chinese power. The global future of energy is clean. We're either part of it or we're left behind. Peak demand is expected to grow by 15% for summer peaks and 18% for winter peaks over the next 10 years, raising concerns about energy shortfalls. What would reduce the risk of shortfalls? Better permitting, bringing more renewables onto the grid, building transmission lines. Instead, we're moving backwards in the opposite direction. 70% of transmission lines are more than 25 years old, and they're showing their age. Last year, we managed to complete all of 322 miles of high-voltage transmission lines. It's the third slowest year in the past 15 years. Thousands of electricity generation projects are waiting to connect to the grid. As of last April, they added to 2.6 terawatts of power stalled for grid connections. And millions of engineering, construction, and manufacturing jobs also stalled, in part because of our inability to build the transmission lines for those connections. We're entering a climate economic danger zone as climate upheaval hits property insurance markets and threatens to upend mortgage markets, which count on insurance, which threatens in turn to tank property values if you can't get mortgages, which could take down our whole economy. This is the path that we are now on. The Fed chairman testified in the Banking Committee that in the next 10 to 15 years, there will be entire regions of our country where you can't get a mortgage anymore. Entire regions. Failing to permit and build the clean, modern grid we need isn't just foolish, it's dangerous. It helps put us on a path to climate and economic disaster. Let's stop pretending fossil fuel giveaways are energy policy. Let's stop pretending that solar and wind are not energy. Let's stop revoking funds for transmission projects that we need. And let's stop acting like the clean, modern grid we need will build itself. Instead, let's build the clean energy future that brings down costs, creates jobs, and protects our communities with the urgency this moment demands, and let's do it, Madam Chairman, together. I yield the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii,
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to get rid of the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President, the mass starvation and death sweeping through Gaza is a moral tragedy and a strategic abomination. What started as a war with a just cause to go after Hamas for the unspeakable atrocities it committed on October 7th and bring home the hostages quickly turned unjust and immoral. Now, everybody knows how complicated and fraught the Middle East is. Everyone knows that navigating this generations-long conflict requires nuance and depth and a historical understanding in order to try to get it right. Everyone knows that smart and sincere and decent people can disagree on this issue. But what is happening today is entirely different. There is no excuse for this horrific suffering. It is not making Israel or Israelis or Jews any safer, nor is it helping to bring home the 50 remaining hostages who've been in brutal captivity for almost 2 years. The fact that this catastrophe was preventable is precisely what makes it so indefensible. People have been warning for months that the Israeli government's actions would result in exactly this kind of tragedy, where children are dying by the dozens and hundreds of thousands of people have been starving for days. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which Israel scrambled to set up 2 months ago, has failed. According to the BBC, where there used to be 400 UN aid distribution sites all across Israel and Gaza, there are now just 4 run by the GHF. And as a result, a third of Gazans are going multiple days in a row without eating. The World Health Organization reports that at least 63 people, many of them children, have died from malnutrition this month alone. And more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed while seeking aid at GHF sites, according to the UN. In May, the GHF's first executive director resigned, saying, quote, "It is clear that it is not possible to implement this plan while also strictly adhering to the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence," end quote. Whether you believe that this organization was set up to fail intentionally from the start, or more charitably that the Israeli government established it without understanding that it couldn't succeed, it doesn't matter. What is plainly obvious now is that it is not working. You don't have to be some left-wing organization or get your data from the Hamas government to acknowledge that the GHF is failing at its fundamental mission of feeding people. Which raises the question, why? Here, we have an Israeli security apparatus that can and did synchronize an attack of exploding pagers across an entire country. They can reach and gather intelligence from the high command of their greatest adversaries. The IDF is widely viewed as punching way above its weight in almost every way. And yet Israel is asserting that given all of those capabilities, the one thing they can't do is facilitate aid distribution. That's too hard for them. Food and medical assistance routinely gets into conflict zones around the world: Yemen, Sudan, Syria, Iraq, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Gaza should not be any different. What is different are the stated goals of the extremists in the Israeli government. Quote, "The only way to win the war and bring back the hostages is to completely stop the humanitarian aid, conquer the entire Gaza Strip, and encourage voluntary migration." That was the national security minister of the government of Israel, completely stopping humanitarian aid, conquering the entire Gaza Strip, encouraging migration. These are their words. These are not my words. And as the starvation takes hold, their response is to deny that it is even happening. There is no starvation in Gaza. Who said that? The Prime Minister of Israel. Ben-Gvir added, I have to collect myself before saying what Ben-Gvir said. If they were hungry, they would have returned the hostages home. If they were hungry, they would have returned the hostages home. It is worth pausing on that for just a moment. Too many people in the Netanyahu government make no distinction between the actual enemy that is Hamas and innocent civilians. The idea that a desperate mother malnourished herself and out of breast milk for her infant, or a 7-year-old running to the front of an aid line to get whatever scraps he can for him and his siblings, the idea that these people are in charge of which hostages are released and when, that they suddenly are being held to account for the actions of Hamas on October 7th is preposterous. It's another example of the casual dismissal of civilian death and suffering as if it's an inevitable consequence. War is hell and all of that. But what possible explanation is there for letting infants and 2- and 3-year-olds starve? What tactical advantage is being gained? Standing up for our shared humanity, whatever our other differences and preferences, should not be a matter of controversy. But too often when someone is critical of Israel and they are a Jew, they are characterized as a self-hating Jew. And if someone is critical of Israel and they are not a Jew, they are characterized as anti-Semitic. I want to be crystal clear. Anti-Semitism is among the oldest and most vile prejudices that exist. It is real, it is scary, and it is on the rise in the United States. It should be fought at every turn, left, right, and center, and anyone who simply waves it away or denies the urgency of addressing it is either not paying attention or lying. But criticizing the conduct of this war, criticizing Minister Ben-Gvir who talks about ethnic cleansing, criticizing the withholding of aid, criticizing the excessive tolerance for civilian casualties, criticizing Prime Minister Netanyahu's apparent willingness to cling to power at the expense of Israel, Israelis, and Jews everywhere, that is a separate matter. Everybody gets to do that, just like Americans get to criticize their president without hating America or the people within it. People are more than their governments. The government of Israel is behaving terribly. The conduct of this war is indefensible. And it is not in spite of my Jewishness and my Judaism that I say that. It is because of it. There are a lot of people, including people I know personally, and I believe this, who believe in the sacred idea of Israel. They are good people, and this cannot be about vanquishing one side of the political spectrum, whether that's the left and center left or the right and the alt-right. This is about grounding ourselves in the very basic principle, which is whatever else we are fighting about, can we please hold the children harmless? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Gaiser nomination.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Thomas Gaiser of Ohio to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is, at the sense of the Senate, that debate on the nomination of Thomas Gaiser of Ohio to be an Assistant Attorney General shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Capito, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, McCormick, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Sheehy, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Hassan, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Schatz, Schumer, Slotkin. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Banks,
You're looking great here.
aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Hawley,
Oh my gosh, I think
aye.
Trying to steal my time permanently? Is he trying to steal my time? Tell him hands off.
Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham, aye.
All right. On this vote, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, it's July 30th, my older daughter's birthday, but we are approaching a season that senators and our staff alike look forward to each year with some anticipation, which is going back home, talking to our constituents, more importantly, listening to our constituents, hearing what's on their mind, and determining how we might do our job better. I sometimes, tongue-in-cheek, refer to Washington, D.C. as a forward operating base in hostile territory, but the truth is many of the most important battles that are fought in our country are fought out here on the floor of the United States Senate. But as we look ahead to next month, it's worth taking stock of where we've come in the first half of the 119th Congress, the first 6 months of President Trump's tenure as President of the United States, certainly in his second term, obviously. And it's been an amazing record of accomplishment if you look back at it. We've confirmed President Trump's cabinet at a record pace, no thanks to our Democratic colleagues who reflexively, you might even say mindlessly, have opposed each and every nominee of this president, with maybe one exception. That would be the Secretary of State, Senator Rubio. And they, in the process of obstructing all of these nominees and forcing us to burn valuable floor time by not agreeing to any voice votes or expedited consideration of non-controversial nominees, they have forced us to burn valuable floor time during which we might have taken up other important bipartisan matters. Nevertheless, we have done important things, unfortunately, alone on this side of the aisle without any support from our friends across the aisle. Things like extending the Trump tax cuts from 2017, making them permanent, addressing the looming debt ceiling to prevent a national default, and secured many other important wins for border security and law enforcement through the One Big Beautiful Bill. We also passed our first rescissions package, codifying many of the most important spending reforms identified by the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. But while these accomplishments are not insignificant, we are just getting started. As I mentioned, the Democratic colleagues here in the Senate have reflexively and mindlessly opposed President Trump's nominees. But we have confirmed 107 of them, while 147 lower-level but critical nominees are still waiting to be confirmed by the Senate. 147. These include many ambassadors to key allies around the world that the Senate Foreign Relations Committee has voted out of committee. They are waiting for their day on the Senate floor. To date, Senate Democrats have allowed voice votes or given unanimous consent on exactly zero of President Trump's civilian nominees. Mr. President, this is the only time in recorded history that the minority party has refused to do so on any nominees at this point in the presidency. And it's shameful. It's inexcusable. They're not hurting Republicans. They're not hurting President Trump. They're hurting the American people, because these are people who will serve in critical positions that require Senate confirmation, not only here in the United States in the administration, but around the world, representing the United States at embassies all across the planet. Senate Democrats' partisan obstruction is making our country less safe. It's making American foreign policy less effective, and it's ceding the field to our adversaries who have no problem putting their representatives in these countries which currently lack an American ambassador. I, for one, believe that if our Democratic colleagues do not relent on this needless and mindless obstruction, Senate Republicans will have to consider what additional steps we need to take in order to expedite this process. There's precedent for this. Back in 2017, when Neil Gorsuch was nominated for the United States Supreme Court, our Democratic colleagues refused to grant cloture or closing off debate by giving 60 votes for that purpose. It forced Republicans to change the Senate rules to lower that threshold from 60 down to 51, which had always been the longstanding tradition, even in spite of the possibility of requiring 60 votes. It simply had not been required previously. And when Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada was Majority Leader, the Democrats changed the threshold for cloture on all other federal judges from 60 to 51. And so in 2017, in order to break that logjam on Supreme Court nominees, Republicans returned the favor. I believe that some similar process by which we set a new precedent on the president's nominees may be necessary before we leave this chamber, before we leave the Senate in Washington, D.C. this month. The president must have his team in place. Again, our Democratic colleagues seemed unwilling to accept the fact that President Trump actually won the election, receiving a mandate from the American people. Why else would they obstruct all of his nominees, force us to burn valuable floor time by not agreeing to any sort of expedited process, but forcing us to burn all this valuable floor time just to confirm 107 nominees and leave 147 waiting? Now, it's not fair to the American people, because these people are supposed to serve in important positions of responsibility on their behalf, It's not fair to President Trump, who's been denied his team. But it's also not fair to the people who agree to serve in these important Senate-confirmed positions, many of whom have had to sell their businesses, go through a rigorous ethics and legal background scrub, and so are simply waiting day after day after day. Will they or won't they? Will they or won't they vote to confirm me to this position, which for many of them, maybe all of them, is an honor of a lifetime? So we owe it to the American people. We owe it to President Trump. We owe it to these nominees who've volunteered to serve their country to vote on these nominees without further delay. And there's more work to do, Mr. President. In addition to confirming President Trump's nominees, another task that awaits the Senate upon our return is the National Defense Authorization Act. This is the necessary authorization that Congress passes each year to support our men and women in the military, to make sure that we remain the preeminent military strength in the world. And as President Trump has said time and time again, to make sure that our main national security policy is peace through strength. We don't want to fight any unnecessary wars, but the best way to avoid fighting wars is through deterrence, and that comes with peace through strength. The Defense Authorization Bill is the main legislative vehicle for ensuring that our military has the resources they need to achieve the missions of today and to rise to the challenges of tomorrow. We are, I believe, living in the most dangerous world since World War II. And we must take seriously our obligation to authorize additional resources and support the men and women and the families who serve in the United States military. We passed the Defense Authorization Act for 63 consecutive years. And 2025 cannot be the year that we break that streak. The Senate Armed Services Committee, under the leadership of Chairman Wicker, has done an excellent job on a bipartisan basis. His committee has already completed the markup of the Defense Authorization Bill and filed it for consideration on the Senate floor. Last year, in contrast, the senator from New York, the Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, we did not see the Defense Authorization Act come to the floor until more than 2 months after the September 30th deadline. But I'm optimistic now with new leadership and with Republicans at the helm, we will pass the Defense Authorization Bill on a timely basis. Finally, in addition to confirming the President's nominees and ensuring our military readiness, Congress needs to fund the government. The end of the fiscal year is the end of September. But our Senate Democratic colleagues are already threatening not to work with us on funding the government, which perhaps is the most basic responsibility of Congress, threatening a harmful and unnecessary government shutdown. But it's clear that their reluctance to work with us to make sure that doesn't occur, that the risk of that happening is squarely on their shoulders. Now, their stated excuse is that they don't agree with some of the things that the Trump administration has been doing. Well, I'll remind our colleagues across the aisle that the American people are ultimately the ones who will have to pay the price if they continue to persist in delay tactics that lead to a government shutdown. It's simply mind-boggling to me that our Democratic colleagues would choose to impose a punitive shutdown on the American people as some sort of partisan payback for Republican efforts to put our country on a more sustainable fiscal path. Yes, we are trying to look for efficiency. We are trying to avoid waste, fraud, and abuse due to the efforts of the Department of Government Efficiency and other leaders in the Trump administration. But the fact remains our country is more than $36 trillion in debt. And the only way to ensure that our social safety net programs remain viable for generations to come and that we continue to be the preeminent military power in the world and maintain that deterrence that I spoke of a moment ago, the only way we can do that is by responsibly funding the government. And that has to happen between now and September the 30th. As the Senate winds down this week, and with a recess approaching, I'll remind our Democratic colleagues that our work is cut out for us upon our return. And we have important work to do yet before we leave, particularly with regard to this backlog of 147 nominees. We've had a productive and successful Senate, notwithstanding Democratic obstruction. But I look forward to doing even more, not only in the remaining time before we leave for the recess, but when we return from that recess. After all, we should not get bogged down by partisan battles that cause us to neglect our larger responsibility. We are here to represent the 350 million people that call this country home. And it falls to us on their behalf to do the job they sent us here to do and not to engage in this mindless partisanship and increase the dysfunction and inefficiency of that government. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to discuss a subject.
Senator, the Senate's in a quorum call right now.
Oh, I ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to discuss a subject that transcends partisanship and political parties, and that is our growing national debt. Nearly 230 years ago, President George Washington issued his farewell address. It's a speech full of advice and wisdom that this country still looks to today for guidance. But lost within that address is an often overlooked warning, a warning against the accumulation of debt. Specifically, our first president cautioned the newfound American public that our government should avoid, quote, the accumulation of debt, not only by shunning occasions of expense, but by vigorous exertions in time of peace to discharge the debts which unavoidably wars occasioned. In other words, President Washington warned us against kicking the can down the road and pushing off a burden, quote, that he said, quote, we ourselves ought to bear, end of quote. So today I ask, has our country heeded these words of warning? Let's take a look. As of this morning, the national debt totaled $36.7 trillion. To put that into perspective, that's more than triple the amount of debt from when I first came into office in 2009. And if you break the number down, so it's more, get your head around it, break that number down per American, it translates to more than $107,000 in debt each and every person in our country. By 2029, the debt held by the United States as a percentage of our economy is expected to be higher than at any point in the entire history of our nation. And within the next decade, the U.S. will spend more annually to pay down the interest, just the interest on our debt alone, than we do on anything else except Social Security. So to answer the question, have we listened to President George Washington's warning? I think the answer is very clear. No, we haven't. The American people may be asking, well, what does this matter to me? How does this impact my life, my future? They may ask, if it truly mattered, why are not more people, not only here in Washington, D.C., but across the country, talking about the issue? If it truly mattered, if this truly mattered, having this massive debt, why did Republicans in Congress just pass a bill that will increase our debt by trillions in additional dollars? Point blank, I think the majority of Americans just want to know, why should I care? Mr. President, I'm here to tell every American and all of my colleagues here in Congress that we must take this seriously. Because the national debt is an issue that impacts the daily life of every single person in our country. For one, the higher our national debt grows, the greater the likelihood that interest rates will also increase. Higher interest rates means the cost of everything from mortgages to student loans to car payments will become even more expensive for hardworking Americans. And the larger our debt becomes, the more money we must dedicate to paying it off. And that often means fewer resources that we can invest back in our communities, whether it's to upgrade infrastructure, improve our schools, or support economic development in our communities. It means fewer resources for critical programs that support early childhood education, boost workforce development, expand access to quality, affordable housing, and more. Things that actually benefit every person in this country. So the moral of the story is, as debt grows, life becomes more expensive for all Americans. And at a time when the price of gas, groceries, housing, and everyday needs are already too high, the American people simply cannot afford this added cost. Our growing debt also presents real threats to our national security. If we face another major emergency like a pandemic or a global financial crisis, There's serious concern that we may be too hamstrung by our debt to respond effectively. This fact should concern every American. And as we work to address this issue in a tangible way, we need to make sure we understand the full scope of how our growing national debt threatens our national security. That's why just last week, I helped introduce bipartisan legislation that would require administration officials to look at these national security concerns and explain to the American people how our ballooning debt impacts our ability to keep them safe in an emerging crisis. But despite these things, Congress has, unfortunately, time and time again, chosen to add to the problem instead of being part of a solution. So consider this. In every presidential administration since President George W. Bush, at least $5 trillion has been added to the national debt. Since 2002, which was the first year we experienced a deficit following 4 years of a budget surplus, the United States has incurred 20 of the largest deficits in our entire nation's history. And this is an important fact. The two largest deficits came out of the Trump administration. The Trump administration, the two largest deficits this country has ever faced. This means that the imbalance between our revenues and spending has been at an all-time high. And just last month, my Republican colleagues took this problem and supercharged it when they passed their reckless so-called Big Beautiful Bill. It should have been called the One Big Deficit Bill. The bill that President Trump signed into law on the 4th of July will kick millions of people off their health care and make it harder for families to put food on their table by cutting food assistance. All the while, they added $3.5 trillion to the national debt. Basically, my Republican colleagues betrayed working families and mortgaged our nation's economic future, all to give the wealthiest Americans a tax break. Instead of putting us on a sustainable fiscal path, this bill has kicked the can down the road once again. Our fiscal house is on fire, yet year after year, Washington chooses to add a little more gasoline. But despite the grave situation we face, I do have some good news. We still have time to turn this around. There are ways to get our fiscal house back in order and stave off potential crises. But it's going to take cooperation from all of us. Instead of the political gamesmanship and polarization that has taken root in our democracy, the situation will require everyone rowing in the same direction. Congress will have to come together in a bipartisan manner to find common sense measures that strategically address our nation's debt while investing in economic growth and hardworking middle-class families. At the root of this effort is correcting the ever-present imbalance between revenue and spending. This opportunity to restore fiscal discipline is why I plan to come to the floor on a regular basis to discuss this dire situation posed by the national debt. From looking at how we got here to highlighting the everyday impacts our debt has on everyday Americans, to underscoring the impending crisis that is in store if we don't change course, and we must do it quickly. It is not far-fetched to say that we are at an inflection point in our nation's history, and that the futures of our children and our grandchildren are indeed at stake. We have all played a part in the deterioration of our fiscal health, and Mr. President, it is time, it's in fact past time, that we all play an important part in restoring it. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 15 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are 4 words to describe the first 7 months of the Senate Republican majority, it would be promises made, promises kept. The American people gave us a mandate to secure the border, strengthen the economy, rein in wasteful spending, and make America great again. And that's exactly what we have done while working with President Donald Trump and his administration. You can start with the Laken-Riley Act, which was the first bill signed into law, and this strengthens the Homeland Security Department's efforts to detain criminal illegal aliens and get them out of our communities. We passed the HALT Fentanyl Act, which empowers the administration to take the fight to the cartels and to end our drug crisis. We passed Senator Hagerty's Genius Act, which promotes economic freedom and helps ensure that America leads in the development of cryptocurrencies. We passed a $9 billion rescission package permanently eliminating wasteful spending on everything from biased media outlets to far-left NGOs. This is just the first of many rescission packages that we are going to send to President Trump's desk. Now, despite Democrat obstruction, which continues even today, we've also confirmed more than 100 civilian nominees who are carrying out President Trump's agenda. And we are continuing to fight for confirmation votes to make certain that the president has his entire team in place to serve the needs of the American people. Most importantly, we did pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is now signed into law. There is so much good that is in this legislation that benefits all of the American people, and when I talk to Tennesseans, one of the most important things for them is the permanent extension of President Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. By extending these provisions, Republicans prevented the largest tax increase in history. It would have been a $4 trillion tax hike. Now, that is more than just a number. When you look at what goes into that $4 trillion of a tax hike, it would have meant fewer jobs, fewer opportunities, fewer small businesses getting the doors open, hanging out the shingle. Just the other day, I was talking to a small business owner in Tennessee, and we were discussing the Big Beautiful Bill and the 2017 law. And he went on to talk about the 2017 tax cuts when they first went in. This enabled him to hire 2 new employees, 2 individuals that were desperate for work. Bear in mind, we had come through the Obama years with high inflation, with shrinking economies, and the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was really that spur that our economy needed to get moving. Now, this gentleman talked about these 2 employees and the impact that they had made on his business. He was so concerned that if those tax cuts expired, that he would struggle to keep these individuals on the payroll. And his take was, if we did not pass the Big Beautiful Bill, make the tax cuts permanent, restore bonus depreciation, interest expensing, R&D expensing, that for so many small businesses like his there in Tennessee, the results would be catastrophic. But what we do know is with the One Big Beautiful Bill, millions of small businesses can now see their way forward to grow their workforce, especially with some of the new provisions that are there. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And as one restaurant owner in Knox County recently said to me, the reduced taxes on tips will help his servers get about $1,000 more in their pocket every single year. And he also knows that that helps in making it competitive when you're trying to recruit people to come work in the restaurant business. A server over in Chattanooga said these tax cuts will be beneficial for every server. We did earn that money, they said. So they think it's great that they are going to be able to keep that money in their pocket. These tax cuts are just some of the provisions in that bill that will ensure that more Americans are going to keep their hard-earned money. What we do know, households are going to save about $2,600 per household per year on their tax filing. Millions of seniors can now count on a bonus enhanced deduction of $6,000. That is $6,000 every senior every year. That would offset what they have paid in income taxes on their Social Security benefits. American families will benefit from a permanent $2,200 enhanced child tax credit. Working moms and dads are going to benefit from the employer-provided child care tax credit as more employers move forward to offer child care for their employees. Family farms can pass their legacy of hard work on to the next generation due to much needed death tax relief. We now see that raised. $15 million for an individual, $30 million for a couple filing jointly. Tennessee small businesses make up 99.5% of businesses in our state. That's 99.5%. They're small businesses. They will keep their tax breaks and be able to hire more workers of the big, beautiful bill. We secured the largest ever investment in border security to complete the border wall and hire thousands of Border Patrol agents. We strengthened Medicaid for those who truly need it by enacting common sense work requirements for able-bodied childless adults. We restored fiscal sanity by eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars in far-left Green New Deal spending. These are huge wins for the American people, and the good news is that President Trump and congressional Republicans are only getting started on delivering on our mandate to make America great again. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Some may know, some may not, that today is Medicaid's birthday. And I thought it was probably a good time to our anniversary, whatever you want to call it. But I came down here to reconnect to a discussion that I was having with my colleagues and with the White House on some of the concerns I have with the provisions in the bill that we packaged that was called the Big Beautiful Bill. That's actually not a marketing term. That's literally what the name of the bill is. First, I have to stipulate that there are aspects of this bill that I would love to vote on 10 times. For example, the tax reform. The tax portions of this bill were something I worked very hard as a member of the Finance Committee to get passed back in 2017. And what we did there was to avoid the single largest tax increase in U.S. history. And for those who said it was tax breaks to billionaires and corporations, probably ought to read the language or have somebody who has to explain it better. The tax reform measures help people that grew up like I did first and foremost. Go to that trailer park that I lived in on Richards Road in Antioch, Tennessee, just south of downtown Nashville, or the one that I lived in Jacksonville, Florida, and ask them what happens when you overtax businesses to their jobs. I could get into a lot of other discussions, but the bottom line is I didn't have a problem with the tax provisions. I actually wish that that had been the content of the first bill and that we took the time to get the Medicaid policy right. But I'm back here again to talk about the Medicaid policy because we have to get it right. One of the reasons why I decided to resign when I was confronted with the challenge of opposing this bill, and I should say retire, not resign, I'm still here, was to make the point that getting this policy right is more important than me getting reelected. That I think that the Medicaid policy in this bill is so fundamentally flawed if we don't correct it, that my colleagues, red state or blue state Republicans, purple state Republicans, and red state Republicans may end up being guilty of almost the identical mistake that Barack Obama made when he forced Obamacare down our throats without seeking a single Republican vote to get policy that made sense. I was so convinced that Obama was wrong that I quit my job and worked full-time to get the North Carolina legislature ready for only being in the majority for the second time since the Civil War. I was so convinced the policy was going to be wrong a year before it got implemented. The Democrats overreached, and I became the second Republican Speaker of the House in North Carolina since the Civil War, based on a bad health care decision. The policy that the House sent us in the reconciliation bill was good policy for Medicaid. It had a work requirement, which I support. It had all kinds of policies for waste, fraud, and abuse that made sense, and it saved $100 billion over 10 years. But then somebody in the White House tried to convince the Senate that they should up the ante for $200 billion more in revenue to pass policy that will have, I think, irreparable damage, not only in the policy, but the politics. But we have time to fix it. And the reason I came to the floor today on the birthday of Medicaid, Mr. President, is to say I believe the President does not want to harm qualified beneficiaries of Medicaid. This bill will, in its current form. There's a way to fix it. There's a way to have President Trump's legacy on delivering on his promise to not push people off of Medicaid and government support systems who qualify for it. I'm not talking about the ones that probably shouldn't be on it. There's a way to fix it. But if we don't fix it, I believe that our president's legacy, President Trump, who I've supported in each one of his election efforts, I support to this day, his legacy is at risk if we don't recognize we're done and we move on to the next thing. We don't have to touch a line of the tax policy. We could have a discussion about some of the renewable energy, but I'm not going to have that discussion. I want to have discussion about something that I believe could be Republicans' Obamacare. Now, there are some states who probably are not affected substantially, but the majority are. And I believe if we come together and work on this policy and also work on the policy that's set to expire at the end of September, and that's some of the subsidies for the health care exchanges for Obamacare, we can get this right, and this president's legacy will be righting the mistake that was made by Obama and avoiding the mistake that his advisors have told him he should pursue. And so I want the President of the United States, my colleagues in the Senate body, to know I am unbridled by any political considerations for the next 17 months. And I stand ready to work with my Republican colleagues and Democrats who are willing to be bipartisan and do something right for a health care policy here to get this right. And if I do nothing else in my remaining 17 months, that's worth the effort. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, and Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Kent nomination.
Without objection. I should put a mic button here.
Mr. President, I know of no. Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
I know of no further debate.
Is there further debate? If not, the question occurs on the Gaiser nomination.
I need the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Creamer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Crapo, Hyde-Smith, Lee, Paul, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Lujan, Murphy, and Padilla. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Moody, Aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker. Aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. King, no. So we have to just update them. I mean, they can get. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Durbin, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22, the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joseph Kent of Washington to be Director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Joseph Kent of Washington to be the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal.
So they didn't take the other one out, so that's good. It was all transferred.
Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, yep, I got it. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, and Smith. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. No. Ms. Cortez-Masto. Ms. Cortez-Masto. No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. No. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman. No. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Joseph Kent of Washington to be Director of the National Counterterrorism Center.
Mr. President?
The
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, Mr. President, marks the 60th anniversary of the day that President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Social Security Amendments of 1965, establishing Medicare and Medicaid, cornerstones of American health care. These programs provide millions, including 1.5 million people in Connecticut, with access to comprehensive and affordable health care. Nothing is more important than our health. As the saying goes, if you don't have health, you don't have anything. And if you don't have health care coverage, which for most Americans guarantees treatment, diagnosis, effective health care, you don't have your health. I'm here, I wish I could say, to celebrate these vital programs, but really, I'm here to defend them. To defend them against deep and damaging cuts made by Senate Republicans and the Trump administration. Their budget decimates Medicaid benefits. It threatens rural and pediatric hospitals. It increases health insurance premiums for the majority of Americans. Let me repeat, it increases premiums paid by everyday Americans, the majority of our fellow citizens. Health insurers are already proposing a median premium increase of 15% in 2026. That's the largest in 5 years, and that's just an estimate. You know, if you've had any experience with health insurers, that if they're estimating 15%, it could well, in fact, likely be higher. These cuts are not about eliminating fraud or waste in the federal government. They're about delivering tax breaks to billionaires on the backs of working Americans. This bill is an absolute disgrace. The American people should hold every member who voted for it accountable when they are next up for election. It's the biggest Medicaid cut in our history. Over 900,000 people in Connecticut rely on Medicaid for their health insurance coverage. 30% of them are children. In fact, in Connecticut, Medicaid covers 41% of births and 68% of people living in nursing homes. The majority of people in nursing homes, in other words, depend on Medicaid, and they could well be thrown out of those nursing homes. Under this bill, up to 158,000 people in Connecticut will lose Medicaid, and 53,000 will lose their ACA coverage. Even those who keep their health coverage will see reduced benefits and strained providers as the state struggles to make up the difference. People in Connecticut are lucky because there will be an effort to make up the difference, but many other states won't have that ability. Just to be clear, these cuts are going to have an impact on everyone because the Medicaid program is a huge source of funding for all hospitals. All hospitals depend on Medicaid, even if you're not there with Medicaid coverage. The quality of care that you'll receive will suffer as a result of these cuts. So even if you have private health insurance, Your nearest hospital could close. You may have to wait longer for an appointment to see a doctor. Your out-of-pocket costs may increase. Hospitals will attempt to recoup that lost funding on your backs. They have no choice. They have to stay open, and they have to cover their costs. To make matters worse, my Republican colleagues refuse to extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits. 112,000 people in Connecticut rely on these credits to lower their monthly premiums. They are a lifesaver. They're a lifeline to health insurance coverage. And without the extension, 10,000 children are at risk of losing essential services, and 81 small business owners in the state will see their premiums skyrocket. Premiums will rise for small businesses as well as individuals. These numbers are staggering. They are stunning, but they fail to capture the human costs, the impact on everyday people who look out the window in the morning as they have their first cup of coffee, or see their children at night for dinner as they come home, and wonder what will happen in the event of a health care emergency. Not even an emergency. What will happen in the event of flu, COVID, any of the other kinds of health care challenges that may arise? So the net result here, in human terms, is couples foregoing children, grandparents losing independence, people seeing preventable deaths, skipped checkups, burned out healthcare workers. That's the real cost, the human cost, the impact on people's state of mind, their level of anxiety, their ability to focus on work because of physical pain they may have because of illness, but also anxiety about how that illness is going to be covered by health insurance. These cuts aren't just numbers. They are children, their families, their grandparents, people with disabilities, your neighbors, your friends, and probably you at some point. Republicans knew the consequences. There was no mystery here. They knew the data. They chose cruelty. These cuts are cruel, and they are stupid. They are dumb because we all know that preventing health emergencies, providing diagnoses and catching illnesses early, providing care and treatment early, in the long run, saves money for all of us. It is unforgivable that they decided to turn their backs on millions of Americans, including their own constituents, whose health and well-being is on the line. Since this bill passed, of course, some Republicans are trying to walk back their votes. Buyer's remorse. They had mixed feelings at the time, perhaps. They're supporting tweaks like repealing the Medicaid provider taxes or boosting rural hospital funds because they see that those rural hospitals in their own states are going to be closing. They know the impact of Medicaid cuts on hospitals in all areas and people in every part of their state. But those efforts are doomed to failure. They fall short. The Rural Health Care Fund doesn't come close to offsetting the losses rural providers will face from the cuts of Medicaid, just to give you one example. And that's why I've joined Senator Wyden and Senator Schumer in introducing a bill that will repeal the health provisions in the big, blatant betrayal. It's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, blatant betrayal. This measure would extend the ACA premium tax credits. Again, Medicaid cuts are reprehensible and reckless. Cutting the ACA premium tax credits affects hundreds of thousands of others in Connecticut and millions around the country, everyday middle-class working Americans who have to cover health care bills. I'm going to keep fighting against any legislative efforts that put the interests and desires of billionaires over the needs of working and middle-class Americans. This big, blatant betrayal is, in fact, simply cruel and stupid. And I hope my Republicans will join us in these efforts to truly walk back and compensate for the disastrous impact, the devastating effect it will have on families and working people all across this great country. Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm honored to yield to our distinguished leader.
Thank you. And I thank my great friend from Connecticut who cares about these issues so much and is one of our most effective advocates in the whole country for things like this, and thank him. And thank all of my colleagues who have come to the floor, Senator Whitehouse, Senator Markey, and so many others who are just eloquent spokespeople for helping people with health care. So today, Democrats are holding the floor on the 60th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid being signed into law to talking about the Republican all-out assault on our health care system. Look, the American people are just fed up to here with the soaring costs of health care. They're fed up with Donald Trump and Republicans cutting their health care to help the billionaire class. But unfortunately, Donald Trump and Republicans seem to live in a bubble. Because while they brag about how big and beautiful their bill is, the American people feel the opposite. The more Americans learn about the Republican bill, the more they're realizing that Donald Trump and Republicans sold them a raw deal. A raw deal. The Republicans' big, ugly betrayal is one of the most devastating bills for American health care that we have ever seen. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history, $1 trillion in health care cuts, 15 million people at risk of losing their health care coverage. Why? To pay for tax breaks for billionaires? Telling a mom whose daughter has cancer that she can no longer afford treatment and the child may die because some billionaire needs more money? I don't have anything against the billionaires. God bless them. They made a lot of money. They don't need a tax break at the expense of middle-class, working-class American families, poor American families that desperately need health care. What is big or beautiful about what they're doing? Nothing. It's even nervy to call it big and beautiful. They listen to Donald Trump, who just makes it up as he goes along. And they say, yes, whatever he says, no matter how bad it is for the American people. So the American people don't want their health care cut to help out the ultra-rich. It's a nasty proposition from our Republican colleagues. And if I may add an aside, I want to be clear, it's not just health care that's in danger. It's not just health care. Today we got a rather stunning admission from the administration on Social Security, another part of the safety net. It deserves some mention now before I give up the floor. Today, Secretary Bessent admitted in a podcast that the so-called Trump accounts that the Republicans snuck into the big ugly bill are, in Secretary Bessent's eyes, a backdoor for privatizing Social Security. Let me repeat that. These are Bessent's words. What they put and snuck into the reconciliation bill that they called BBB and we called the big ugly betrayal is, quote, a backdoor for privatizing Social Security. America, do you hear that? From one end of the country to the other, probably the most popular federal program ever passed. And they want to privatize it. You know what privatize means? It means you're in trouble, Mr. or Mrs. Senior Citizen. Because when they privatize it and the big boys get hold of it, it's going to be much less money for you, if at all. But now we have it. Besant actually slipped and told the truth. Donald Trump and his government want to privatize Social Security. Another great lie from Donald Trump. He just lies at will. Donald Trump promised that Social Security under his watch, quote, would not be touched, while at the same time his administration has strangled the program behind the scenes, laying off staff, shutting down offices, making it harder to claim benefits, and now they're openly talking about privatizing it. Rarely is the end game for Republicans so obvious. They're ramming historic cuts down Americans' throats to help their billionaire buddies. So in light of these attacks, as we mark the anniversary of Medicare and Social Security, it's a proud, proud day 60 years ago when America finally understood that we were a wealthy country and we had to use some of it to give people health care, the most important thing in their lives. If you ask the average American, what do you want most? I want to live long and healthy. And the reason we're living longer and healthier for all the troubles in the system is because we have Medicare and Medicaid. And this is the anniversary. So this morning I was proud to introduce legislation to reverse the disastrous health care cuts in the big ugly betrayal. The bill is simple. It repeals the entire health care subtitle of the Republicans' bill and permanently extends the ACA premium tax credits that Republicans let expire. Extending these tax credits should be a no-brainer. It'll save Americans on the ACA hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a year on their health insurance. Anyone who objects to this wants Americans to pay more for health care, plain and simple. The Senate should take up our legislation as soon as possible, because the worst of the Republican cuts are already starting to take effect. It's not going to happen, Republican colleagues. You thought, oh, we can delay it so no one will know till after the 2026 elections. Bunk. It's starting already. Health care premiums are going to start spiking very soon. Hospitals and clinics are at great risk of closing now, not after 2026. Some have already shut their doors in Maine, Nebraska, and other states. People in rural communities are worried sick that they will have to travel even further to get health care. In many rural counties, including some of mine in New York, the local hospital is the biggest employer. Those jobs will go by the wayside. Again, this is not what the American people want. People want health care that's easy to access, easy to navigate, easy to afford. Seniors, kids, people with disabilities, people who rely on Medicare and Medicaid don't want to see their coverage ripped away. Republicans should be working with Democrats to strengthen these programs, not slash and burn them to the ground. And don't go home and tell people lies, that your health care won't be affected by this bill. Of course it will. Even the own Republican gurus say, oh, talk about other things. Don't talk about health care, because they know how bad it is. It isn't too late, not too late for Republicans to reverse course. But Democrats, meanwhile, will never, 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 Senator Whitehouse, Senator Markey, Senator Hickenlooper, and all of my other Democratic colleagues will never stop fighting to fix our broken health care system. I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank Senator Schumer for his historic leadership on this issue. He has framed it perfectly for this chamber and for the American people to understand what is at stake in our country in the year 2025. A little more than 100 years ago, life expectancy in the United States of America was 48 years of age. 48. We had gone from the Garden of Eden
to a little more than 100 years ago, and life expectancy was still 48 years of age. Then what happened? Well, then because of the progressive movement, programs started to be put on the books. Vaccines, public health interventions, NIH research on diseases, but big programs got put on the books as well. In 1935, Social Security passed. Now, it's an income supplement for older people in our country. When it passed, life expectancy was 61 years of age in the United States, 1935. Who voted no? Republicans in 1935. Why did they vote no? For billionaires and millionaires of that era that didn't want to help with the health care for everyone in our country. In 1965, we voted in the Senate for passage of Medicare and Medicaid. What was life expectancy then? 70 years of age. Who were the no votes? Republicans here, voting against Medicare and Medicaid. Today, life expectancy is 78 years of age. 30 years of bonus life for the average American in a little over 100 years because of all of these programs. Now, what have the Republicans done? The Republicans have decided, because of their ancient animosity towards Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act and NIH funding for research for cancer and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, to slash all of those programs. They finally have a chance with Donald Trump to listen to the billionaires of the 30s and the 60s and fulfill their dream where we cut the programs for ordinary families in our country. And they just did it a month ago. And those cuts go right to the heart of what it is that makes the Democratic Party fundamentally different from the Republican Party. And that is our interest in, our passion for the health care of every American. The Republicans have opposed these programs throughout their entire history. Donald Trump, right at the front of the line, always questioning whether or not we should be supporting Medicare, Medicaid, whether or not we should be supporting the community health centers, supporting rural hospitals. Donald Trump's always been at the front of the line saying, absolutely not. And the Republicans are following him all the way. And even when some Republicans say that they have some questions about it, like in The Godfather, Part 1, they got an offer they couldn't refuse. And the ones that refused it, they can't even run for office next year because Trump has already taken them out. And what was it over? Medicaid. It was over Medicare. It was over the Affordable Care Act and making sure all of those health care programs are there for everyone in our society. So today we celebrate. We celebrate the 60th anniversary of the passage of Medicare and Medicaid that Lyndon Johnson, brought to the American people. I'll give you a few numbers. Right now in our country, 72 million Americans benefit from Medicaid. 72 million. 18 million people with disabilities in our country are on Medicaid. They need the program. They have disabilities. 37 million children in the United States are on Medicaid. That's 50% of the kids in the United States. 14 million kids with special needs are on Medicaid in our country right now. And the Republicans on the floor of the Senate slashed all those programs. Kids with special needs, adults with disabilities, 37 million kids. They just slashed it. And by the way, it's just a promise to billionaires and millionaires who want their money back. Ralph Waldo Emerson, he said that Health is the first wealth. So that's what Medicare and Medicaid, what Social Security, what the Affordable Care Act, what NIH funding for research for cancer and diabetes and Alzheimer's, that's what it is. It's providing the first wealth, health, to everyone. But what the Republicans are doing, they've already done it, is they've looted the money for all those programs, all of them, to give it over to the billionaires. And it will lead to a complete and total devastation of the health care system in our country that we have built over the last 2 generations. Millions of people have relied on Medicare, Medicaid to access the health care which they need. And yet, sadly, my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, and Donald Trump have marked this milestone of the 60th anniversary by signing into law unprecedented cuts in Medicare and Medicaid. By the way, I didn't get to know any of my grandparents. It was a foreign concept to my brothers and I. These programs hadn't kicked in yet to extend their life expectancy. The whole concept of a grandparent is completely alien to me. Not today, thank goodness, for young people in our country, but not after the Republicans have just passed the laws that are going to gut the programs that have allowed grandma and grandpa to live longer, much longer. They're gutting those programs. They don't really care about grandma and grandpa. They don't care if they're kicked out of nursing homes, even if they have Alzheimer's. They don't care. You kick them in the heart, you're going to break your toe. And that's how the Republicans have been all the way back to Social Security, 1935. It's who they are as a party. They don't care. And life expectancy is going to start to go down and down and down in our nation, which is their plan. They never liked the whole idea of funding these programs in the first place. And by the way, here are the numbers. It's unbelievable. $900 billion cut out of Medicaid. That's 10 million people who are going to be cut off the program. And they're going to gut the health care ultimately, if you take all of the programs combined, of 72 million people. 2 million of them are in Massachusetts, but it's huge. And they're known in different states in different ways. It's Mass Health, it's Healthy Louisiana, it's Maine Care, TennCare, Can Care. But 1 in 5 Americans rely upon Medicaid for the funding for their health care. And without Medicaid, it's just not there. And Trump and Republicans are also stealing from a program that pays for half of all nursing care in our country. And by the way, 70% of the people in nursing homes, right? Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. We call them grandma and grandpa. These guys just assaulted that program, the Medicaid program. And it's just absolutely unconscionable what they are doing. So this bill is also going to add $3.4 trillion to the federal deficit because they gave more in the tax breaks to the billionaires than they actually cut in these programs. That's how greedy the billionaires in our country are right now, who are the supporters of Donald Trump. And I've just heard from so many of my constituents who are terrified at what the implications are for the health care of their family, of their loved ones, of their children. It's just absolutely unbelievable. A constituent shared that her best friend with a permanent disability counts on Medicaid support to ensure that she has a wheelchair for mobility and can receive assistance to continue independent living. Republicans have cut that program. They've cut that Medicaid program. They're going to take away oxygen tanks from nursing home residents, wheelchairs from kids across the country, just to give tax breaks to the mega wealthy. Again, the Republican Party harbors an ancient animosity towards all of these programs going back to 1935. This was their moment. The Billionaire Boys Club comes together. Give us back all our money that has been used to extend life expectancy by 30 years for all those people who don't deserve it, meaning all the regular families in our country, just a direct assault upon them. And it's not just the people who are on Medicaid who will suffer from these cuts. Hospitals, healthcare centers, nursing homes, they're all going to be forced to close across our country. The funding that keeps them open is Medicaid. It's Medicare. That's what pays for the bills for each and every one of those institutions. It's going to be harder for families to find a pediatrician, harder for people to get mental health care, harder for seniors to get care as they age. Providers will lose their jobs, families will lose access to care, and as millions more Americans lose their health insurance, skip appointments, ration medications, the billionaires who can afford concierge medicine will get another handout from the federal taxpayers. The rich will get richer, and the sick will get sicker in our country. And it's going to increase the federal deficit by $3.4 trillion. It's almost unbelievable how irresponsible Trump and his billionaire buddies are, and the Republicans all went along with it. All went along with it. But it makes sense because that's who their party is. Their party is the party of the rich, and they've never supported the programs that help regular people get access to health care. So it's their roots. It's the Republican Party. And Medicare, by the way, is going to be cut by $500 billion over the next 10 years. That's grandma and grandpa. They're on Medicare. They cut it by $500 billion just a month ago. And again, it's going to add trillions to the deficit. So let me just say it again. The big ugly bill is going to trigger $500 billion in cuts to Medicare, the program that over 67 million Americans are dependent upon, and most of them are called grandma and grandpa. Their programs get slashed. The programs that have kept them alive where preceding generations, my grandparents, didn't stay alive. That's what they're doing. They're lowering the life expectancy of grandma and grandpa in this country. And those cuts start right away with a $45 billion cut next year. So it goes without saying that Medicare is popular, Medicare is successful, Medicare is absolutely necessary. So this is an incredible moment in our history. People deserve more than being afraid to take an ambulance because they're worried how much it will cost. They deserve more than rationing their medication because they just can't afford the next dose. Americans deserve more. Healthcare should be affordable to all, and everyone should be able to get the health care that they need. And here's the numbers. According to Yale University, 51,000 people a year are going to die because they won't have access to the preventative care that's in all of these programs. That's 500,000 people every decade are going to die early because they don't get access to health care they need. That's all in the Republican Party. And by the way, they never cared anyway. They never cared about those families. They never cared about those people. They never cared about the impact on the rest of the family when people die a premature death. And there's 500,000 people, according to Yale University, that will die because of these cuts. So this is an incredible moment in time. Every American deserves the basic dignity of access to high-quality health care. And we're not going to allow this fundamental assault on Medicare and Medicaid to stand. We got knocked down a month ago, but we're not knocked out. We're going to get up, we're going to fight, and we're going to win in the same way the preceding generations got up and fought and won against the Republican assault on the health care of families in our country. The fight is on, and it is for the well-being and health of every family in our country. So I thank you, Mr. President. And again, it's so great to be here with Senator Schumer and with Senator Blumenthal and my great friend, the leader from the great state of Rhode Island, my friend, Senator Whitehouse. Thank you.
Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, as we've been saying, today is kind of an exceptional day. It's the 60th anniversary of the Medicare and Medicaid Act, which created two of the most successful programs for families, really, that the world has ever seen. Should be a moment for celebration. Unfortunately, a bad turn has been taken, and there are now attacks on Medicaid and Medicare happening right in this building. The Beautiful for Billionaires bill that the Republicans forced through on a purely partisan basis cuts Medicaid explicitly, $1 trillion cut to Medicaid. So folks who are on Medicaid are going to see a real danger in their lives as a result of those cuts. You may say, well, I'm not on Medicaid. I've got private insurance. I've got Medicare. I'm going to be fine. Not so. When the cuts are that big, they knock essential revenue away from hospitals, away from your family doctor, away from health centers, away from nursing homes. And I don't know about all the other states, but in Rhode Island, all those institutions are struggling. This is not easy times for people who are providing health care in our healthcare system. And when you knock $1 trillion out of their pockets, because that's where this goes. Medicaid money doesn't go to individuals into their pockets, it goes to their providers. When you take away that revenue from the providers, you put them at risk. You don't have to be on Medicaid to be harmed if your nursing home closes down because it has gone broke because Medicaid funding is no longer available. So the Medicaid cuts are right in our face. And the damage that they're going to do to healthcare institutions is obvious. What's a little bit trickier, and what I'm calling out here on the floor today, is the sneak attack on Medicare. I could run a tape here of all the Republicans who said, oh, we're not going to cut Medicare. Oh, Medicare is different. Oh, we're going to protect Medicare. We've heard the president say it. It was all hogwash. It was all complete hogwash. The sneak attack is underway, and I'm going to tell you how it works. It works because the Beautiful for Billionaires bill added $3.4 trillion or more to the debt. The Republicans had to lift the debt limit by $5 trillion, so it's a big number added to the debt. And when that much added debt gets dumped onto our fiscal picture, it triggers another law. It triggers a law called the Statutory Pay-As-You-Go Act. Our technical term for it around here is that it triggers sequestration. And when you create that much added debt, when you run up deficits that badly, as the Republicans have done to fund their billionaire tax cuts, here's what happens to Medicare. And this is from the Congressional Budget Office. It triggers a $45 billion cut to Medicare in 2026. And it will increase each year to about $75 billion of an annual cut to Medicare in 2034. Between 2026, next year, and 2034, this trigger will produce $535 billion in cuts to Medicare. They don't want you to know that. They don't want to tell you that. They'd like it to just happen automatically so they don't have fingerprints on it. But their fingerprints are all over it. So what we should be doing is passing my bill to put Medicare and Social Security onto a permanently sound footing, as far as the actuarial eye can see, by simply lifting the cap on how much of your income is subject to Social Security and Medicare contributions. Easy to do, very simple, very fair, makes Social Security and Medicare solvent essentially indefinitely if my bill passes. That's what I'd like to be talking about. Instead, we've got a direct attack on Medicaid, a rebound attack from those cuts on the major institutions of our American healthcare system, like our family doctors and our hospitals and our nursing homes, and a sneak attack through the pay-as-you-go provisions on Medicare to the tune of over $500 billion. This is not a good day. I regret that we're at this sorry pass. and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I rise today to celebrate Medicare and Medicaid, two programs that have enabled millions of Americans to get the health care they need. 60 years ago today, President Johnson signed into law a bill creating these two critical programs. At the bill signing, President Johnson said, quote, "This great nation cannot afford to allow its citizens to suffer needlessly from the lack of proper medical care," end quote. Together, Medicare and Medicaid have helped generations, 60 years, generations of Americans stay healthy, get to work, pay their bills, and care for their families. Today, nearly 40% of Americans rely on Medicare and Medicaid. Over the years, Democrats have fought to expand and strengthen Medicaid even further, including in the 2010 Affordable Care Act. But while the Democrats have worked to strengthen and expand Medicaid, Republicans have waged war on Medicaid and the Americans who depend on it. Just this month, they passed a nearly 1,000-page bill. They have the audacity to call it a big, beautiful bill. I call it the 1,000-page of pain bill that will devastate communities across our country by stripping health care access, including Medicaid access, from some 15 million Americans, including more than 40,000 people in Hawaii. There are a lot of states who have more people on Medicaid than are on Social Security. So this is a critically important program to our communities. So frankly, Medicaid coverage literally keeps people alive. And without this coverage, millions of Americans won't be able to get the care they need: annual wellness visits, prescription medication, long-term care, the list goes on. Inevitably, more people will end up in emergency rooms as a last resort, because if you don't have health care, you're not going to go to the doctor for wellness checks, et cetera. Preventive care, out the window. So you wait until you're really sick, you end up in emergency rooms, and then you overwhelm the hospitals. Hospitals that are already facing higher costs and tight margins, especially in rural communities. So the Republicans, we call it big bad bill. Their big bad bill also implemented new work reporting requirements for Medicaid. See, this comes from the attitude that people who are on Medicaid somehow don't deserve it. And so we're going to place all kinds of requirements because we think that people are just taking advantage of these programs. Not that they need it, not that they use it, so that they can actually go to work. So these reporting requirements that are so burdensome that it results in people being kicked off this care, their Medicaid care, even if they meet the new requirements. So they're going to impose all these work requirements. For example, in 2018, Arkansas implemented work requirements for their Medicaid recipients. It flowed again from this idea that somehow people on Medicaid should have to come forward and tell the bureaucrats on a regular basis that they're trying to find work, that they're working, etc. Well, according to the Gaiser Family Foundation, 18,000 people, or 25% of the population in Arkansas, subject to the work requirements, et cetera, lost health care coverage as a result. And here's what happened. The vast majority of those who lost coverage met the underlying requirements, but were unable to overcome the bureaucratic reporting process the state required. A process that cost the state millions of dollars to implement because they had to create an entire bureaucracy to keep track of everybody. So unsurprisingly, those who lost Medicaid coverage in Arkansas were less likely to be able to afford medication, delayed needed care, and struggled to pay off medical debt as a result. So without health care coverage, they ended up going to emergency care, straining the hospitals providing such care. I mean, that's common sense, don't you think, that that would happen? The negative experience in Arkansas didn't stop the Senate Republicans recently from imposing similar requirements on Medicaid recipients nationwide. See, they didn't learn from the experience in Arkansas that you create this massive bureaucracy, kicks thousands of people who actually met the requirements to become Medicaid recipients but couldn't meet the continuous bureaucratic requirements. But no lesson learned there. So now the Republican senators decide that they should impose these kinds of requirements nationwide. So thanks to the Senate Republicans, millions of Americans will lose their Medicaid coverage, which is what happened in Arkansas. Republicans know thousands of their constituents will meet this fate. In fact, one of my Republican colleagues said that his constituents were going to lose their Medicaid coverage, and he thought that was unconscionable. So he's not even running for re-election. But his colleagues didn't learn from what happened in Arkansas, didn't listen to their colleague, but what they did do, while they imposed this work requirement, they delayed the implementation of the majority of the Medicaid cuts until after the 2026 midterms. I wonder why. I think they're hoping that by the time the pain of these cuts actually hurt their constituents, they are hoping that their constituents will have forgotten who caused the pain. Republicans. But the people are paying attention. They see that we have a regime hell-bent on dismantling government, from Medicaid to Social Security. You heard my colleague from Rhode Island talking about what's going to happen to Medicare. Cuts to the Department of Education, USAID, the National Weather Service, so much more. Trump and his Republican allies are attacking programs that our American people rely upon. They are, in the words of President Johnson, allowing Americans to suffer needlessly, all to line the pockets of their billionaire buddies. And note that while they want Medicaid recipients to have work requirements, they have to do something in order to get these benefits, the billionaires who are going to get these massive tax credits don't have to do a damn thing to line their pockets. It's shameful. And it will result in real harm to millions of Americans. For 60 years, Medicaid and Medicare have made our country and our communities stronger. When you have healthy people, your community is stronger. It stands to reason. So when Republicans wage war on Medicare and Medicaid, they are waging war on our communities, on us. So we need to fight back. We all need to stand up to this regime and stop them from dismantling the programs that our communities rely on. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, the United States is the wealthiest country on earth. I think it's fair to say it's the wealthiest country in the history of the world, probably in the history of the solar system. What we do with that wealth speaks volumes about who we are as a country and about the responsibility we feel to our fellow Americans. It defines us. Earlier this month, Republicans passed what I would call a truly devastating budget bill that gives many of the wealthiest people in this country, and many of them who don't want a tax break, but it gives many of the wealthiest people in this country and corporations a $4.5 trillion tax break. That was their goal. They just needed to find a way to pay for it. Well, actually, they only paid for a small part of it. But in doing so, they cut more than $1 trillion from Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and food stamps. The programs that help struggling Americans meet their most basic human need for food and health care. Again, just so they could pass the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in the history of our country. That speaks volumes about who this administration values. But what does the bill mean for Americans? Over time, 15 million Americans are going to lose their health coverage, are likely to lose their health coverage. 241,000 of them live in Colorado. Hundreds and hundreds of hospitals around the country are at risk of closure, many of them in Colorado. Take the Sunrise Montfort Community Health Clinic in Evans, Colorado. We were there in May, and Sunrise's network of 14 rural health clinics serves 43,000 patients across a broad swath of northern Colorado. 70% of them are enrolled in either Medicaid or Medicare. Now, we spoke with their CEO back in May, and we were told point blank that gutting Medicaid, dramatically making cuts to Medicaid, will force them to dramatically cut services. They estimate that those cuts in Medicaid will force between 7,000 and 14,000 of their patients off of health care. That's a quarter of their patients. Again, all because lawmakers in Washington have decided to give still bigger tax cuts to the ultra-wealthy, and again, many of whom don't want or need tax cuts. It's nuts. The administration knew taking health care away from many Americans would be unpopular. So they crafted and snuck in a provision to solve that. Most of the Medicaid cuts won't take place until 2027. Well, why wait till 2027, you might ask? Well, because it's after the midterm elections at the end of 2026. They basically gutted our social security safety net system, our social safety net system, and then made sure that Republicans wouldn't be, well, they found a way to make sure Republicans would be insulated from the immediate political costs from their voters. That's why right now they're building a massive public relations campaign to go out and sell the bill to Americans. They so far completely deny that this bill is going to harm Americans in any way. Instead, they say it's about efficiency, government efficiency, and cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, listen, I'm all for making government more efficient. When I was mayor of Denver, we made the city smaller. We had a hiring freeze for 2.5 years. We asked workers to do more with less, and they did that. But we did it in increments. And we worked to make sure that people knew how much they were valued and that they could make a difference. When I was governor of Colorado, we balanced our budget every single year. We went through every board and regulation that we could find on the books, 24,500 rules and regulations, and we simplified or eliminated 11,000. We did all this without cutting service and without cutting resources that people rely on. Now, Republicans knew they were going way beyond waste, fraud, and abuse. That's part of the reason it took 24 hours of voting and arm twisting to pass this, what we call, in my family, a god-awful bill. They knew they were going to be hurting their constituents and Americans. I mean, the bill itself is a prime example of my grandfather used to call a drunken spending spree. It's going to cost the American people more than $4 trillion when you consider the interest payments on the national debt. And none of the arguments the Republicans have used have legs. Ultimately, the bill isn't just $1 trillion in cuts for Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. It really, through these rules and paperwork, create new barriers to access. That means more paperwork, more hoops for families to jump through. Under Trump's big ugly bill, government efficiency just means rolling out the red tape, miles and miles of it. And who pays the price? Well, rural Coloradans are going to pay some price. People living in Cortez, Lamar, or Rifle will pay a price when their closest health care center closes. Pregnant women who have to drive 50 miles to give birth to get to their closest hospital will be forced to close their birthing centers. Kids who lose their health care because their parents had to navigate so much red tape to prove they do in fact meet the requirements will pay the cost. Adult children who can't provide sufficient proof that their full-time job is taking care of a disabled parent. Now, listen to this. If you're a single adult in Colorado, you don't even qualify for Medicaid if you earn less than $1,735 a month. That means making less than $10.01 an hour. If you make $10.02 an hour, you already don't qualify for Medicaid. So people making less than $10 an hour have to fill out reams of paperwork to demonstrate that they qualify. It's not just, they should be able to show their W-2 and say, hey, I'm making $9.50 an hour. And that should be enough. But somehow there's a worry that people making less than $10 an hour should fill out all this other paperwork. I mean, what kind of a bizarro world do we live in? Bottom line, Republicans are cutting costs by punishing the poorest and most needy in our country when they can't keep up. They're making the people who suffer the most suffer more. That's not the America that I believe in. The Medicaid system isn't perfect. It exists in our country because that country, our country, decided that no matter where you live or how little money you make, working Americans deserve basic health care. Who knows, someday we might get everyone covered. It's a vow we need to make. And certainly when we created Medicaid, it was a vow we made to help take care of the neediest people, or many of the neediest people in our country. Now, because our country is measured by how we treat people, let me put this a better way. because our country is measured by not how we treat people at the top, but how we treat large numbers of Americans who start at the bottom, striving for a better life. That's how our country should be measured. And that's the dream we're all tracing. And ultimately, it's the American people that are going to have the final word. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Morgan.
I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Colorado. I don't think it's unique to the states out west, be it Oregon or Colorado or California or Idaho or Nevada and so forth. I think people in every single state care about access to health care. Now, I came to the Senate in 2009, and in that year, we decided to make a major effort to fill in huge holes in our health care system. Well, we had Medicaid for the least affluent, but then folks who were just above that, they couldn't afford private insurance. They also didn't qualify for Medicaid, so we created extended Medicaid and made it a state option. And that covered a lot more people. And then when you came to the middle class, you had folks who had insurance through their employer, but not every employer provided insurance. And so we created the health care exchange, where you could buy insurance and you could do so with tax credits to help you make the payments so that they were affordable. Well, that plan was pretty straightforward, but a man named Frank Luntz, he was a pollster and message maker for the Republicans. He put out a memo, and I was one of the first members of the Senate to see this memo. It was April 2009, and the memo said, whatever the Democrats come up with to improve health care, we're going to call it a government takeover, because we've done focus groups, and that scares Americans. It makes them dread this. And it doesn't matter what the policy is, we'll call it a government takeover. And I came down here to the floor. At that point, my desk was much further over here around the corner. And I waved this around and said, is this what America's come to? Instead of working together to improve the healthcare system, instead we're so polarized that the minority wants to stop us from improving healthcare, even if it makes sense. And they're going to make up a falsehood and sell it across America. Well, apparently that was what America had come to, because they did promote that falsehood all across America. Now, back home in Oregon, I'd made a commitment to go to a town hall in each of my 36 counties every year, open hour. People can come and share whatever they want. I'm out in Prineville, Oregon, where normally there'd be like 30 or 50 people at a town hall, and about 500 people show up. Why? Because they're terrified of a government takeover of the healthcare system. There's about 200 people inside the room. There's several hundred people outside who can't get in because the room's completely packed. And they are angry. They are very angry. And one man shouts out and says, why won't you listen to us and stop this government takeover? And I said, I'll listen to everybody in this room. I'll describe major features of the plan, and you all can respond to me, step forward or step backward. So I said, how about requiring insurance policies to cover pre-existing conditions? Step forward, 80% of the people in the room raised their hand. Step backwards, about 10%, another 10% didn't vote. I said, how about having preventive tests free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure? Step forward, 80%, yes. How about having children on your policy to age 26? 80%, yes. How about having a website where you can compare private insurance policies so you can pick the best one for your family? 80%, yes. Well, by now, people are looking around the room going, well, this all sounds pretty good, but of course they came and they were very angry. I said, well, let's talk about the economics of this. How about providing tax credits to help middle-class Americans buy insurance from private companies? 80% yes. People like that idea. How about expanding Medicaid, because we have the least affluent in our society who are trapped between just a little too affluent to qualify for Medicaid, but they certainly can't afford private insurance. Oh no, that sounds good too. And so I would say then, thank you very much for the feedback on the major features of the plan. There's no government takeover in it, but you've all expressed to me your support for many of the features, and that's why I'm supporting it. Well, this was the year 2009. You had a blue trifecta that said, let's fill in the holes on health care. And we went about and did it. And now, let's fast forward to 2025. You don't have a blue trifecta, you have a red trifecta. And the red trifecta knows how important health insurance is, so they made some promises. And the promises were, we will not touch your health care. We will not force people off insurance. And in fact, they did exactly the opposite. 2009, the House, the Senate, the Oval Office working together to fill in the holes and make sure everybody could get health care. 2025, the red trifecta of the Oval Office, the Republican leadership in the House, Senate, saying we're going to tear down your access to health care. And that's what they did in the one big, ugly betrayal of a bill voted a few weeks ago right here in this chamber, tearing down your health care. 15 million Americans going to lose access to health care because of this bill. Here's the philosophy we saw. Roll out the red carpet for the rich and powerful. Roll out the red tape for the less affluent. Wow. What a horrific strategy to rip health care away from 15 million people. What does that mean to a family when they lose health insurance? Well, I'll tell you, it means that they don't go to the doctor. And when they don't go to the doctor, that lump they ignored becomes ravaging breast cancer with horrific consequences for the woman, the family, the children. It means diabetes delayed is diabetes that is much more severe and hard to treat. It means all sorts of risks for the individual and all sorts of consequences for the family. And the stress of knowing you have a health care condition, you should go to a doctor, but you don't go because you can't afford to go. Or maybe you do buy a policy, but now it's more expensive. Here's what's going to happen on the health care exchange in Oregon. The cost is going to go up by 67%, an estimated $1,300 per family, because the big, ugly betrayal of a bill raised the cost of buying health care on the exchange because it didn't extend the premium tax credits that were in the bill previously, that were in the system previously. Well, that is a shocker, and if people spend the money there, it may well be that they don't have the money for their rent, may not have their money to purchase the prescription pills that the doctor they went to said they need to buy. Or maybe it's an impact on groceries. And I'll tell you what else happens. With so many people losing Medicaid in Oregon, the Oregon Health Plan, and in Oregon, the estimate is 150,000 to 200,000 people will lose Medicaid. Well, now, in your rural clinics and hospitals, we have a situation where the revenue that flows to that clinic or hospital drops dramatically. This is from the Sheps Center for Health Services Research and University of North Carolina, real experts on rural health care. And what do they say in this study? They say that more than 300 rural hospitals are at risk of either closing or significantly reducing their services because of the big, ugly betrayal of a bill. Oregon, 4 rural hospitals or clinics. Boy, almost every state listed here. Is that really what we want to do? We want to shut down rural health care? And when you shut down a clinic, when you shut down a rural hospital, you aren't just affecting the least affluent who are on the state's Medicaid plan. You're affecting everyone in the community. Every single person loses access to health care when the clinic or the hospital shuts down. You know, we lost 2 years ago a maternity care ward in Baker City, Oregon. Tragic for the community. If you are getting ready to have a child Now you're thinking about the fact to have it delivered, I have to go at least 70 miles down I-84, and I-84 is often closed in winter due to ice and snow. Is that the stress? We want to rip health care out of our rural community and put on the stress? And I'll tell you what else happens. People simply don't get down the road for the medical treatment that they should be accessing. So here's the story. This is wrong. So we're going to introduce a bill that reverses this and says everything that was ripped out of American health care by the big ugly betrayal of a bill, we're going to restore it, and we're going to add in the same tax credits people had access to last year. That way there won't be a 67% increase for people buying health care on the exchange in Oregon, a $1,300 increase. That way the middle class will still be able to afford to buy policies. And the less affluent will still have health insurance, so they will get the care they need. And the rural communities will still have the cash flow to be able to keep their clinics and hospitals open. That's the right vision, not the vision of families lose and billionaires win. That's the whole vision of the big ugly betrayal of a bill. No, but instead a better vision. And what is that better vision? Families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share. Let's fight for that vision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this day 60 years ago, President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the law that created Medicare and Medicaid, protecting the health and well-being of hundreds of millions of American families. Those were our predecessors here on the floor of the United States Senate, and they passed that bill by the overwhelming vote, at least by today's standards, of 68 to 21, with support from senators of both parties. And they did that because they understood how vital access to affordable health care is for all Americans. It was 15 years ago that Democrats and President Obama built on that legacy with the Affordable Care Act, which expanded Medicaid and delivered affordable health care to 45 million more Americans. Taken together, Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act are three parts of one promise, a promise of health and a measure of economic security for seniors, for people with disabilities, for the most vulnerable Americans, and for Americans working hard paycheck to paycheck. 60 years ago, one senator explained that the promise of Medicare and Medicaid meant this, and I quote, "We do not intend to kick you out on the street. We are going to see you through. You are not going to become forgotten people." That's how one senator explained his vote to make sure we provided coverage under Medicare and Medicaid. Well, 3 weeks ago on the Senate floor, President Trump, with allies among the Republican senators, forgot about those people for whom that law was passed 60 years ago today, because 3 weeks ago, right here on the Senate floor, Republicans called what Donald Trump calls the big, beautiful bill. Certainly is beautiful if you're a billionaire or a very wealthy person. For everybody else, it is an ugly betrayal, because that bill passed about 3 weeks ago here on the Senate floor slashed Medicaid. It cut into the Affordable Care Act and combined cut over $1 trillion in health care to fund tax breaks for billionaires and very wealthy people, taking health care coverage away from 10 million people, even more if you count the failure to extend the tax credits from the Affordable Care Act, which will expire at the end of this year, but 10 million on the terms of that bill alone, including nearly 246,000 of my fellow Marylanders. And as others have said, this will increase the costs of health care for everybody else because it has a ripple effect throughout the insurance markets. When you start denying affordable health care to people on Medicaid, it puts upward pressure on premiums for everybody else as people go to get emergency care in hospitals and other places. Now, one of our Republican colleagues reportedly said to members of the Republican caucus, and I quote, "I know a lot of us are hearing from people back home about Medicaid, but they'll get over it." That was the quote from a Republican senator. Mr. President, I can tell you from talking to my constituents and hearing from my colleagues all over the country, the American people are not going to get over it. Because of this bill that was passed 3 weeks ago, millions of Americans are going to lose their coverage, not because they're ineligible, but because Republicans purposely put up all sorts of bureaucratic hurdles to assess accessing those health care needs. That is increasing the costs and making it harder for people to access health care. And because of the failure to extend the tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, a big part of those tax credits, which will expire at the end of this year, another 20 million Americans will see their premiums jump an average of $700 starting in January. And in my home state of Maryland, I mentioned that about 246,000 Marylanders are going to lose access to health care because of the bill passed 3 weeks ago. And if we don't fix the issue of the expiring ACI tax credits by the end of the year, 70,000 Marylanders could lose their health care coverage altogether, and they will see their premiums increase 68%. As others have discussed, rural hospitals were already in a very, very tough position across the country, and now hundreds could close. We're also seeing seniors put at greater risk in nursing homes because of cutbacks on the number of nursing staff that we normally require to make sure that people's elderly loved ones get the care they need and deserve. And these cuts will make families face impossible choices. And again, all of that, those cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to the Affordable Care Act, all for one purpose: to partially offset the cost of tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy people. And I say partially offset because even after cutting Medicaid, we're going to see an increase in the national debt of $3.5 trillion over the next 10 years, and that doesn't include additional interest on that debt. Now, by cutting Medicaid so deeply, President Trump and Republicans are hurting people at every stage of life. You know, doctors take an oath to make sure that they help people at every stage of life, from cradle to grave. What happened 3 weeks ago is going to hurt people from cradle to grave. For many, it will be an early death sentence by denying access to important care, including preventative care. Officially, death certificates may read, died from late-stage cancer, or because of an accident in a nursing home. But when you look behind that, you'll find that it's because that late-stage cancer wasn't detected earlier, or because the nurse who should have been there at the nursing home wasn't there. And that will be as a result of the bill that passed 3 weeks ago. Now, Mr. President, we believe that Donald Trump and Republican senators know better. We certainly know that they heard from their constituents about what would happen if this bill passed. Like many, I received letters from hundreds of constituents saying, please don't pass this bill. And I'm just going to read two short excerpts from a few of my constituents. Mary from Carroll County said, and I quote, my 52-year-old son is battling colon cancer and has to undergo chemotherapy every 2 weeks. He's been sick since 2019 and lost his business and cannot work. He lost everything and is living with me and on Medicaid. The chemo is enabling him to have 1 good week out of 2. If they take his Medicaid away, it will be a death sentence. That's what Mary from Carroll County said. Frank from Cecil County said, please, please, in all caps, do not pass that budget. I have an autistic son who can only work part-time at a grocery store. He's on Medicaid. If he loses his insurance, we will not be able to cover him. Please do not let this happen, please. Mr. President, I received these heart-wrenching letters from many constituents, and I know that all of us in this Senate did as well. Unfortunately, we saw over 50 senators look the other way in the face of all of those letters and instead vote for a bill that cut health care for millions of Americans in order to partially finance tax cuts for the very wealthy. We cannot allow this to continue. In fact, we need to reverse it. And that is why I am joining others on the Schumer-Wyden bill to repeal the health care cuts that were enacted in that betrayal of a bill 3 weeks ago, and to permanently extend the Affordable Care tax credits, which will otherwise expire at the end of this year. Again, 60 years ago, former senators passed the Medicare and Medicaid law. They enacted that, improving the lives of millions of Americans. 3 weeks ago, we saw the opposite happen, the great betrayal. We need to make sure that we reverse the damage that was done, and then we need to build a better health care system for every American. That's what we should be doing at this point in our history, and build on the legacy of the senators 60 years ago and build on the legacy of the Affordable Care Act. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, as my colleagues have mentioned, today marks 60 years since Medicare and Medicaid were signed into law. Democrats and Republicans alike should be celebrating that the lives that have been saved as a result of these critical programs. Members of both parties should be sharing stories about Americans who have benefited from the health care they've received thanks to Medicare and Medicaid. Unfortunately, today, my Democratic colleagues and I are not celebrating. We're angry. We're angry that President Trump lied when he said he would cherish Medicaid and that his allies in Congress wouldn't touch this essential program. We're angry that President Trump and congressional Republicans slashed nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid so they could hand billionaires a tax cut and add $4 trillion to our national deficit. And we're angry that their new law is about to kick 17 million Americans off their health insurance. In my home state of Nevada, that means up to 120,000 Nevadans will lose their health care. 100,000 of those Nevadans will lose their access to Medicaid, and another 20,000 Nevadans will lose their affordable health coverage if Republicans continue to refuse to work with Democrats to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. There are a million reasons why this new law gutting Medicaid is terrible for Nevadans and for our country as a whole. But today, I just want to focus on one, Hannah. Hannah is a young girl who lives in Nevada, and her parents shared her story with me. Now, I want to share it with you. Hannah was diagnosed with a congenital kidney disease while still in utero. The first few years of her life were full of hospital rooms, doctors, and machines trying to keep her alive. At just 2.5 years old, Hannah underwent a major surgery that finally gave her the opportunity to live like a normal kid. And she did for a few years. And then at age 9, Hannah fell into a coma. Imagine being her parents, watching completely helpless as your daughter fights something that you can't protect her from. Now, Hannah did eventually wake up, but with a new diagnosis, diabetes, a condition that nearly 270,000 Nevadans manage every day. Not just the disease itself, but the crushing weight of the costs associated with it. Over the next 2 years, Hannah's parents spent more than $5,000 out of pocket because their insurance refused to cover all of their costs for their daughter. Hannah and her family sacrificed so much just to be able to afford medication that would allow Hannah to lead a normal life. But just when they thought they would never be able to financially recover, they were able to enroll in Medicaid and receive the support they need to care for Hannah at home. Now, Hannah is able to live the life she wants to lead without the fear of medical debt pulling her family back underwater. I want to read to you what Hannah's parents wrote me. Without Medicaid, Hannah's insulin would cost more than our mortgage. Now let that sink in. The price of the medication keeping my child alive is higher than the roof over her head, even after insurance. How does that make sense? America should be about neighbors, caring for neighbors, but instead we are pushing people with disabilities to the back of the line, treating their lives as less valuable, their futures as an afterthought. I beg you to save Medicaid, not just for my Hannah, but for every child like her. My Democratic colleagues and I have worked hard to save Medicaid. And we tried to reach across the aisle to protect the 17 million Americans, just like Hannah, who could lose their health insurance because of this bill Republicans and Donald Trump signed into law. But unfortunately, President Trump insisted that congressional Republicans pass his tax cut for billionaires, and they did what they were told. So now, Hannah and her family, and millions more like them, may be forced back into medical debt. And to the proponents of this new law, who insist that kids like Hannah aren't the ones they're targeting to kick off coverage, I'd say that either they're being dishonest or they simply don't understand how Medicaid actually works. These cuts shrink the entire pot of money states rely on to fund Medicaid. Nevada and every state in this country will be forced to stretch fewer dollars to cover everyone. That almost always means tightening eligibility or cutting services so kids like Hannah and end up losing coverage, even if they weren't the type of person that Republicans singled out for cuts. It's just shameful. It's un-American, and we are better than this as a country. Now, my Democratic colleagues and I will do everything in our power to restore the health care funding Republicans have gutted. You heard them on the floor today. You're going to hear from more of my colleagues. I will say this, we will not let our colleagues forget what they did. We will not let them forget the millions of Americans, whether they are in our state or their states, that are losing access to health care, that just want to get ahead, be able to afford their health care, have access to health care for themselves and their families. That is worth fighting for. With that, I yield the floor.
From Minnesota.
Mr. President, 60 years ago today, President Lyndon Johnson and Vice President Hubert Humphrey of Minnesota, whose desk my hands sit on right now, traveled to Independence, Missouri. President Johnson signed Medicare and Medicaid into law. He chose that city for a reason. He wanted to make clear these programs deliver what their birthplace promises: independence, health, and security for millions of Americans. Before that day, 6 years ago, there was no comprehensive government health insurance in the United States. If you didn't get insurance through work, you were on your own. Before Medicare, no insurance company wanted to provide coverage to seniors. Most Americans without job-based coverage face illnesses and injuries knowing they would have to pay out of pocket. And millions, especially older Americans, kids, low-income families, went without the care they needed. They risked their health and their financial security. Today, over 110 million Americans, including more than 1 million people in my state, depend on Medicare and Medicaid. These programs cover everything from hospital visits to life-saving prescriptions to long-term care that allows seniors to remain in their homes. And these programs, along with Social Security, have driven poverty among seniors to record lows. But that promise is under renewed threat. My Republican colleagues have passed laws that cut Medicaid and Medicare, which millions of Americans rely on. They voted to cut health care by over $1 trillion to pay for a bunch of tax cuts for billionaires. These cuts will throw more than 15 million Americans off of health care and threaten the independence, not just of our seniors, but of kids, people with disabilities, rural families, and working Americans. As you know, the Medicaid cuts were right there for all to see. The Medicare, that came out of a trigger because they added so much to the debt at $4 trillion that it triggered an automatic Medicare cut of $500 billion. That sucks rural hospitals right there, and we're already seeing the effects of the anticipation of that because rural hospitals can't wait a year. They've got to show the people that run their hospitals what's going to happen. And if they think they can't make it because of these cuts and what's happening, we lose these rural hospitals. And suddenly, moms that want to deliver babies have to drive 2 hours. People want to go to an emergency room, have nowhere to go. In my state, 170,000 people from all walks of life risk losing access to the care that keeps them healthy and self-sufficient. Cuts like these nationally could close over 300 rural hospitals, 200 health centers, and over 500 nursing homes. Families caring for kids with special needs, kids with disabilities, could be left without the support that allows them to thrive, and people once again will be forced to choose between putting food on the table and filling a prescription. As my Republican colleagues attack these programs, I have heard from countless Minnesotans who are among the 71 million Americans that rely on Medicaid in particular. More than 1 in 5 in my state get access to care through Medicaid. And for seniors in assisted living, it's 1 out of 2. So when it comes to people who rely on Medicaid, one example is Lola, whose daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. A social worker advised Lola that her employer-based insurance may not cover the cancer treatments that her daughter needed and connected her with Medicaid. She said Medicaid helped completely with the transfusions, the surgeries, the T-cell therapy, and ongoing care. Lola added, using my own insurance would have caused delays, and ultimately, I would have been, for my daughter, in a life-death situation without Medicaid. Or Robbie, who after years in adult foster care now lives independently with a roommate because of Medicaid's disability waiver and community-based services. For these Minnesotans, it isn't about politics. When they call our office, we don't ask if they're a Democrat or Republican. We just help them. When they send us a letter with their stories and pleading for help, we just help them. It's about whether we as a country honor our promise that every American deserves independence, dignity, and security. Medicare, Medicaid, overwhelmingly popular with Americans. Overwhelmingly needed by Americans. It's about caring for another. It's about ensuring every American can live with a peace of mind and have dignity in their senior years, and strengthening health and prosperity in every corner of our country. On this 60th anniversary, we should be strengthening these lifelines, not dismantling them. As a nation, we have already made progress, capping out-of-pocket drug costs, and with the last administration, passing my bill to empower Medicare to finally negotiate drug prices. And what a savings if this administration will continue this program that already for the first 10 drugs saved billions of dollars. Making health care affordable, saving families thousands of dollars on therapies and hospital stays for complex illnesses. Yet today, on this milestone anniversary, we're again called to defend the very promise that began in Independence, Missouri, 60 years ago. To paraphrase Minnesota's happy warrior, Hubert Humphrey, who was there with President Johnson when he served as vice president after he was senator from the great state of Minnesota, he once said this. Hubert Humphrey said, "The moral test of a government isn't just how it treats the young and healthy. It's also how it treats the sick, the elderly, and people with disabilities." That's definitely true for government, and I believe it's a moral test for all Americans. And I urge my colleagues, let's protect the health and security that Medicare and Medicaid provide for Americans of all ages. Let's keep the spirit of independence alive so every kid, every family, every person, no matter their story, can count on Medicare and Medicaid for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
I rise today for every American who's scared. Scared about losing their health insurance. Scared about making ends meet after the passage of the Republican budget betrayal. Now, this August, my Republican colleagues are going to have to return home, and they're going to have to face their constituents. Let's see how many of them have the courage to hold town halls and actually have real conversations with their constituents and take real questions. Now, I hope my Republican colleagues are ready to explain why they gave the ultra-wealthy a $250,000 tax break. You heard that right. A $250,000 tax break while gutting Medicaid. A gut punch to people that depend on Medicaid to be able to get the care that they need for themselves or for their kids, maybe some other loved ones. The same Medicaid which helps cover the births of nearly half of America's children. Now, I hope my Republicans can answer how they could take from veterans, seniors, and children with disabilities just to hand more money to the top 0.1%. The top 0.1%, they're the wealthiest people in America. That's who were rewarded with the taking of this money. Now, meanwhile, Democrats have been listening to our constituents and hosting town halls, even in Republican-led states, and fighting back against a law that does nothing for working families and everything for the ultra-rich. Now, Senate Democrats are offering Republicans another chance to reverse the devastating cuts they just passed, cuts that will close rural hospitals and decimate Medicaid. Because Republicans have turned health care into a privilege only reserved for the most wealthy in the country. It's not the way it's always been. 60 years ago, Democrats and Republicans on this very floor, they came together to save seniors living in poverty and Americans who were suffering or dying prematurely because they didn't have health insurance. They couldn't see a doctor. This promise our government made to our nation has saved millions from illness and undue financial burdens. Senate Republicans broke that promise to the American people. Senate Democrats know that every American needs health care to survive. Now, back home in New Mexico, families are learning what this law means for their daily lives. Some already living their worst fears. They're checking their bank accounts. They're calling their doctors. They're trying to refill prescriptions while they still can. Moms and dads of the very sick kids are wondering how they're going to afford care when these cuts go through. Now, one of those moms is Carissa from Las Vegas, New Mexico. Her daughter, Aurora, was born with a chromosome 16 disorder. She had to have open heart surgery. She spent her first year of life on oxygen. Now, Aurora's a fighter. But without Medicaid, Carissa could never have afforded the surgeries that saved Aurora's life. Because of Medicaid, Aurora isn't just surviving, she's thriving. She's going to birthday parties. She's playing on the playground, dancing to her favorite cartoons. That's what the fight is all about. You know, as senators, we have the privilege to represent our constituents. But it comes with responsibility to ensure families like Carissa's can focus on healing instead of having to focus on the bills they can't afford. Now look, New Mexicans aren't looking for handouts. They work hard. They care for one another. I know it because I've lived it. When I was a kid, we moved in with my grandparents, Celedon and Nestora Lujan. Now, I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. We lived together because we had to. Now, don't take that wrong. We were also blessed to. That's how families get by in New Mexico. Medicaid's not a handout. It's a lifeline. Medicaid is American dignity. The dignity of parents focused on caring for their children, not having to argue with an insurance company. The dignity of a senior not having to choose between medicine and groceries. Earlier this month, Senate Republicans all voted to gut Medicaid and the Affordable Act. I mean, heck, some Senate Republicans are now even introducing legislation to roll back the very Medicaids that they cut on this floor just 3 weeks ago, trying to cover their tracks. By the way, these same Senate Republicans all said on this Senate floor in one way or another that they promised that they were not going to cut Medicaid. Well, I'm tired of saying, well, it's not completely true, or, oh, well, they misspoke. No, they lied. And growing up, my father told me that the cover-up is worse than the lie. I hope when they go home, they have the courage to face their constituents. So, Democrats, we're all standing here today to do what's right. Our bill will restore the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits, which will bring down costs. It will reverse Republican cuts to Medicaid, remove red tape, and prevent the closures of rural hospitals, something I think that we all agree on. So I urge my Republican colleagues, vote for your constituents. Vote to save our rural hospitals and vote to restore dignity to every American. Let's work together and reverse the damage of the Republican budget betrayal. I yield.
Mr. President.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled votes. Durbin for up to 15 minutes, Cotton for up to 5 minutes, Petty Murray for up to 5 minutes, and Mark Warner for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, from time to time I come to the floor to discuss political prisoners jailed by some of the world's worst regimes. I've often been joined in that effort to secure their release by colleagues on both sides of the aisle, including then Senator and now Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You see, despite periods of retreat on the global stage, the United States is still being seen as a beacon of hope for those who want freedom and democracy. And this American voice has always enjoyed broad bipartisan support. President Reagan certainly understood this when he famously told the Soviets, "Tear down this wall," at the Brandenburg Gate. The late John McCain understood this when he joined thousands of Ukrainians aspiring for freedom on Maidan Square. President Trump's special envoy, Keith Kellogg, understood this when he recently secured the release of several Belarusian political prisoners. And my former Senate colleague from Maryland, Ben Cardin, understood this when he passed the bipartisan Global Magnitsky Act. Many times those released from gulags overseas as a result of pressure from this chamber have even visited me here in Washington. And they note how important it is to be remembered despite their isolation. So today, I want to mention just a few cases that deserve the attention of this Senate. Let me start with the United Arab Emirates. If you follow soccer or football, depending on your choice of the name of the sport, you'll see Emirates across the uniforms of some of the most famous Premier League teams. When you think of the Emirates, you think of those teams and you wonder about the airline, but you may not think twice about human rights. United Arab Emirates, were one of that nation's top human rights defenders, Ahmed Mansour, has been imprisoned for 8 years. Mansour is considered one of the last major human rights voices in the Emirates, one tragically being held at times in solitary confinement, separated from his family. He was arrested under the guise that his social media posts advocating for human rights threatened social harmony. Despite dismal conditions of his incarceration, he remained steadfast in his commitment to human rights, even conducting multiple hunger strikes in protest of his jail conditions, the same conditions he spoke out against before his detention. Recently, his outrageous 15-year sentence was upheld on appeal. We have strong ties and a shared interest with the UAE, but its continued involvement in the horrific Sudanese civil war and incarceration of Mr. Mansour complicate that relationship. I appeal to the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to show compassion and allow Mr. Mansour's release on humanitarian grounds. And to those at the United Arab Emirates Embassy here in Washington, if you are listening to my voice, understand this. We're expecting a positive response from Mr. Mansour, and we're expecting it soon. If you ignore this entreaty, believe me, many of us will remember. Next on the list is Azerbaijan. In 2023, anti-corruption researcher and advocate Dr. Gubad Ibadoglu and his wife were forcibly dragged from their vehicle and severely beaten. He was taken to a prison well known for its torture, where he was denied medication and legal representation. What crime did he commit? Investigating and writing on the rampant corruption stemming from Azerbaijan's oil and gas industry. While he was eventually placed under house arrest in April 2024, he has still been denied a trial, legal representation, access to adequate medical care, and his family continues to suffer harassment. He is one of the many wrongfully detained individuals in Azerbaijan who should be released. If the Azerbaijan embassy is watching this presentation, we are begging you, do something to give this man a break and release him from prison. We will be watching and hope you do. Next is Tunisia, one of the most promising nations to emerge from the Arab Spring that sadly has seen President Said consolidate power, stifle defense by arresting political opponents and critics. One such case is Sonia Damani, a prominent Tunisian lawyer, political commentator who was arrested in May 2024 for her radio and television commentary. She faces 5 separate legal proceedings and an additional 10 years on pending charges. Her sister, Ramla, was also sentenced in absentia to 2 years in prison for advocating for her sister's case on social media. Ms. Damani has endured appalling prison conditions, including sexual assault and denial of basic medical care. I urge President Saeed, release her on humanitarian charges and drop any remaining charges, including those against her sister. If you're watching this presentation from the Embassy of Tunisia, believe me, we are begging you to act on this quickly, quickly. Show that you heard this. Show that you understand the severity of your decision, and understand that those of us in Congress and in the Senate will be watching carefully to see your response. Lastly, 2 cases in Guatemala, cases new President Arevalo inherited and has bravely tried to solve. The troubling jailing of journalist Jose Ruben Zamora and legal harassment of anti-corruption prosecutor Virginia La Parra. Their incarceration occurred amid multiple efforts to derail the peaceful transition of power to President Arevalo last year. Both were eventually released from prison to house arrest, but Mr. Zamora has now been sent back to prison, and Mrs. La Parra continues to face baseless legal harassment from holdovers from the previous regime. Both deserve full release and dropping of remaining charges. If the Embassy of Guatemala is following my statement, please respond, and quickly, to give these 2 people relief. We'll be watching carefully and hope that you do. Mr. President, what we do here matters around the world, for the large and small battles occurring for freedom and democracy. My friend and jailed Russian dissident, Vladimir Kara-Murza, wrote the following from his Russian gulag a few years ago, and I quote him: "The prisoner's worst nightmare is the thought of being forgotten. I always knew how true those words were." And Kara-Murza wrote, "and how important were international campaigns of solidarity with prisoners of conscience. I now feel it with my own skin. So let me remind Ahmad, Gubad, Sonia, Jose Ruben, and Virginia, you are not forgotten." Today, as I deliver these remarks, members of the families of some of these people are in the gallery. Don't give up hope. I will continue to be that voice to remind the world of the incarceration and treatment of those that you love. We need to be a beacon of hope in the United States. This is a demonstration, and we are begging these countries that are involved in these incarcerations and treatment to change their approach completely and give these people the freedom that they deserve. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Today, I urge my Senate colleagues to confirm Joe Kent as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Mr. Kent has 20 years of military service and 11 combat deployments during the War on Terror, as well as experience as a Green Beret and a CIA officer. Mr. Kent has dedicated his career to fighting terrorism and keeping Americans safe. For Joe, this mission is both patriotic and sadly personal, as his first wife, Shannon, was tragically killed while serving in Syria in 2019. America remains grateful for and honored by her selfless, valiant service to our nation, and we continue to hold Joe and their children in our prayers for their loss. Mr. Kent understands the grave threat that terrorism poses to the security and safety of Americans. He is committed to returning the National Counterterrorism Center to its statutory mission of integrating threat intelligence from foreign terrorist organizations and to getting out of purely domestic activities. These are among the reasons I call on my colleagues to support his nomination. Finally, in addition to Mr. Kent, I'd like to emphasize the urgency with which the Senate ought to confirm nominees to all intelligence and national security-related positions. Getting these nominees through the confirmation pipeline is essential to our national security and crucial to increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of our intelligence agencies. Again, I'm pleased to offer my support for Mr. Kent's nomination, and I call on my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Clarkson nomination.
Without objection.
Very exciting.
President.
I recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the National Counterterrorism Center plays a crucial role keeping our country safe. The agency is responsible for collecting and analyzing intelligence to help protect our nation from terrorist threats. It is sober, serious work that requires a level head and a commitment to putting the mission before politics, which is why I'm deeply alarmed that Republicans are charging ahead to put it under the thumb of a conspiracy theorist who espouses white supremacist views and is patently unqualified for this important role in just about every way imaginable. You're supposed to pick people with qualifications, but just about everything we know about Joe Kent is disqualifying for this role and alarming. There's his track record, chumming it up with white supremacists, from discussing campaign strategy with avowed white supremacist Nick Fuentes, to giving an interview to a guy who has defended Hitler, to rallying with the founder of a far-right paramilitary group, and let's not forget the Proud Boy that he hired as a consultant. And it's not just his connections, there's his own bigoted statements like claiming Islam is, quote, based on conquest at its core, and pushing racist replacement theory rhetoric. That is alarming stuff. Let's be frank, these are white supremacist views, and they should have absolutely no place in our federal government. And then there is his track record of politicizing intelligence, like when he was caught red-handed pushing to change intelligence reports. Facts be damned, so they would agree with Trump and attack Biden. Joe Kent also has a track record of peddling conspiracies and attacking law enforcement, from saying our country is at war with a, quote, leftist cabal, or calling to completely defund the FBI and ATF, agencies that keep Americans safe from foreign and domestic threats, or pushing the offensive and false conspiracy that the January 6th insurrection was somehow a deep state plot. You want to know who in the federal government was behind the insurrection? How about we start with the man in the White House who promised to march to the Capitol with them? How about we start with the president who calls rioters patriots? How about we start with the guy who pardoned violent cop beaters en masse? If you cannot be honest with the American people about January 6th, you have no business being trusted with protecting our democracy. It should be that simple. And let's not forget, Joe Kent was on the infamous Signalgate chat where classified attack plans were discussed with no regard for security, for law, not to mention the safety of our service members. You know what he had to say about that? He said no classified information was discussed. That was the answer he gave at his Senate confirmation hearing. Now, it's obvious that answer was a complete lie. Last week, the Pentagon's watchdog confirmed there was classified information in that Signal chat. So was Kent being intentionally dishonest, or does he not understand what classified information is? Either way, it is completely disqualifying, which, as I think I've made clear, is pretty much the pattern here. So here's my warning to Republicans. Confirming someone like Joe Kent to lead the National Counterterrorism Center makes about as much sense as putting Donald Trump in charge of releasing the Epstein files after all that we have learned. We have all the evidence we could ever need in the public record right now that he's not going to do the right thing. And we have no reason to believe he will do this important, high-stakes work in a serious, impartial manner, let alone a competent one. So, Mr. President, I'm here to urge all my colleagues to join me in doing exactly what people back in Washington State have done each time they were asked to trust Joe Kent. Vote no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my friend, the senator from Washington State, who I'm going to follow with some of her concerns. And it is pretty remarkable. So I do rise with grave concern to speak in opposition to the nomination of Joe Kent to lead the National Counterterrorism Center. And others may have already said this, but this is not a nomination we should treat lightly. The director of NCTC plays a central role in asserting and integrating intelligence on terrorist threats, both foreign and domestic. That person must be trusted to tell the truth and to uphold the core principles of the intelligence community: objectivity, nonpartisanship, and fidelity to fact. Unfortunately, Mr. Kent has shown time and again that he cannot meet the standard. Now, let me acknowledge at the front end, Mr. President, that I respect Mr. Kent because he spent much of his adult life in service to this country. He enlisted in the U.S. Army at 18, served for 2 decades as a Green Beret, deployed overseas 11 times before working as a field operative for the CIA. That record of service deserves recognition, and I do not question Mr. Kent's devotion to our country. However, that service, while admirable, cannot overcome a consistent pattern of questionable judgment and false statements at odds with the objectivity he would be expected to uphold as director of NCTC. In May, Congress received clear written evidence that Mr. Kent, while serving as Chief of Staff to Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, sought to manipulate intelligence to match a political narrative promoted by President Trump. Specifically, after the National Intelligence Council assessed that the Venezuelan government was not directing the movement of the Trindalagua gang, into the United States, Mr. Kent pressured career analysts to alter that conclusion, not because of new intelligence, but because he feared the report would be, quote, be used against the DNI or POTUS. Let me say that again. Mr. Kent pressured career, nonpartisan intelligence analysts to change their conclusions, not to reflect the facts, but somehow to protect Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. And the remarkable thing that happened next, Mr. President, is that when the analysts stood firm, they were fired, sending a chilling message to every intelligence officer tasked with protecting this country. Let me be crystal clear. I mean, Trindalagua is a violent and dangerous transnational gang. And the Maduro government, full of pretty bad folks. And nobody that I know of, least of all me, is minimizing the threat that Trindalagua poses or the importance of tracking their ideas and their activities in the United States. But our national security decisions must be based on facts, not politics. When intelligence professionals conclude, based on the best available information, that the Venezuelan government is not coordinating with that gang, their analysis, I think, has to be respected, even if it contradicts a political talking point. Distorting that analysis to score political points not only undermines trust in the intelligence community, it risks misdirecting resources and attention away from the real threats we face. Unfortunately, this incident is part of a much larger pattern, underscoring that Mr. Kent lacks the judgment and commitment to truth required of such an important position. Mr. Kent has openly embraced the lie that the 2020 election was, quote, rigged and stolen, a lie that, as the senator from Washington indicated, helped fuel an insurrection against our democracy. And he has defended those who violently stormed the Capitol on January 6th, referring to them as, quote, political prisoners, and falsely claimed that the FBI and the intelligence community were involved in directing the violence that occurred that day. I can tell you, I was here that day. That was not directed by the FBI. He's participated in the Signal Gate group, chat where Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, and other political appointees discussed classified information, carelessly putting our sailors and pilots at risk, and for which Mr. Kent, in testimony before my committee on the Senate Intelligence Committee, remained thoroughly unrepentant. During his nomination hearing, rather than reassure the committee of his qualifications or judgment, he launched into a diatribe about the so-called Russia hoax, dismissing well-documented foreign interference in our elections as if it were a partisan intervention. Down to my last 2 pages, Mr. President, the claim is not just wrong, it is willfully ignorant. The Senate Intelligence Committee conducted a comprehensive 5-volume bipartisan investigation of the Russian interference in the 2016 election. Over those 5 volumes, we detailed how Russia interfered in our democratic process, how those efforts were designed to help Donald Trump, and how individuals affiliated with this campaign welcomed these efforts. That's not a hoax. That's a fact. Matter of fact, unanimously confirmed by every member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Republican and Democrat. Mr. Kent's outright dismissal of it speaks volumes about how he views the truth, intelligence, and accountability. Nor can we ignore his troubling associations. Mr. Kent has repeatedly aligned himself with far-right extremist groups, employing a member of the Proud Boys, a white national organization, with a record of political violence and extremism as part of his 2022 campaign for Congress, a campaign for which he also solicited help from white nationalist Nick Fuentes. At a time when domestic violent extremism is one of the fastest growing threats to the homeland, we are being asked to put someone in charge of counterterrorism who has aligned himself with political violence, promoted falsehoods that undermine our democracy, and tried to twist intelligence to serve a political agenda. I urge my colleagues, particularly those who value the credibility of our intelligence agencies, to think carefully about what message it sends if Mr. Kent is confirmed. Allowing Mr. Kent to lead the NCTC would not just compromise the integrity of our counterterrorism efforts, it would embolden those who believe that loyalty to one man should outweigh loyalty to the truth. It would signal the politicization of intelligence and search for falsehoods is no longer a disqualifier, and it would make this country less safe. For these reasons, I join others and strongly urge a no on this nomination. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The question occurs on the Kent nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Taberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Capito, Cotton, Moreno, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, and Warner. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Now we have something to... Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. No. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no.
You would think on your left.
Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
Nomination is, okay. On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays 44. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Agriculture, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. Okay, go to this one. Read this. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Agriculture shall be brought to a close?
You don't need them.
The nays are required under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Young. Phyllis. Duckworth. I got you. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
Seat over here. Okay. You didn't see me say. No, I didn't. Were you taking over? No, I'm just trying it out.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Gotcha. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, thank you, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lee, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wells. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Fetterman? No. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. They're really nice.
Click your heels. There's no click.
Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Agriculture, Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, and as if in legislative session, it be in order for Senator Sanders to make motions to discharge S.J. Res. 41 and S.J. Res. 34, and if made, the Senate vote on the motions to discharge in the order listed at 9 p.m. today. Further, following the disposition of the motions to discharge the joint resolutions, the Senate vote on the motions to invoke cloture on executive calendar numbers 172 and 282, and that the mandatory quorum calls be waived. Finally, if cloture is invoked on any of the nominations individually, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader no earlier than Thursday, July 31st. And if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent that all votes after the first vote tonight be strictly 10 minutes in length.
Without objection.
President.
The Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask for a unanimous consent motion and reserve my remarks until after we've had a chance to address that motion, recognizing that we're dealing with some scheduling issues this evening. But I want to make sure that I reserve the right to actually make a statement about my unanimous consent request after we've had our exchange. So, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-151 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. This is legislation that would address the tariffs that the President is considering.
Is there objections?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like my colleague from New Hampshire, I want to make a statement after, but I want to, at the moment, accommodate the scheduling requirements of some of my other colleagues. So I want to make a unanimous consent motion, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2383, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I rise in opposition to S-2383, the Creating Access to Necessary American-Canadian Duty Adjustments Act, and S-151, the Protecting Americans from Tax Hikes on Imported Goods Act of 2025. I agree with my colleagues, who will speak in just a moment, that tariffs should be more targeted to avoid harm to small businesses. I made precisely that point at a hearing in the Finance Committee in May. Similarly, with less than 2 days to go to the August 1 reciprocal negotiation deadline, I appreciate that my colleagues, as well as our constituents, may be nervous about what comes next. However, at this juncture, these two bills are counterproductive to helping American families and businesses of all sizes. The President's historic trade negotiations are bearing fruit. President Trump already announced new trade deals with major trading partners, including the United Kingdom, Indonesia, Japan, and the European Union. I urge other trading partners to reach a deal by August 1st. Consequently, S-151 and S-2383 are counterproductive to the progress that President Trump has achieved and is poised to continue achieving in ongoing negotiations with our trading partners. On April 30, the Senate rejected the IEEPA disapproval resolution on reciprocal tariffs for the same reasons. For these reasons, I again object.
The objection is heard. The senator from New Hampshire.
On Friday, we may be facing the next escalation in the president's trade war. The tariffs that the president announced in April on virtually every country in the world are set to go into full effect tomorrow night at 12:01 a.m. Those tariffs are expected to add about $2,400 in costs for the average household per year. That's why I introduced the Protecting Americans from Tax Hikes on Imported Goods Act. This bill states clearly that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act cannot be used to place taxes on imports. If the president needs to block a dangerous product, he still can under my legislation. But if there is a real threat, I think we'd want to stop it, not just tax it. That's what my bill does. It makes clear what the federal court has already found, that IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, does not authorize tariffs. Passing my bill would give businesses and families more certainty to plan for the future and to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets. Virtually every business in New Hampshire that I've visited since the president announced his proposed tariffs has said that in addition to the tariffs, the uncertainty is as difficult for them as the tariffs. So I'm disappointed that Senator Crapo decided to block this common sense legislation. Sadly, I'm not surprised. But this bill would do so much to help families and businesses in all of our states. It would shield them from higher costs. And we've been hearing about some of these deals that Senator Crapo referred to that have been reached with the EU and Japan. But let's be clear about what those deals mean, because even after those deals, those agreements, trade agreements, Americans are going to be left paying dramatically higher tariffs. A new analysis this week found that we will be paying the highest tariffs since the Great Depression. And we saw what those tariffs before the Great Depression contributed to. Now, we just saw a deal announced with the EU by the President and Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Commission, forcing 15% taxes on imports. Now, compare that to what we were paying in 2024 at this same time. That was about 1.5%. So under this great deal that the president negotiated with the EU, Americans are going to be paying 10 times what we paid last year. And with Japan, President Trump agreed to a 15% tax. That's also 10 times what we were paying last year. So let's don't pretend that these are some big wins. The president can announce that, but they're only a slight improvement on a crisis that the president created himself. At a time when people are rightly worried about the rising cost of living, Trump's tariffs amount to a tax to make everything from clothes to housing to food even more expensive. For example, last month, home prices hit a record high, and these tariffs could add more than $10,000 to the cost of a home. Coffee prices hit a record high earlier this year, And now President Trump wants to put a 50% tariff on Brazil, our largest source of coffee. As families do their back-to-school shopping, they're going to see higher prices for clothing and shoes. Those prices could go up by 35% by the end of the year. And for new parents, just for example, the price of one stroller at Walmart went up 50% in 2 months. And there are countless more products that are facing higher prices. So let's be clear. These tariffs do nothing to bring down costs. And in fact, they could add, as I said earlier in this statement, about $2,400 to the average household's yearly expenses. That's money that most families don't have just lying around. We have all of those costs from these tariffs, and yet at this moment, 30 hours from when the tariffs are going to go into effect, we still have seen no official notice implementing any of these deals, and that includes, by the way, no clarity on whether prescription drugs coming from Europe will face a 15% tariff starting in 2 days. I had a chance to meet with a pharmaceutical company this week, and they were lamenting what the impact was going to be on prescription drug prices because of the tariffs from the EU. Last Friday, I visited the Bruckner Group in New Hampshire. They supply equipment to domestic manufacturers and import some of their specialized machines, which they make, in Europe. The machines they bring in are sold to manufacturers here in the U.S. to make everything from IV bags to toothpaste containers. They have 80 employees in the U.S. and far more work on their machines at other companies across the country. They saw orders put on hold in April, and further investments in the U.S. are delayed because they can't be certain what the tariffs are going to be that they might face. So they told me that even worse than the tariffs in some way is the uncertainty that's been created, the chaos that's been created by President Trump's announcements, because people don't know how to plan. Businesses don't know what to invest in. I believe in supporting domestic manufacturing. It's New Hampshire's third largest industry. But half of all imports are raw materials and intermediate goods, the very things that domestic manufacturers rely on. Instead of supporting domestic manufacturing, these trade policies are making future American manufacturing more expensive. And furthermore, they're threatening jobs. You know, my husband and I started out our married life owning and operating a small business. I know the hardest part of small businesses is growing and sustaining those businesses when you're uncertain about what's going to happen. And that's what these tariffs create, as I heard at Bruckner Group USA, as I've heard at every business I've visited. When I visited Bruckner 4 days ago, we had a 10% tax on everything imported from the EU. And at the time, that was set to jump to 30% this Friday. Then Sunday, we saw an agreement to set the tax at 15%, but with unclear exceptions to that tax, like, as I heard from the pharmaceutical company, with prescription drugs. I also heard from Flight coffee roasters in Bedford, New Hampshire. They're worried about the president's threat to place new tariffs on Brazil because they've already been paying a 10% markup on coffee because of these tariffs. Now they're facing a 50% tax on Brazilian coffee starting on Friday. And they have no choice but to charge consumers more. Their most popular product comes from Brazil. So this is a big hit to their business, and they can't be sure how this is going to impact their sales. And we should be clear, the U.S. has a trade surplus with Brazil. This threat is just because the president wants Brazil's independent judiciary to stop the prosecution of Brazil's former president. How is any business supposed to plan for that kind of rationale and for those kinds of swings. They need to secure financing, they need to place orders, they need to invest in order to grow in the months and years ahead. But building a new plant and moving production takes time. In some cases, it takes years. So how can companies plan when they don't even know whether the Trump tax, his tariff, is going to be 10% or 30% or something in between or something higher? New Hampshire's in a housing crisis. How can builders plan their costs when no one can tell them if there's going to be a new 30 or even 50% tax on their materials come Friday? And how can a family already struggling with high costs continue to pay the rent and put food on the table if their household expenses are going up $2,400 this year? And now on Friday, the administration is planning to make the goods businesses and families need 10 or 30 or 40 or 50% more expensive overnight. This president promised to lower the price of everything. Groceries, rent, energy. What these tariffs do is just the opposite. And we're hearing a lot of positive spin from the administration about the deals that they're striking. But let me end by making 2 points. First, we heard a lot of talk about 90 deals in 90 days. Well, we're way past that deadline, and we've seen 6, count them, 6 announcements. And it's not even clear that Vietnam has actually agreed to what the president announced. Second, I want to remind all of us that these deals all force Americans and American businesses to pay a tax rate that is far higher than what we saw before the president engaged in this trade war. I talked earlier about how for both Europe and Japan, Americans will face a tax that's 10 times higher than we paid last year. That same trend holds across every deal he's announced. With Indonesia, he agreed to a 19% tax, 4 times what we paid last year. With the Philippines, a 20% tax, up from 1.3%, so 15 times what we paid last year. And for the UK, where we have a trade surplus, again, a trade surplus, he agreed to a 10% tariff, again, 10 times what we paid in 2024. So we should be very clear. All of these rates are an increase from what Americans have been paying since April. This president has raised average tariffs from 2.5% to more than 17%, the highest level since the Great Depression. Again and again, he is adding costs to American families and businesses. And what are these costs for? They're to finance tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, for the biggest corporations. The end result of the president's art of the deal on trade is higher costs for families, uncertainty for businesses, and alienated allies who no longer view America as a reliable partner to do business with. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
These tariffs are terrible. Number one, let's be clear, they're a tax. So every tariff is going to be paid for by every consumer in this country, and it's going to be an expense for every business in this country. That's number one. Number two, these tariffs are totally chaotic and creating an immense amount of uncertainty so that businesses don't know what is the tariff from one day to the next. And the least desirable situation for any of our businesses is when there is total uncertainty about what governmental policy is. Mr. President, the challenges to our consumers and to our businesses are universal. Every consumer in every state, every business in every state faces the threat of these higher expenses that go to consumers in this incredible uncertainty that's inflicted on businesses. But my legislation, the Creating Access to Necessary Canadian Duty Adjustments Act, the Canada Act, co-sponsored by Leader Schumer, by my colleague Senator Shaheen, Senator Murkowski of Alaska, Senator Kaine, Senator Collins, Senator Markey, and Senator Wyden, focuses special attention on our small businesses. And the reason for that is, as challenging as this is for every business, it's especially so for small businesses. They do not have the margin to deal with these price swings. They don't have the margin to adjust to the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday policy changes. They don't have the margin to be able to absorb a huge hit in their expenses on the basis of whether a shipment that they were awaiting from another country was delivered on Monday or Friday. And that literally is what is happening. Our small businesses are so profoundly important to us in Vermont, and I know that's true in West Virginia. I know it's true in New Hampshire. And we have got to be doing things that help them, and we should not be doing something that really hurts them, and that's these tariffs. The impact to us on Vermont is especially acute in our proximity to Canada. Mr. President, Canada is Vermont's major trading partner. But Vermont is hardly unique. 34 states in our country have as their major trading partner Canada. So we've got to level with the American people, the people we represent. The president is suggesting that these tariffs are nothing but pure revenue for our country. You know what? It is revenue for our country, but it's revenue that is paid for by our consumers and by our businesses. And as Senator Shaheen has so eloquently stated, we have got a serious affordability crisis in this country. People who work hard, who work full-time, cannot afford to pay their bills at the end of the month. Our businesses that are operating with enormous efficiency and who are super concerned about the price consciousness of consumers and are doing everything they can to keep their prices down, but have enough of a profit to keep the lights on and keep people employed. They are overwhelmed by what is happening with these tariffs and how it is inflicting uncertainty and causing them to have layoffs. And you know what? Those small businesses do not have the pricing power that our major businesses have. They can deal with it. They've got market power. And I'm actually on their side because I don't think they should be subject to these horrible tariffs. But what I do have some appreciation for is the fact that the small businesses just don't have that margin, no matter how hard they work, no matter how carefully they plan, no matter how committed their workforce is. If you have this tariff that creates a tsunami of uncertainty and expense, that jeopardizes their ability to hang on. And let me just go through some of the effects on Vermonters that I spoke to. All of us, like Senator Shaheen, visited businesses, talked to real people. And here's what I'm hearing in Vermont. Farmers, they're having to pay already 25% more for fertilizer. By the way, that's not unique to Vermont. That's all over the country. Our dairy farmers, small margin. How do you tell them to pay 25% more? And on August 1st, by the way, it can go up to 35%. Our maple producers, we import a lot of maple syrup from Canada. We produce the most maple syrup in the United States of any state, but we cooperate with them, and it's going to create a distortion of the market and put a lot of pressure on our maple producers. Housing, as Senator Shaheen said, we get lumber from Canada. Housing is incredibly expensive. We all know that. It's true in your state, and it's true in mine. And it's one of the big threats to people having an opportunity to move into the middle class. They can't afford a house. These tariffs are sticking it to our folks in housing. And the National Association of Home Builders is absolutely opposed to these tariffs, and rightly so, because an already expensive house now is going to have a 25 or 35% increase in the cost of lumber. I mean, where is that coming from? How is that fair? How does that make any sense for everyday hardworking people in Vermont and in every state? We're losing jobs from these. Steel and car manufacturers are having layoffs. They're in Michigan, they're in Indiana, they're in Alabama, they're in Minnesota. In my state, Orvis, which is an iconic producer of elegant and exceptional fly rods, has had to lay off workers for the first time in a very, very long time, and it's all totally as a result of these tariffs. You know, small business, I know we all believe this. It's the backbone of our states. And every single one of us on both sides of the aisle, I think, sincerely believes that. But is it really a belief when we give lip service but not action to protect their opportunity to compete? And these tariffs are a killer for them. There's not a small business you can talk to that supports these tariffs and doesn't see it as an existential threat to their well-being. You know, the president on these tariffs, particularly with Canada, we had the United States, Canada, Mexico trade agreement. And that was negotiated by President Trump. And he, in his Trumpian way, bragged about that as the best deal ever. And now he's ripping it up. So what was it? The best deal ever? It actually was working. It gave stability. We had a market from Mexico up through Canada. And now that's getting ripped apart with these arbitrary actions on the part of the administration. So it's all downside here. And, you know, there's a lot of press recently about the president getting a deal here and a deal there. And in the short-term news cycle, that's regarded as a victory. But you know what? When you step back and look at what the deals are, it's a deal to raise the cost to folks in West Virginia, is to raise the cost to folks in Vermont, raise the cost for folks in Oregon, raise the cost for folks in New Hampshire. So, you know, I asked the obvious question, how is that a good deal? Maybe it's a good deal politically for the president, but it's a really bad deal for our small businesses and for our consumers. You know, the other part of this, particularly with Canada, huge tourism industry. About 20 million Canadians come to the U.S., about $20 billion. The folks from Canada, we in Vermont, in New Hampshire, feel very close to them. We feel a social, economic, political connection to them. We really value them. And there's been such an insult to them. I mean, aside from the tariff, the talk about the 51st state, the governor of Canada, that is all really uncalled for and very hurtful and very harmful. And Senator Shaheen and Senator Wyden both led delegations to Canada, where I think they were, on behalf of all of us, expressing the appreciation and respect we have for our Canadian neighbors. And we should not be doing something with these tariffs that shows massive disrespect to them. I just want to end with a few quotes from the Vermonters I spoke to. And by the way, these are Republicans, these are Democrats, they're independents. This is not a deal that relates to whose side you're on in the presidential contest. This is folks who are committed to the community they live in, committed to the employees who work for them, and care about a strong economy and a strong social life for us in Vermont. Our treasurer said, small local businesses will be hit very hard. They don't have the ability to find a different supplier and different vendors with the limited flexibility they already have. We had another, a vegetable farmer, small scale. It feels like death by 1,000 cuts. Person in healthcare, adding a tariff will either lead to drug shortages in the short term or long-term significant price increases. So there's a common sense element here that just seems to escape the United States Senate at times. We're actually pretending that this tariff is not a tax. It is a tax. We're pretending that the constant changing and whimsical nature, the arbitrary nature with which the rate is one thing today and a different thing tomorrow, doesn't have a really disastrous impact on folks who have to make real-world decisions about their ability to produce a product, to meet the obligations of a contract they've entered into, to maintain the stability of their workforce and their supply chain. It's all downside with these tariffs, and these are not targeted. You know, it's a separate question to use a tariff when you've got unfair labor or trade practices as we have from China. And I think all of us here are quite open to the proper and limited use of tariff as a tool. But this notion that tariff is a revenue source and pretending that revenue is not being paid for by our businesses and by our consumers is wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And as this policy gets implemented, we're going to lock in these price increases and further aggravate the affordability challenges that everyday hardworking Americans are feeling more acutely than ever. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President. The Senator from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague from New Hampshire, my colleague from Vermont, both giving extraordinarily thoughtful, comments. The reality is, when you talk about these deals, what you're really talking about, the Trump agreements, is essentially giving our country a few lines scratched on a napkin. There is very little there. And I so appreciate my colleagues seeking to free our citizens from crushing new trade taxes, courtesy of Donald Trump's tariffs. He slapped tariffs on things people buy from scores of countries. So he's hit cars and car parts, aluminum, beer, food, and clothing. The list goes on and on. What that means is that Americans are going to pay more to buy the things they need because Trump taxes jack up the price. This month, Donald Trump has been announcing these so-called trade deals with a handful of countries. So as I indicated, these aren't really much. The USMCA, which was something that Donald Trump participated in, was a real trade deal. It was the result of intense negotiations, a transparent process, a bipartisan vote in the Congress. I was honored to be the ranking Democrat on the Finance Committee as we worked together to get this passed. That deal produced real wins for the American people, like Oregon potato growers who were able to ship U.S. potatoes in Mexico for the first time in decades. Donald Trump's latest deals mostly consist of a tariff number, 20% on products from Vietnam, for example, with some sort of fake or vague promise that the rest will be figured out later. Instead of having an enforceable, binding agreement that opens markets to U.S. farmers and manufacturers and small businesses now, as I say, we get a little bit of verbiage put on a napkin or a piece of paper. Not surprisingly, when Trump describes the deals, his story is often enormously different from what these countries say they agreed to. For example, Japan says it will provide up to $550 billion of financing in the United States. That's fine. Donald Trump claims Japan promised to create a $550 billion fund that will be spent at his direction, essentially a personal slush fund. Meanwhile, Vietnam has not even confirmed that it's agreed to the deal that Donald Trump announced. What does our country get in exchange for these higher tariffs that are paid by our people? Significant economic pain. U.S. workers and employers are already getting battered by the trade chaos of Donald Trump. The big three U.S. automakers all announced plunging profits. General Motors lost more than $1 billion due to tariffs. Instead of making U.S. automakers better off, his new tariff scheme is going to make cars and trucks, our cars and trucks, more expensive compared to Japanese competitors. It's going to get worse. Because of Donald Trump's endless flip-flops on tariffs, the real cost of his trade taxes are going to go fully into effect in coming months. Donald Trump can do all this because he basically goes off, does his own thing, and is claiming emergency powers to pursue the tariffs. My colleagues and I are proposing straightforward legislation to clarify the president's emergency powers. We say they've got to be used in emergencies and can't be used to put tariffs on the things Americans buy from other countries. A number of our Republican colleagues have supported Senator Shaheen's proposal in the past. Putting a check on the president's power to land us in trade wars didn't used to be a partisan effort. Senator Welch, Senator Markey, a number of my colleagues and I want to exempt small businesses from having to pay Trump's emergency tariffs. That's because these small businesses are the least able to absorb big new government taxes on the materials they need to buy to make their goods. The bill my colleague, Senator Shaheen, and I are trying to pass today would rein in some of Donald Trump's worst impulses. The Shaheen legislation would clarify that the laws on the books were never meant, never to be a blank check for the president to abuse tariffs by using them as a punishment against a country, maybe multiple countries, that are hurting his feelings. At the same time, my home state of Oregon is fighting these tariffs in court with arguments that will happen tomorrow. Donald Trump and his billionaire allies aren't going to feel the impact of higher tariffs. So I guess that may be why they don't care about the millions of Americans who do care deeply and can't afford higher costs. Congress and the courts have to make clear that the tariff roller coaster in America has got to be stopped. I thank my colleagues for their leadership on this issue. I yield the floor.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to add my voice to others we've heard already, expressing grave concern about President Trump's misguided, mistaken, harmful tariff regime. Actually, it dignifies what the president's doing on tariffs to call it a regime, which implies that there's a strategy and a conceptual consistency and constancy to it. Actually, it seems to be a flurry of announcements, some contradictory and inconsistent about so-called trade deals. They vary from week to week, even day to day with different countries or the same country. President Trump calls them big wins, but these so-called victories benefit him alone, not the American people. Let's cut through the bluster and the propaganda. Tariffs are taxes. Tariffs are taxes. The American people are the ones who pay the taxes, not Donald Trump. And almost always not the countries the tariffs are directed against. American families, particularly of lower and middle income brackets, will bear the brunt of these taxes. Whatever the rate, whether it is 15%, as the president's just announced against the European Union, or 20% against other countries, or 30%, these current tariff rates cause the American people to lose. In fact, as a result of these tariffs, the average U.S. household is set to lose $2,400 in annual income. That's not Richard Blumenthal giving you that figure. It's the Yale Budget Lab, the scientists and the economists there who have no axe to grind, Republican or Democrat. They're just doing their work economically. The costs of many consumer goods that Americans rely on are also set to rise. Here are just a few. Clothing prices, 37%. Leather goods will rise by 39%. Food prices will increase 3.4%, with fresh produce specifically rising by 6.9%. Motor vehicles will rise by 12.3%, adding $6,000 to the price of the average new car. With these increases, Trump's tariff plan will burden the lowest earners in our economy more than 3 times the highest earners. Let me repeat that. Lower earners, 3 times the burden compared to higher earners. I have another key area of concern, and it's been baffling to me from the start of all this tariff talk: rising energy costs. Why would the president support a set of tariffs that raises our energy prices, so basic, especially in the highest use times in the year? Summer actually involves a higher use time than winter. My home state of Connecticut already has some of the highest electricity costs in the nation, 39% above the national average, or an extra $1,000 a year. But President's tariffs will exacerbate this situation by driving up the cost of fuel and critical grid equipment, transformers and circuit breakers. The recent projections have shown the tariffs could raise natural gas by 6.1%, oil by 2.3%, electricity prices by 0.7%. Those percentage points are real dollars in real people's pockets, actually dollars that will be taken from real people's pockets as a result of a senseless, reckless collection of taxes paid by American consumers. The costs of those utility increases will be paid by consumers. They will strain households in my state and across the nation. As a ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I have a particular interest in how these tariffs will affect our nation's veterans. The president's reckless and destabilizing tariff regime will place incredible stress on our nation's largest integrated health system, the Department of Veterans Affairs. Yes, it is our largest health care system. It serves 9 million veterans at more than 1,300 facilities across the country. It's one of the essential public institutions. The Government Accountability Office found that in fiscal year 2024, the VA spent $16.6 billion on medical services and an additional $15 billion for drugs and biologics, medical and surgical instruments, and other equipment and supplies. And yet, the administration's tariffs threaten to access the cost increasing for critical medical supplies and medications. Many of them are imported. The VA will pay more for them. The recent deal with the EU levies a 15% tariff on all imports, including medicines, including pharmaceuticals. They represent the EU's largest single category of exports to the United States, and many go to our VA, where veterans ultimately will suffer the consequences of higher costs to the healthcare facilities that serve them. European drug makers have already warned that these tariffs will disrupt supply chains, delay research, and limit access to medicine. Forcing price increases into the VA system undermines the care we owe to all who have served. Tariffs are already eroding job growth and reducing income. They're already felt in the supply chain. American business, especially our essential small businesses and those in the manufacturing sector, are already facing supply chain chaos. These businesses simply cannot easily absorb or offset the increased costs from tariffs on imported materials. I visited a grocery in Connecticut just a week ago, and the owner said to me he was absorbing the increased costs of tariffs, the percentages on tomatoes, on other produce, but he can't do it for weeks on end. Eventually, he will have to pass them on to consumers. He made very clear to me that he's now stuck between two bad choices: either eat the tariff taxes or risk going under, or pass along these costs to consumers. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he wants to restore American manufacturing, but his tariffs are actually making it harder, not easier, to build things in America. The cost to manufacturing here is rising, not declining. If he wants to reshore manufacturing, exactly the wrong way to do it is to disrupt the supply chain and increase the costs of what's necessary to build and make things in America. In short, this tariff disaster is a self-inflicted economic wound that is the product of a mindset placing a priority on vanity and vengeance. Donald Trump's vanity, because he thinks tariffs are the best thing in the world. He said he loves tariffs. And vengeance against countries that don't follow his preferences, like Brazil. Consumers are paying more, workers are losing jobs and salary, veterans are at risk, small businesses are getting squeezed. I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up to these deeply harmful tariffs. It's in the national interest that you do it. In fact, it affects our national security in a deeply harmful way. And I hope we can have bipartisan opposition to this kind of disastrous regime, which doesn't deserve the name regime. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from New York.
Mr. President, just about an hour ago, the President announced a tariff agreement with South Korea. But if passed as prologue, this so-called deal with South Korea is one where U.S. families will pay more, it will increase their costs with the rise in tariffs of 15%. It is one where bold promises are made that billions investments will come our way, but with no substance to back it up. It seems to be just another one of these so-called deals that hurts the American people. Earlier this morning, we got more warning signs that Donald Trump's foolish trade war is taking its toll on the U.S. economy. According to the New York Times, the U.S. economy slowed in the first half of 2025 as tariffs scrambled data. Scrambled is precisely the right word, or you might call it chaos. Because from the moment Donald Trump announced his so-called Liberation Day, his tariffs have ushered a season of pandemonium for markets, small businesses, retailers, and families. Just today, Ford, one of the biggest American car manufacturers, announced these tariffs will end up costing the company $2 billion a year. Big retailers like Walmart or Amazon and others have at one point or another warned of price hikes for everyday goods like clothes, appliances, and toys. The American people are worried about their increased costs of the things they buy, and yet these tariffs even raise those costs higher. This sure doesn't sound like a golden age to me. and nor does the $2,400 that households will pay extra on average under this tariff scheme by the president. Instead, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like a national sales tax on the American people, plain and simple. That's what Donald Trump's tariffs are, a national sales tax on families and small businesses. And on August 1st, if Donald Trump doesn't change course, a whole new slew of tariffs on dozens of countries will come into effect and tax the living daylights out of households and businesses even more. And look, nobody's fooled by Donald Trump's ruse. My Republican colleagues, in their private moments, know that Donald Trump is a BS artist when it comes to tariffs. His pattern is always the same. He makes wild promises, he talks a big game, but he never seems to follow through. He lies about what he says, he blames others. Just look at the so-called deal with Japan. Donald Trump hailed it for supposedly delivering $550 billion in investments. But almost immediately, the Japanese government said the real investments would be less than 2% of that figure. What nerve for Donald Trump to mislead the American people on these tariffs? But he does it over and over again. What about his supposed deal with the European Union? Again, Donald Trump howled from the mountaintops, saying Europe would buy $750 billion in American energy and would make $600 billion in new investments in the U.S. But immediately, typically, after the announcement was made, it was painfully obvious that those numbers were essentially made up. The EU stated publicly that the agreement was non-binding and they had no real plan to back it up. And tonight, the South Korea deal doesn't sound much different. A big increase, a sales tax on the American people. 15%'s a lot. And bold promises of investments that are made that never materialize, that almost vanish the day after they're announced. The only parts of these deals that are real are the real costs Americans will pay out of their pockets. Grocery prices will go up. Everyday good prices will go up. But savings, earnings, and prosperity in this country for American families will go down. Meanwhile, is Donald Trump being tough on China like he wants people to think? Of course not. On the contrary, he's giving the Chinese government greater access to U.S. semiconductors that are vital for our national security. Where it counts the absolute most, which is getting tough on China, Donald Trump's acting like a pushover. By sending them these sophisticated chips, they're going to allow China to catch up to us in things like AI and many other new technological advances. When a few years back, we worked hard to see that these vital chips were not sent to China, but in one fell swoop, without any real explanation as to the damage it will do, Donald Trump reversed it. Democrats have been fighting back against these catastrophes from the start. I am disappointed. Just a few minutes ago, our Republican colleagues chose fealty to Trump over relief to the American people by blocking Senator Shaheen's bill and also Senator Welch's bill that would have halted many of Donald Trump's tariffs and would have protected so many American small businesses. The right answer here was so glaringly obvious, but Republicans elected to worship at Donald Trump's altar yet again, even though they know these tariffs are terrible for people back home. Republicans are going to have to explain to the people back home why they are so okay with increasing their costs and abandoning them to Donald Trump's endless tariff chaos. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I just want to follow on what the minority leader and Senator Blumenthal are saying about this chaotic tariff regime, which the Trump administration, which Donald Trump himself is imposing upon country after country around the world. And I just want to begin just by saying, tariff is just a fancy word for a tax. You know, it's just a polysyllabic way of saying what a monosyllabic word means to every single American. It's a tax that is being imposed by Donald Trump on all of these products that come in from around the world. Now, on April 2nd, Donald Trump declared a national emergency over trade imbalances, slapping a one-size-fits-all 10% tariff tax, a 10% tax on the entire world, with added taxes for over 60 countries, some as high as 50%. Trump called April 2nd Liberation Day, but it wasn't. It was Obliteration Day because this tax on all of these goods that would come into America would have a dramatic impact on raising the prices for American consumers. And Trump used a faulty formula, actually, to establish this tax rate that made no economic sense, whacked our allies, placed taxes, tariffs on an island with no people, just penguins. But he imposed a tariff on it. They don't have any people there. They have no products, but they imposed a tax on it. That's how crazy, that's how poorly thought out Trump's tariffs were. And Trump's country-specific taxes, tariffs, lasted just 1 week until Trump paused them, promising 90 deals in 90 days. Well, here we are on day 112. And how many actually legally binding, enforceable trade deals does the United States have, does Donald Trump have? Zero. He's right now at 0 trade deals that are right now legally enforceable. What we have instead are press events announcing frameworks, contours, and concepts for trade deals, but all are fragile and subject to Donald Trump's latest whim. Trump announced an agreement with China 3 months ago, but yesterday threatened to reimpose 145% tariffs, a 145% tax on China and all the goods coming in from China if a deal isn't finalized by August 12th. So he announces his big victory 3 months ago, and he still doesn't have it on paper, and he's threatening to go up to 145% tax on all goods if there isn't a final deal on paper by August 12th. And that chaos by Trump and Republicans have left small businesses in our country twisting in the wind because our American companies are importing goods from all across the world. And under this current tax regime, mid-sized businesses, those with 50 to 500 employees, they're expected to cough up more than $80 billion in taxes. Let me say that again. There's going to be an $80 billion tax that American small businesses with 50 to 100, 500 employees, rather, are expected to pay this year, according to J.P. Morgan. And those are just the direct costs. Let's talk about the indirect costs. Trump's tax chaos and threats have caused the Federal Reserve to delay interest rate cuts. Today, once again, Jerome Powell, the Fed, stood pat on rates, citing elevated uncertainty from Trump's tariff threats, because it's very uncertain, the political environment, the economic environment that America is going to be living through over the next several months. And higher rates mean higher borrowing costs for anyone trying to buy a home, buy a car, start a business, pay off credit card debt. And at his press conference today, Fed Chair Powell said increased tariffs are pushing up prices. That's inflationary in our country. Inflation is running hotter than expected this year, at nearly 3% instead of 2.2%. And that's the concern which Powell has, which the Fed has, about the impact which these tariffs, these taxes are going to have upon the prices for goods sold everywhere in our country that are imported. And Powell warned that things could get worse on inflation. Tariffs haven't fully shown up in consumer prices, but those costs are beginning to be passed on to consumers all across the country, and that is a great concern which the Fed has. Trump may be angry that the Fed is keeping rates steady, but at his own policies, his own chaos is to blame. It's just a highly uncertain cloud which is hanging over the economy in our country because of Trump's tax policy on goods coming into the country. There's a hidden cost to this uncertainty. Trump's chaos, his ever-changing deadlines, leave businesses unable to plan. And small businesses, and that's 97% of all businesses in our country, they told me that they have an inability to plan, and that can be worse than the tariffs themselves, these sales taxes that Trump is imposing upon these goods. Small toy companies, mom and pop game stores in my state and across the country are begging for certainty now so they can place orders for the holiday season. These companies need to know what their shipments will cost them, and they don't know. Even today, Trump said he's going to impose a 50% tariff on Brazil, a 25% tariff on India. Well, how can small businesses plan for what the cost of those goods are going to be if they try to put them on their shelves this coming fall into the winter? Many companies are simply not placing orders because they don't know what Trump's tariffs will be in just a few weeks. Trump thinks tariffs on toys will just mean Americans buy fewer dolls. That's what the President of the United States said. Well, that's just not how it's going to work. A small independent toy and game store won't just sell fewer dolls, they're going to go out of business. A constituent small business in the toy industry in Massachusetts told me that that industry shows in June and July that it's been painting a bleak picture for this holiday season. These shows were poorly attended with significantly fewer orders than expected, and this business is expecting rising prices, reduced new product innovation, and diminished consumer buying. In other words, Trump's tariff sales tax on toys will be the Grinch that stole Christmas this year from small businesses all across our country. And to give small businesses relief and certainty, I came to the Senate floor 70 days ago to offer my Small Business Liberation Act. I did it with Senator Klobuchar, with Senator Schumer. And the bill would have provided small businesses relief from Trump's disastrous, destructive, small business killing tariffs that have been turning Main Street into Pain Street for the last 4 months in this year. The bill would have provided certainty to the constant whiplash and chaos that is President Trump's tariff policies by exempting small businesses from the baseline 10% tariffs and the country-specific tariffs that have been on pause since April 9th. Trump should exempt small businesses from his tariff games so they aren't collateral damage in Trump's trade war. In the Civil War, at the height of the Civil War, there was a saying that it was a rich man's war and a poor man's fight, because if a rich man put up money, he could buy his way out of the war. So all that were left were poor men to fight the Civil War. And that was North and South. The plantation owners in the South, the big manufacturers and textile industry in the North, they just bought their way out of the war. Well, in 2025, this is a big business war, but it's small businesses on Main Street who are paying the price. Those least able to defend themselves are the casualties in Trump's tariff war. And it's not just small businesses being put in harm's way. Studies have found that the burden of tariffs fall most heavily on working families, single parents, and women. According to the Yale Budget Lab, Trump's tariffs will cost the bottom 10% of households $1,300 this year. That's money they don't have in their pockets. So to my Republican colleagues, if you say you're for small business, prove it. If you say you support Main Street, protect it. Join me in passing the Small Business Liberation Act. Let's give small businesses the certainty which they deserve, and let's stop letting Trump turn trade policy into a demolition derby for small businesses on Main Street all across this country. That's what the Fed is warning. That is what small businesses are feeling. We just need to protect small businesses, and Donald Trump right now is absolutely creating a wrecking ball for those small businesses in our nation. Mr. President, with that, I yield back.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank the senator from Massachusetts for his advocacy for small businesses. I hadn't heard that, turning Main Street into Pain Street, but as usual, he's able to take a whole complex concept and put it into one sentence that people will probably remember more than my entire speech right now, but let me continue. So I rise today just hours before yet another self-imposed tariff deadline set by the president. He threatened our allies and trading partners with an August 1st deadline to make deals or see a dramatic increase in reciprocal tariffs. And while a few of these agreements have been announced, the result for the American people has been chaos, costs, and corruption, all up. Let's start with the chaos. The president promised 90 deals in 90 days. Instead, we've gotten more than 100 tariff changes. This way, that way, up and down, and barely a handful of vague trade frameworks, most of them announced without any details. Only one of the 6 agreements the president has announced this month has actually been signed, but even these newly announced frameworks are very thin on details and still amount to a historically high 15% across-the-board tariff on American consumers and businesses, the highest effective tariff rate in modern U.S. history. There is no way that that's a smart way to treat friends and allies, and it's certainly no way to run trade policy and strengthen our economy. Manufacturers and farmers in my state and across the country are being asked to make business decisions when the rules have been changing by the week or the day. I've spoken with small business owners who are holding back investments because they don't know what tariffs they'll be paying next month or even next week. And it isn't just chaos, it's also corruption. The administration slapped a 50% tariff on the country of Brazil, even when we have a trade surplus with them. Remember at the beginning when he was talking about, well, some countries, if we have these big deficits, it's different than the surpluses. Why would you slap a 50% tariff on a country that we have a trade surplus with? Why? Because the president didn't like the political headlines coming out of the country. That's not a trade strategy. That's weaponizing economic policy. Meanwhile, American families are paying the price. When the administration boasts about collecting over $100 billion in tariffs this year, that's $100 billion in new taxes. It's not China paying for Trump's tariff taxes. It's the people of our country. Trump's tariff taxes are the largest tax increase on the American middle class in over half a century. The president's new tariff taxes are already raising costs for American families by $2,400 a year, $300 of that in food costs alone. And according to one estimate, fresh produce could rise nearly 7% under the new tariffs that are set to take effect Friday. It's American manufacturers who are absorbing the cost when they have parts that are coming from other countries. It's American exporters like farmers who are losing markets. The markets will dry up, and it's American consumers who are feeling it at the checkout aisle. That might not mean much to the wealthy who just got those giant tax breaks, but it means a lot to seniors who are already struggling with higher grocery and prescription drug costs. It means a lot to people struggling with high costs. And I just read about how the Treasury Secretary is now talking blatantly about privatizing Social Security. In Minnesota, the Small Business Person of the Year, busy baby owner Beth Beneke, fears her business can't survive under these policies. I've heard from Mark, the CEO of a flour company in our state, who told me his business is being undercut by foreign competition that's exempt from the very tariffs that his company is forced to pay. And I've heard from Minnesota soybean farmers concerned about losing markets that they have spent generations developing. In my state, we export over $7 billion in goods to Canada every year. Canada is not just our top trading partner, it's our trusted ally. Yet under Trump's policy, we're slapping tariffs on them too. Border crossings are down, tourism is down, and it's taking a toll on our economy. That's why Senator Kaine and I got a vote on his resolution that I was proud to be the lead co-sponsor on, to say, unleash us from this. Congress, take back its power over tariffs and the power of the purse. And yes, we actually passed that bill. And it's sitting over there waiting in the House as prices go up, as chaos goes up, as corruption goes up. You know, these are real people, real businesses, real farmers, and they're trying to survive in the uncertainty while the president treats our economy like a game show. Let's be clear, I support strong trade enforcement. I backed targeted tariffs to combat unfair dumping of steel and market manipulation, especially by China. I actually went over and met with the trade enforcers in the Commerce Department a few years back and thanked them for their work and spent hours with them. But this isn't a targeted approach. What President Trump is doing is a blanket approach that punishes our allies and our own workers more than our adversaries. He's using emergency powers to bypass Congress, and they're just letting it happen, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and enacting sweeping trade taxes with little regard for the economic consequences. That's not leadership, that's abuse of authority. That's why, as I noted, I co-led the Bipartisan Trade Review Act with Senator Kaine and Senator Warner. When the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO agree like they did on that bill, you know we're doing something right. So I'll keep working to restore common sense and responsible governance to our trade policy on behalf of American families, business, and farmers. I supported the USMCA, which was a Trump trade agreement, which the president was so proud of at the time. And I would ask, why not negotiate these issues, dairy, some of the issues I know we have? Why not negotiate that within the framework of that agreement? Because it's up for review. Instead, we have this chaos. Right now, more than half of our major trading partners, accounting for 56% of U.S. imports, still don't have finalized deals. We've got 24 hours to go. The clock is ticking. But here's what we do know. This is not how you grow American manufacturing. This is not how you give farmers certainty that they can export to markets. And this is certainly not how you lower costs for the middle class. Minnesotans have had enough of these tariff taxes. They want solutions, not showmanship. They want a trade policy that works for farmers and workers and their families, and they want leaders who tell the truth about what these tariffs are. They are a tax on the people of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Oregon, please.
Mr. President, nobody in our country should be above the law. Not a politician, not a celebrity, not a billionaire, no one. The principle of equal justice under the law is so powerful that if you walk outside these doors and you look across to the Supreme Court, you will see them carved into the facade above the pillars. Equal justice under law. No matter how powerful someone is, if they commit a crime, then they need to be prosecuted. And the American people have a right to know is information is being held related to the conduct of crime. So, in regard to the Epstein files, there's only one right answer: complete and total disclosure of everything, all the details, while protecting the names of the victims. Whatever a person's political party shouldn't matter. Level of power shouldn't matter. Their net worth shouldn't matter. Equal justice under law is the vision of our nation. And if an individual is a pedophile, if an individual has raped a young girl, then they need to be held accountable. Let the chips fall where they may. Jeffrey Epstein was a monster. He groomed and abused, raped, and coordinated the rape by others of underage girls. He trafficked these girls to rich and powerful men. And as I speak here tonight, the Department of Justice has files detailing a tremendous amount of information about his operation. And in those files, we have heard from Pam Bondi, and she informed the president that the president's name is among them. Well, that doesn't mean that he was somebody who participated in a crime. He could be listed as an associate. He could be listed as a friend. He could be listed as somebody who attended a gathering. We don't know. In fact, we don't know about any of the names that are in those files, what they did. But that is the point. Names of powerful people who associated with an individual, Jeffrey Epstein, who was running an international sex trafficking ring. All of that information must be disclosed. Full disclosure is the only option. Every detail should be brought to light, and anyone who committed egregious crimes should be held accountable no matter who they are. My colleague from Oregon, Senator Ron Wyden, and the Senate Finance Committee have been investigating Mr. Epstein's financial network for years. They've been seeking disclosure. I have a letter that Senator Wyden wrote. It reveals that more than 4,700 suspicious wire transfers, adding up to more than $1 billion from just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts, and hundreds of millions of dollars in other bank accounts. What would that information show us about who they went to? What questions would it lead us to ask? And what questions would that information answer? The American public has every right to know the questions that Senator Wyden and the Finance Committee are asking. And let me be clear, that work was bipartisan work. Democrats and Republicans together calling for disclosure and accountability. In this letter, Senator Wyden notes, and I quote, Epstein clearly had access to enormous financing to operate his sex trafficking network, and the details on how he got the cash to pay for it are sitting in a Treasury Department filing cabinet. For years, so many people across America in both parties have been demanding the release of the Epstein files. But we heard a lot from a few folks who are in the administration now. December 15, 2023, Kash Patel said that Mr. Epstein's, quote, black book, quote, was, quote, under the direct control of the FBI. Well, Mr. Patel is now the director of the FBI. On October 22nd, 2024, he wasn't vice president yet, but now he's vice president, J.D. Vance, said in a podcast, quote, seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That's an important thing. On February 25th, 2025, Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was in office, said, Mr. Epstein's client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review. But suddenly we're hearing a different tune from people in the administration. we're hearing, there's nothing to see here, they're saying. Go look somewhere else, they're saying. This is not important, they're saying. But not everyone agrees with that. Let's take the Speaker of the House. July 15th, House Speaker Mike Johnson told CNN, quote, "We should put everything out there and let the people decide." On July 16th, Senate Majority Leader John Thune told Fox News, quote, "I'm always a believer in transparency. I think more is better." Well, I agree with the Speaker, Mike Johnson. I agree with the Majority Leader, John Thune. I agree that the right principle about this information is to put everything out there. Let us not forget that as the Senate Finance Committee is pursuing those information about the file transfers and what they show, that ultimately it's not about money itself, but about what money tells us and the case it builds for who did what. Because what really matters here is this: the victimization of young girls. That's what this is about. The abuse of young girls. The rape of young girls. That's what this is about. That's what transparency is about. So whether the information in the Department of Justice files are about flight and travel records, names of people who were involved in various ways, names of businesses or nonprofits, other organizations, about meetings held or communications made, whether it was by email, whether it was by text, whether it was by phone call, any immunity deals, any non-prosecution agreements, any plea bargains, any settlements, whatever it is, the American people demand transparency. Just as the Speaker of the House demanded transparency, just as the Majority Leader of the Senate has demanded transparency. This bill requires, and I quote, "No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of any of the following: embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they live." But what the law also says, the bill also says, is the information release must protect the victims and the underage witnesses. Protect those who were victims or who were underage witnesses to crimes. So information can be redacted about those victims and underage witnesses, personally identifiable information, depictions of abuse, or information that would jeopardize a federal investigation or national security. Colleagues, the question before us is simple. Will this body follow the lead of the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader of the Senate and call for full transparency? The administration has said law doesn't allow us to do it. So I'm proposing a law that gives them the power to do what they have said they'd like to do: transparency. Will we instead object to this law to protect perpetrators of crimes against girls? That's the question tonight. Will we protect our children? Or will the information be withheld? Will we fail to demand it, fail to adopt this law to ensure that it's delivered in order to protect the powerful? That's the choice. Protect the victims, be on their side, pursue justice, or protect the powerful. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2557, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Objection.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, for years Democrats have ignored this issue. Now they can't stop talking about it. Maybe it's because Democrats are trying to distract from their extreme, unprecedented obstruction here in the United States Senate. As of this morning, there were 147 qualified nominees awaiting confirmation by the United States Senate. Many were approved by committee with Democrat support. These aren't controversial nominees or individuals. They're patriotic Americans patiently awaiting for their opportunity to serve their country. Some have quit their jobs. Others have sold their assets. But this Democrat-Trump derangement syndrome is holding them back. So far this year, Democrats have allowed exactly zero nominees to be confirmed by voice vote. This is a drastic departure from the norms and traditions of the United States Senate. It's very different from how Republicans treated Democrat nominees when we were in the minority in 2021. Or maybe, Mr. President, it's because Democrats don't want to talk about their dreadful poll numbers, the lowest in 35 years. It is front-page news. Senate Republicans included a provision that addresses this very issue in the appropriations bill that Democrats are currently holding up. They're stopping the progress on the bill that addresses this. Either way you cut it, Mr. President, this exercise is a Democrat distraction, and therefore, Mr. President, I object.
Objection heard.
Regular order.
The
Mr.
Senator
President.
from Oregon has the floor.
Mr. President, I ask my colleague to yield to a question. He has chosen not to, and that is his right. But the question I would ask this: if the Speaker of the House is demanding transparency, if the Majority Leader of the Senate is demanding transparency, if the American people are demanding transparency, if my colleagues who have said time and time again, just months ago, there should be transparency, then why does my colleague come here and object to transparency? What is that they know that they don't want the American people to know? To withhold this information is an assault on justice, and it is absolutely wrong, and we must continue to demand that the rich and powerful are not shielded from the full force of justice if they have perpetrated crimes against underage children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it feels like every single day the Trump administration finds new ways to defy the rule of law. They will tear families apart, decimate local businesses, and deceive the public in order to distract from their own failures and scandals. And nowhere has this been clearer than in their cruelty towards immigrants. Now, as I've said time and again, this administration is not really just focused on cracking down on dangerous, violent criminals. We hear that from them all the time, but we know in practice, it's far from that. If it was just deportation operations focused on dangerous, violent criminals, there would be no discussion, there would be no debate, there would be no disagreement. But that's not what this administration is doing. They are going after all immigrants. The vast majority of those that have been arrested and detained, and many of those deported, many without due process before being deported, are not convicted criminals. Don't just take my word for it. These are statistics and data coming out of ICE themselves, the Department of Homeland Security. But through their indiscriminate raids, this administration is arresting not just undocumented immigrants, but lawful permanent residents as well. There are United States citizens that have been arrested and detained, even veterans. Think about that. Individuals who have served our country, prepared to pay the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our nation and our democracy, now being rounded up indiscriminately. And if you think I'm exaggerating with this concern, let the comments coming out of the Department of Homeland Security just yesterday leave no doubt. A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson declared for the first time, now I want to make sure I get this right, so I'm going to quote, illegal aliens who claim to be recipients of DACA are not automatically protected from deportations, end quote. She went on to say that DACA recipients should now self-deport from the United States. Think about what that means. The Trump administration is saying that these young adults who were brought to the United States as children and who have lived here, who have studied here, and who have worked here legally. Let me emphasize that. Worked here, studied here, lived here legally since the year 2012, thanks to the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. This administration is saying now that they have no right to be here, that they could be deported or maybe should be deported at a moment's notice, or worse, that they should choose to leave their families and their communities for countries that they've never known. Mr. President, the whole point of DACA is protection from deportation, because these are not criminals or some danger to society. These are young people who have lived in the United States for as long as they can remember. These are young adults who, as kids, were on your Little League team or in your Girl Scout troop. For God's sake, they're part of our communities. And they're young adults who have now grown up to be lawyers, to be doctors, to be teachers, and who have more love for everything that this country stands for than anyone threatening them in Trump's Department of Homeland Security. But this week, the Trump administration is now telling them that they should be arrested and thrown out of the only home they've ever known in an attempt to satisfy Donald Trump's quest for political points or an arbitrary quota. So to the Trump administration, let me say this. You cannot claim to love our country at the same time you're trying to destroy our future. Already this administration has worked to cut health care for millions of Americans, including DACA recipients. They're cutting education benefits and opportunities for DACA recipients, but now they're threatening to arrest DACA participants as well. It's exactly what's been happening in my hometown of Los Angeles last month when masked immigration officials, unidentified and masked immigration officials carrying weapons raided a car wash in Temple City. It was there that they confronted and arrested Javier Diaz-Santana. Let me tell you about Javier, and I really, really hope you're listening, not just with your ears, but with your hearts. Javier Santana is 32 years old. He's a DACA recipient. He's deaf. and he's been working at a car wash 6 days a week for the last 5 years. Immigration officials confiscated his identification. They confiscated his cell phone. They proceeded to handcuff him, put his hands behind his back in handcuffs, leaving him no way of communicating. You need to be able to use your hands to communicate with sign language. They deprived him of his ability to communicate. This young man is a DACA recipient who has been in the United States since he was 5 years old. He has no criminal record. His immigration removal case has been closed, and he was issued a work permit by USCIS. He is a son. He is a brother. He is a friend. Colleagues, he is a human being. Just one of many cases. So don't tell me the Trump administration is following the law when we hear cases like this. And don't tell me that the administration is only targeting dangerous, violent criminals, because the data proves otherwise. As Jose's family was scrambling to find details about where he was, where he had been taken, DHS quickly whisked Javier out of Los Angeles all the way to El Paso, Texas. His family feared that he could be deported, or he had been deported, not only to a country he doesn't know, but to a country whose language he doesn't speak. But for as tragic and as heartbreaking as Javier's story is, he's not alone. There have been more and more stories of DACA recipients being arrested and detained. And the fear is just growing across communities. One thing is certain: this mass detention and deportation operation will go down in our history as a stain, a dark chapter in our nation's history, an outrageous moral failure intentionally caused by this administration. Because for all the tough talk, this is not just politics as usual. In fact, when the DREAM Act was first introduced over 20 years ago, it was bipartisan, and it enjoyed bipartisan support for most of the last 20 years. And even today, polling shows an overwhelming majority of the American public supports DACA recipients. Yes, both Republicans and Democrats across the country. Now, Democrats and Republicans in Congress have supported the DREAM Act for most of the last 20 years. And I think in our private conversations, I sense that bipartisan support is still there. And I can't wait for it to resurface. Let the public statements on both sides of the aisle, the political will on both sides of the aisle, reflect what we are saying behind closed doors. Because the only thing that we're seeing publicly is the Trump administration going out of their way to enact a policy of cruelty. But it's exactly what we've come to expect 6 months into this administration, using immigrants as scapegoats for the administration's failures. The administration creating a spectacle in their attempt to distract and deflect. But make no mistake, Americans will not soon forget what this administration is doing to their neighbors, to their coworkers, to their friends. Now, this story doesn't end the way you think it might, because we will continue fighting not just to stop these outrageous arrests, but we will not rest until we enact real and permanent protections for DACA recipients who contribute so much to our country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 2776 and in accordance with the provisions of Section 601b3 of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act of 1976, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations of further consideration of S.J. Res. 41 and S.J. Res. 34.
The motions are pending.
Mr. President, let me begin by stating what the debate we're going to have this evening is about and what it is not about. It is not about whether anyone in this Senate disagrees that Hamas is a terrorist organization which began this war with a brutal terrorist attack on October 7th, 2023, that killed 1,200 innocent Israelis and took 250 hostages. Everyone agrees with that. The International Criminal Court was right to indict the leaders of Hamas as war criminals for those atrocities. And I think most of us agree with that. There is also, I believe, no disagreement as to whether or not Israel, like any other country similarly attacked, had a right to defend itself. Clearly, it did. And in a certain sense, Mr. President, this debate is not really about Israel. It is about the United States of America and whether we will abide by U.S. and international law, or whether we will continue to contribute billions of dollars to an extremist government in Israel, which has caused an unprecedented humanitarian disaster in Gaza. This debate is whether or not the United States of America will have any moral credibility on the international scene. Whether or not we will be able, with a straight face, to condemn other countries who commit barbaric acts if we don't stand up tonight. That is what we are debating. Mr. President, the vast majority of the American people and the world community understand that the Netanyahu government in Israel has gone well beyond defending itself from Hamas. Over the last 21 months, it has waged an all-out, illegal, immoral, and horrific war of annihilation against the Palestinian people. This war has already killed some 60,000 Palestinians and wounded more than 143,000, most of whom are women, children, and the elderly. In a population of just over 2 million people, that's all that there are in Gaza, more than 200,000 have been killed or wounded since this war began. That, Mr. President, is 10% of the population of Gaza. 10% of the population of Gaza in the last 21 months has either been killed or wounded. Mr. President, to put that into scale so that we as Americans can understand the enormity of what is happening there, if that kind of destruction happened here in the United States, if 10% of our population were killed or wounded in a war, it would mean that 34 million of us would have been killed or wounded. The toll on Gaza's children is unspeakable, and it is literally hard to imagine. The United Nations reports that more than 18,000 children have been killed since this war began. Just this morning, the Washington Post published a list of all of these children's names. And Mr. President, I asked that these names be entered into the congressional record. And here is...
Without objection.
Mr. President, here is the list. These are the names of children published in the Washington Post today that have been killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. And I should mention that more than 12,000 of these children were under the age of 12, and more than 3,000 children in Gaza have had one or more limbs amputated. That is how this war has impacted the children in Gaza. But it is not just the horrific loss of life that is taking place there. New satellite imagery shows that Israel's indiscriminate bombardment has destroyed 70% of all structures in Gaza. 70% of all buildings in Gaza have been destroyed. The UN estimates that 92% of housing units have been damaged or destroyed. Most of the population is now living in tents or other makeshift structures. And let us not forget, over the last 21 months, these people, most of whom are poor, have been displaced time and time again, told to go here, told to go there, told to go there, moved around, and often with no possessions other than the clothing on their backs. Mr. President, the healthcare system in Gaza has been destroyed. Most of the territory's hospitals and primary healthcare facilities have been bombed. More than 1,500 healthcare workers have been killed, as well as 336 UN staff. Gaza's civilian infrastructure has been totally devastated, including almost 90% of water and sanitation facilities. Raw sewage now runs all over Gaza. Most of the roads have been destroyed. Gaza's educational system has been obliterated. Hundreds of schools have been bombed, and every single one of Gaza's 12 universities has also been bombed. And I should mention there has been no electricity in Gaza for 21 months. Mr. President, all of this is a horror unto itself. But in recent months, the Netanyahu government's extermination of Gaza has made an unspeakable and horrible situation even worse. From March 2nd to May 19th, Israel did not allow a single shipment of humanitarian aid to come into Gaza. No food, no water, no fuel, and no medical supplies for a distressed population of 2 million people over a period of 11 weeks. Since then, Israel has allowed a trickle of aid to get into Gaza, but nowhere near enough to meet the enormous needs of a population besieged for so long. Mr. President, when you cut off all food to a population, what happens is not surprising. People starve to death. And that is exactly what Israeli policy has deliberately done. It is causing mass starvation and famine. Children and other vulnerable people are dying in increasing numbers. In the last 2 weeks, dozens of young children have died from starvation. Starving mothers cannot breastfeed their infants, and no formula is available, and certainly no clean water to make it in any case. Hospitals have run out of nutritional treatments, and doctors and nurses who are already treating the desperate, they themselves are going hungry and are fainting from hunger. The World Food Program says that the food crisis has reached, quote, new and astonishing levels of desperation, with a third of the population not eating for multiple days in a row, end quote. Just yesterday, the gold standard UN-backed food monitoring group, the IPC, issued a new report saying, and I quote, "The worst-case scenario of famine is currently playing out in the Gaza Strip," end quote. When mass death from starvation begins, it is difficult to reverse. Aid groups say it will soon be too late to stop a wave of preventable deaths in Gaza, all of which is the direct result of the Israeli government's policies. Mr. President, what I'm going to describe now is gruesome, but I think it is important for us to understand what is happening to the children in Gaza. Mark Browner, an American doctor who spent 2 weeks in Gaza in June, described the situation. This is an American doctor who was in Gaza, quote, "A lot of the children have already passed the point of no return, where their physiology has eroded to the point where even refeeding could potentially cause death itself. The gut lining has started to auto-digest, and it will no longer have adequate absorptive capacity for water or for nutrition. Death is unfortunately imminent for probably thousands of children," end of quote. That's an American physician who was in Gaza in June. Mr. President, what the extremist Netanyahu government is doing now is not an effort to win a war. There is no military purpose in starving thousands and thousands of children. Let us be clear. This is not an effort to win a war. This is an effort to destroy a people. Having already killed or wounded more than 200,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children, the extremist Israeli government is using mass starvation to engineer the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. They are trying to drive a desperate people out of their homeland to God knows where. This is not my speculation. This is what Israeli ministers and officials are saying themselves. A few months ago, the finance minister vowed that, quote, Gaza will be entirely destroyed, end quote. Just last week, another current Israeli minister said, quote, all Gaza will be Jewish. The government is pushing for Gaza being wiped out. Thank God we are wiping out this evil, end quote. Another Likud member of the Knesset and former minister called for, quote, erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth, end quote. And in the West Bank, not Gaza, in the West Bank, we see this agenda being carried out clearly and methodically, with more than 500,000 Israeli settlers now illegally occupying land integral to any future Palestinian state. Earlier this month, the Knesset even approved a non-binding motion in favor of formally annexing the West Bank. This slow-moving annexation is backed by violence. Israeli security forces and settler extremists have killed thousands of Palestinians in recent years. Israeli settlers brutally beat a young American to death earlier this month. Just this month, an American citizen was beaten to death. The 7th American killed in the West Bank since 2022. Despite a demand from President Trump's ambassador to Israel, this is Trump's ambassador, Mike Huckabee, no one has yet been held accountable for these deaths. Mr. President, people around the world, all over the world, are outraged by what is going on in Gaza right now, and countries are increasingly demanding that Netanyahu's government stop what they are doing. France and Canada have said that they will recognize a Palestinian state. The United Kingdom has said it will do so as well if Israel does not immediately end this war and surge humanitarian aid. And at the UN last month, 149 countries voted for a ceasefire resolution condemning the use of starvation as a weapon of war and demanding an end to Israel's blockade on humanitarian aid. But it is not just the international community. Just yesterday, Gallup, one of the best polling organizations in our country, released a new poll that shows that just 32% of Americans support Israel's military action in Gaza, while 60% oppose it. 32% support it, 60% oppose it. To my Democratic colleagues here in the Senate, I would point out that only 8% of Democrats support this war, and I would also point out that just 25% of independents. And to my Republican colleagues, I would point out that more and more Republicans are beginning to speak out against the atrocities of this war and the fact that billions and billions of taxpayer dollars are going to a government in Israel waging an illegal war. Further, Mr. President, recent Economist YouGov poll shows that just 15% of the American people support increasing military aid to Israel, while 35% support decreasing military aid to Israel or stopping it entirely. Just 8% of Democrats support increasing military aid to Israel. Mr. President, the American people are haunted by the images coming out of Gaza, and these are some of those images. These are desperate children with pots in their hands, crying, begging for food in order to stay alive. And that's what the American people are seeing every night on TV, on the internet, in their newspapers. These are emaciated children, their bodies in some cases barely more than skeletons. The American people are seeing miles and miles of rubble where cities and towns once stood. They're seeing innocent people being shot down while they wait online to get food while they are starving. Over 1,000 people have been killed waiting online to get food because they are starving. Mr. President, despite these war crimes carried out daily and in plain view, the United States has provided more than $22 billion for Israel's military operations since this war began. $22 billion. One estimate based on Brown University research calculates that the United States has paid for 70% of the Gaza war. In other words, American taxpayer dollars are being used to starve children, bomb schools, kill civilians, and support the cruelty of Netanyahu and his criminal ministers. And that, Mr. President, is why I have brought these two resolutions of disapproval to block offensive arms sales to Israel. SJ Res 34 would prohibit the U.S. taxpayer-financed $675 million sale of thousands of 1,000-pound bombs and many thousands of JDAM guidance kits. And SJ Res 41 would prohibit the sale of tens of thousands of fully automatic rifles, assault rifles. These arms sales clearly violate the Foreign Assistance Act and the Arms Export Control Act, which prohibit selling arms to countries that violate international law by killing civilians and blocking humanitarian aid. And very few people doubt that that is exactly what Israel is doing. If you want to obey the law, vote for these resolutions. The rifles in question will go to arm a police force overseen by far-right extremist minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who has long advocated for the forcible expulsion of Palestinians from the region, who was convicted of support for terrorism by an Israeli court, and who has distributed weapons to violent settlers in the West Bank. Ben-Gvir has formed new police units comprised of extremist settlers and has boasted about how many weapons he has distributed to vigilante settlers in the West Bank. And you want to give him more rifles? That's what one of these resolutions is about. These are rifles the Biden administration held back over fears they would be used by extremist Israeli settlers in the West Bank to terrorize Palestinians and push them from their homes and villages. Mr. President, U.S. taxpayers have spent many, many billions of dollars in support of the racist, extremist Netanyahu government. Enough is enough. Americans want this to end. They do not want to be complicit in an unfolding famine and daily civilian massacres. And we here in Congress tonight have the power to act. No more talks, no more great speeches, but tonight we have the power to act. The power to force Netanyahu and his extremist government to end this slaughter. The time is long overdue for Congress to use the leverage we have, tens of billions in arms and military aid, to demand that Israel end these atrocities. At a time when Israeli soldiers are shooting civilians trying to get food aid on a near daily basis, when extremist settlers are pushing Palestinians from their homes in the West Bank, and when Gaza is witnessing mass starvation as a result of Israeli government policy, the United States should not and must not be providing more weapons to enable these atrocities. Mr. President, whatever happens tonight, history will condemn those of us who fail to act in the face of these horrors. And I would yield the floor. Senator Welch from Vermont.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Mr. President.
Vermont is recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, thank you. The starvation, the mass starvation in Gaza must end. The forced displacement of 2 million Palestinians in Gaza must end. Mr. President, we all condemn Hamas. We support a Jewish independent democratic state. We want a ceasefire and we want the hostages home. But a colleague in the other body stated what needs to be said. It's the most truthful and easiest thing to say, that October 7th in Israel was horrific and all hostages must be returned. But so is the humanitarian crisis and starvation happening in Gaza. And that is happening with U.S. complicity. And it is time for us to stop complying. Let's face it. Let's face the facts and not ignore them. The starvation that we're seeing today, it's not unforeseen. It's not the unintended, unfortunate consequence of war. The starvation we're witnessing today is the self-conscious result of a military policy to concentrate the Palestinian population into an ever smaller slice of land. The starvation that we're witnessing today, it's an advanced and accelerating stage of a military strategy that's being executed by the Netanyahu government to force Palestinians out of northern Gaza and to induce them to leave the territory altogether. And Palestinians, compelled by hunger and thirst, are being forced to make their way to a handful of sites which our closest allies uniformly condemn as a drip feeding of aid. And in fact, aid was totally cut off by Israel for over 2 months. How in the world did they justify doing that? And from the earliest days after October 7th, we witnessed this plan of systemic and wanton destruction that included destruction of homes, destruction of mosques, hospitals, and schools. This was done. This is fact. We may not want to face it, but it was done with bombs that were provided by American taxpayers and approved by this Congress. Israel unleashed the most deadly and destructive aerial bombardment campaign since Vietnam. More than 200,000 buildings were destroyed. Thousands of children were killed and injured. Thousands are amputees. And in just the last 3 months, May, June, and July, the Netanyahu government campaign has continued, and thousands more homes have been flattened by controlled demolitions. That literally means that military folks go up to a home, wire it, and blow it up. It's a home. Thousands more have been demolished by bulldozers. Israeli forces have bulldozers and they flatten the home. You know, it's too late. It's too late for the 60,000 plus people that have been killed in Gaza. But it is absolutely not too late for the United States Senate to act. We are at an absolute catastrophic inflection point. And I believe, Mr. President, that the United States, in fact, does have an obligation under humanitarian law to act. And I do believe that the American people, in your state and in mine, whether they have been supportive of Israel or not, are horrified at what is happening to innocent people in Gaza. We have an obligation to act, because if we do act, we can help save thousands of lives of Palestinians who, as we speak, are starving. You know, some folks take the position that the suffering and starvation will end when Hamas lays down its arms or releases the remaining IDF hostages. Every single one of us wants that day to come. But you know what? We have to ask ourselves a frank question. Is it right? Is it just to use as a tool of warfare the starvation of an innocent population? And I believe it doesn't. International law says that's not allowed. It's a crime to starve a population to get what you want from your enemy. It's illegal and cruel to starve children to obtain a battlefield advantage. Yet the Israeli government under Prime Minister Netanyahu has said it, that it's doing that. That's what it's doing. It is so long past time for us to say enough. It's long past time to say no. The United States will not stand by while hunger is being used as a weapon of war. And Mr. President, we cannot separate the current starvation in Gaza from the Netanyahu government's strategy of forcibly displacing Palestinians from their land. You know, the leaders of Israel have explicitly stated their vision for Gaza. So this is not like a discussion or a debate trying to figure out what's the story. Prime Minister Netanyahu said, "I don't care about the tactics," and ordered military officials to, quote, destroy the homes, bomb everything in Gaza. He said that. Finance Minister Smotrich, he said, quote, "Gaza will be totally destroyed. Civilians will be sent to the south to a humanitarian zone, and from there they will start to leave in great numbers to third countries." Heritage Minister Eliyahu last week said that the Israeli government, this is last week he said that, was rushing toward Gaza, being wiped out and driving out the population. There's no mystery about what the agenda here is under the Netanyahu government. So, Mr. President, you know, we're here to debate a continuation of American military weapons that are being used to implement the Israeli Netanyahu government policy. But we're doing it at a time when the horror of starvation has become apparent to everyone. And I applaud President Trump for saying it like it was. There is starvation in Gaza, and then being in conflict with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who still denies it. But America's closest allies are calling for an end to the war. America's closest allies are wanting to cut off the shipment of weapons that sends a green light to Netanyahu's extremist government. And yet, we're here today where just 2 weeks ago, President Trump, in fact, indicated that he intends to ship another $500 million worth of 2,000-pound bombs and 1,000-pound bombs to the Netanyahu government. So, Mr. President, today we're here to debate, once again, whether we as representatives of the American people and the American taxpayers, people who want peace, who want the hostages home, but are horrified at the starvation and the destruction of innocent civilian lives, the wholesale destruction of buildings and communities, whether we should continue to provide those weapons to Israel. These bombs, by the way, are in addition to the 70,000 tons of explosives, 70,000 tons that have already been dropped on Gaza. And that's the equivalent of 6 Hiroshima nuclear explosions. Those bombs, as Senator Sanders said, have been used to destroy more than 200,000 buildings in Gaza. That's more than 3 times the number of buildings in Manhattan. The bombs have killed thousands of kids. The equivalent of a classroom full of children every day has been killed in this conflict, a classroom. And let me tell you just about one strike. It was caused with a U.S.-provided JDAM. On June 30th, a month ago, a 500-pound bomb struck a crowded beachfront cafe in Gaza, the Al Baqa Cafe. People were having coffee. How in the world they had the ability to do that with the destruction all around them? Amazing. But CNN reported that 40 people were killed, dozens were injured, including a 4-year-old child and a well-known filmmaker. A couple that had recently become engaged, just think about that. They got engaged in the midst of this destruction, showing that despite all this violence, they had hope for the future. They had love for one another. They had that capacity amidst this enormous suffering to see a future and want to be part of it. Dead. Mona, who was the woman, was an engineering student, spoke fluent English, volunteered with orphans, and she was out for a break with her friend. Miriam Saleh, she was a young painter who grew up in a refugee camp. She painted murals and dreamed of a career as a digital artist. She's dead. You know, the Netanyahu government claimed we're targeting terrorists. Who knows? Was there a, quote, terrorist there? There was nobody in combat. So we've got to stop. We've got to stop. And the question for this country is, will we stop being complicit in this destruction? Mr. President, I yield back.
Let me yield to Senator Merkley for 10 minutes.
Mr. President.
Morgan is recognized.
Following the attacks of October 7th in 2023, Israel had every right to go after Hamas. But how they do so matters. Indiscriminate bombing with massive casualties among women and children is horrific, completely unacceptable. Blocking food and medicine with the goal of inducing starvation is horrific and unacceptable. And that is true under any religious or moral code. Let me tell you about a few children the AP reported on a couple weeks ago. 4 children who starved to death, ranging from 4 months old to 2 years old. Picture that little child in your arm. Their legs and arms just a twig. Their ribs showing every indentation. And then finally, their body, as it goes through malnutrition, starts to consume itself, and they died of gastric arrest. Their stomachs and ability to absorb nutrition shut down, and they died. The hospital they were at, the patient's friend's hospital, had run out of emergency nutrition supplies. There are supplies that are specially designed for malnutrition among children. There are high-calorie biscuits and a high-calorie peanut paste enriched with milk powder that often goes by the name Plumpy Nut. It's designed to help children. It has a long shelf life. It doesn't have to be refrigerated to help save them from severe acute malnutrition. Couldn't we have enough such assistance that no child would be starving to death in Gaza? Organizations across Gaza have been running out of these supplies. UNICEF warned that their locations are running out. In fact, they said they would run out of this high nutrition assistance for children 2 weeks from now. Doctors working with malnourished children are saying the wards are quiet. And if you've been around a ward of children, you know that they are not quiet. But why are these children quiet? Because they don't have the energy to cry. Nora has an 11-month-old son. He's deeply malnourished. He's missing his major developmental milestones. And she says, "My son is supposed to be drinking formula milk, but there is none." and I am barely able to breastfeed. My milk has almost dried up because I'm also not eating well. And in fact, Nora is in better condition than many other mothers because many mothers across Gaza were unable to breastfeed at all because of their own malnourishment. Sama, another mother, relays that her family was driven from their home by airstrikes, certainly true for almost every family in Gaza. And she says, I am pregnant, but I have not eaten anything since yesterday. Dr. Mohammed Fadlallah of Doctors Without Borders says the Gaza health system is overwhelmed and it's collapsing. And a Doctors Without Borders report says that doctors and nurses are doing their best with dwindling supplies amidst near daily mass casualty incidents, and that their clinics report treating hundreds of people injured at food distribution sites and from ongoing attacks, while their doctors and nurses are working day after day, shift after shift, without eating themselves. The suffering is unimaginable. I've called for international reporters to be allowed in so we could all see exactly what is happening. I've called for members of Congress to be allowed in, to bear witness to what is happening. But the Netanyahu government has said no reporters, no members of Congress. More than 60,000 Palestinians have been killed, widely reported. But understand this, 18,500 of them were children. According to reporting by Associated Press, more than 80 children have died from malnutrition-related causes. And for every child who dies of malnutrition, there are thousands more in deep trouble. UNICEF, on a July 25th report, said 320,000 children are at risk of acute malnutrition, with thousands already suffering from severe malnutrition, the deadliest form. This headline from the Washington Post, 60,000 Gazans have been killed, 18,500 were children. These are their names. That was in today's paper. Take a look at it, colleagues. Take a look at the pages of microscopic names, all children, and every name here on this poster, a child who is less than a year old. These are not just numbers. These are individuals beloved by their family, children who are dying, children who are deeply malnourished. Let me read you a couple names to remind us all of the fact that these are individuals just like you are an individual, just like I am an individual, my friends, my colleagues. Anissa Ali, Dia Saleh Musa, Basel Abu Jasser, Malik Abu Saif, Wael Asaf, Sama Darwish. All these children, almost 1,000 of them under the age of 1. They never got a chance to pursue their dreams. They were cut down by bombing and by malnutrition. The IPC, the world's leading hunger monitor, published a report on Tuesday. And I have that report here. Let me hold it up. This report, it says, and I quote, "The worst case scenario of famine is playing out in the Gaza Strip." The worst case. The World Food Program reports that hunger in Gaza has reached, quote, "astonishing levels of desperation, and a third of the population is not eating for multiple days in a row." But what do we hear from the head man, the leader in Israel, Netanyahu, he says on Sunday, this past Sunday, quote, "There is no starvation in Gaza." Let me be clear, that is a lie. The world knows it is a lie. We know that it is a lie. Donald Trump knows that it is a lie. President Trump said on Monday, quote, "Some of those kids, that's real starvation stuff. I see it, and you can't fake that." The use of food and water and medicine as a weapon of war against civilians, including against the children, the ill, the elderly, the women, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable under international law. It's unacceptable under any religious or moral code. I have much more to share on this topic. Many more facts I'd like to present. But I want to make sure that my colleague from Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen, gets an opportunity to share his thoughts. Now, we have called on addressing starvation, the lack of food, going way back to January of last year, 19 months ago. We called on the Biden administration. We've called on the Trump administration. He has been a leader understanding and reporting so many facts to help the rest of us understand what is going on. I will be voting against any weapon of war provided to Israel until every child and every woman has adequate nutrition in Gaza. My colleague, I yield to my colleague.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Maryland.
And I thank the senator from Oregon. And I rise. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Senator Van Hollen for up to 10 minutes, Senator Durbin for up to 2 minutes, Senator Risch for up to 5 minutes, and Senator Sanders for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the transfer of over $675 million of U.S. taxpayer money to finance 1,000-pound bombs and 20,000 fully automatic rifles and other offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government. The humanitarian situation in Gaza has gone from horrible to hell on earth. Yesterday, we reached the grisly marker of over 60,000 people killed in Gaza, over half of them women and children, and the number could be much higher. More than 133 people have died of starvation, over 80 of them children, most of them this month. Experts have been warning about the threat of famine in Gaza for months, ever since the Netanyahu government imposed a total blockade on all humanitarian assistance going into Gaza on March 2nd. This is a man-made, preventable crisis, and the solution is clear. The Netanyahu government must immediately allow the UN-led distribution system to resume delivery of aid into Gaza to avert a full-blown famine. I have long said that Israel is completely justified in its war against Hamas, which murdered over 1,200 people and seized over 250 hostages on October 7th. And we must not rest until every remaining hostage comes home, and there must be no more October 7th. But the Netanyahu government is not justified in imposing collective punishment against all of the people of Gaza to pay for the sins of Hamas. And yet that is what is going on as it uses food and humanitarian aid as a weapon of war. There are now 500,000 people facing famine-like conditions in Gaza, but they're not just numbers. Colleagues, this is an awful, awful picture, but we have to look at what's happening in Gaza. This is baby Zanab. She weighed 6.6 pounds when she was born 5 months ago. She was 4.4 pounds when she died a few days ago. Her life could have been saved with a special type of baby formula, but none of that formula can be found into Gaza. It wasn't let in. For months, the Netanyahu government has been blocking thousands of truckloads of life-saving aid that could save babies like Zainab. And yet, the Netanyahu government is denying what every human being can see, and they're denying the humanity of people suffering. Just 3 days ago, Benjamin Netanyahu said, and I quote, "There's no starvation in Gaza." Even Donald Trump, who's given Netanyahu a blank check, called out that lie. He said, "There is real starvation in Gaza. You can't fake that." The World Food Program says it has enough food to end the crisis, but the Netanyahu government won't let them deliver all of it. And last week, they blocked almost half of the aid convoys that the WFP requested permission to bring in. On July 27th, the editorial board of Haaretz, Israel's longest-running newspaper, wrote simply, and I quote, "Gaza is starving and Israel is responsible," unquote. This chart from the Wall Street Journal tells the story. As you can see, back here in March, the Netanyahu government imposed a total blockade for months on all food and humanitarian aid entering Gaza. After several months, they began to let a little trickle of aid in, but they did not allow the deliveries to resume through the tested distribution system that had been run by the United Nations and supported by trusted organizations like the World Food Program. Instead, they replaced it with an organization that goes by the name of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, but there is nothing humanitarian about it. It is a shadowy private organization backed up by mercenaries and the IDF. The food distribution blocked by Israel had over 400 aid distribution points. The GHF operation has only 4, and they're not always open. The operation has become a death trap. When you have 4 sites to feed 2 million people, it's not surprising that thousands of desperately hungry people are surging to get what they can. And as they have surged, it's well documented that many have been shot and killed, sometimes by GHF security contractors, more often by IDF forces. The UN Secretary General said, and I quote, "Any operation that channels desperate civilians into militarized zones is inherently unsafe. It's killing people," unquote. That should be obvious to all of us. And yet the Trump administration is using $30 million of US taxpayer money to fund that death trap. And it's sending more taxpayer dollars to fund bombs to the Netanyahu government to continue the devastation of Gaza. Colleagues, this must end. The Netanyahu government must immediately allow tested UN distribution systems to resume operations and quickly surge food to starving people. It's important to note that the Netanyahu government claimed it was replacing the UN distribution system because Hamas was systematically diverting food intended for civilians for its own purposes. From the start, that was a pretext and a big lie. The UN distribution system had strong safeguards to prevent any significant diversion to Hamas, and they were working. Cindy McCain, the WFP, said her organization saw no evidence of any effort of Hamas to loot aid trucks. Israeli military officials told the New York Times in a story in just the last couple of weeks there's no such proof. In fact, they said, and I quote, "The UN aid delivery system was largely effective in providing food to Gaza's desperate and hungry population," unquote. An internal US government analysis that just came out in the last few weeks found no evidence of systematic theft by Hamas. That was also the testimony of the former U.S. Special Envoy for Humanitarian Issues, David Satterfield. So why did Israel dismantle a system that was kind of working and replace it with one that's killing civilians as they try to get food? The simple reason is also horrifying. It's that the Israeli government wants to use food as a weapon of war and for population control. They opened 4 aid sites, mostly in the south, to displace Palestinians and move more in that direction. The Israeli government is trying to herd the Palestinian people into concentrated enclaves as a prelude to pushing them out of Gaza entirely. It's not a secret plan, colleagues. It's been right out there in the open. In fact, in February of this year, President Trump said he wanted to remove Palestinians from Gaza. And the Netanyahu government and the Prime Minister himself embraced the plan, which, by the way, had been previously proposed by members of his right-wing coalition. In fact, recently his heritage minister said, as others have quoted, that the government was, quote, rushing toward Gaza being wiped out and driving out the population. Colleagues, this is part of a coordinated campaign by the Netanyahu government, a government that has declared the removal of Gaza's population as a strategic goal of the war. That is ethnic cleansing by any other name, supported by American taxpayer dollars. The extremists in the Netanyahu coalition do not just have their eyes set on Gaza. As we speak, Israeli settlers are encroaching further and further into the West Bank, killing more and more Palestinians who live there. It's important to note that one of the arms sales we're discussing is the transfer of 20,000 fully automatic rifles to the Israeli National Police, headed by one of the most extreme members of the government, Ben-Gvir, somebody who handed out rifles to settlers a little while ago without having any idea where they're going. On top of that, back in February, President Trump suddenly revoked all U.S. sanctions against extremist settlers in the West Bank that had been put in place by the Biden administration. And that sent a terrible message. In just the first 6 months of this year, we've seen the highest rate of settler attacks in years. One of those happened on July 11th, when violent settlers beat to death a 20-year-old Palestinian-American citizen from Florida while he was visiting his family. His name was Saif, and he's the 7th American citizen killed in the West Bank since January 2022, and the 5th in just the last 19 months. Some killed by Israeli settlers, others by Israeli security forces. Just this week, a Palestinian activist who helped make the Oscar-winning documentary, No Other Land, was shot and killed by a violent settler who had been sanctioned under the Biden administration, the sanctions that the Trump administration withdrew. And meanwhile, on July 23rd, just a week ago, the Israeli Knesset approved a symbolic resolution that supported annexing the entire West Bank, a place where 2.7 million Palestinians live. Colleagues, for decades, peacemakers on both sides have hoped to make the West Bank and Gaza a foundation for a Palestinian state. We need to make sure that we don't support these efforts that undermine peace and security in the region. Children are starving before our eyes. Colleagues, if ever there was a time to act, it's now. It's overdue, but let's act now and support the resolutions put forward by Senator Sanders. I yield the floor.
Durbin. I thank the senator from Vermont. Several weeks ago, several senators joined me in meeting with the ambassador from Israel. It was an effort to discuss many of the things which we are discussing this evening. And we asked him why Israel was not providing humanitarian aid in Gaza. He said, that's not true. We were providing it, but Hamas was stealing it from us and using it to buy weapons and to make them stronger. And then he went on to say, when we asked him about the children starving, the images we had all seen on television, he said, that is not true. That is a United Nations narrative. And then we asked him basically, if there is such a difference of opinion between what is happening in Gaza, why don't you allow international journalists to come into this area and report to the world what they actually see? And he said it was too dangerous for journalists to even witness it. Mr. President, I want to tell you that was an incredible statement, and I believe totally wrong. At the outset, Cindy McCain and others have told us there is no diversion by Hamas of the humanitarian aid. It just isn't coming into Gaza. And went on to say that these children, of course we see them on television, you can't avoid it. That's the reality of the situation. And furthermore, when it came down to it, that we had to stand up and acknowledge the obvious, that Israel is part of this. Children of Gaza are starving and dying. The question is, what will the United States do about it? I thank the senator from Vermont for offering these resolutions this evening. It's painful for many of us who've devoted our congressional careers to supporting Israel and standing by them through difficult times. It is impossible to really explain or defend what is going on today. Gaza is starving and dying because of the policies of Bibi Netanyahu. It is time for us as a nation to say that our taxpayers are not going to support this effort. I will be joining Senator this evening. I'll be joining Senator this evening in supporting this effort.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose the two resolutions that are in front of the body right now. These are two resolutions which attempt to stop munition sales to Israel that have been approved by the administration and are designed to provide Israel with defensive weapons that they need. These are misguided resolutions, and if adopted, would reinstate the failed policies of the Biden administration and would abandon America's closest ally in the Middle East. Let's remember, the conflict between Israel and Hamas and the need for the military assistance for Israel is the fault of Hamas. It is not Israel's fault. It is not America's fault. It is the fault of Hamas. It is a result of the Hamas grotesque action on October 7th, the threat Hamas poses to American national security, and of course, Hamas's treatment of the people of Gaza. They set up their military facilities in hospitals, in schools, and in mosques. They use the people of Gaza as human shields, and they steal the food that the people of Gaza need. It is despicable behavior. These are not good people, and it is in the interest of America and the world to see this terrorist group destroyed. And I couldn't agree more with my colleagues who want an end to this war. We all want to see an end to this war, an immediate ceasefire, and for the hunger crisis in Gaza to end. But the solution to all of this isn't to deprive Israel of the weapons it needs. The solution is in the hands of Hamas. This could end in a moment. Hamas could release the hostages, lay down their arms and surrender, and one more bullet would be fired. But until this happens, we can't let up on these terrorists who have committed the atrocities against Israel, have caused this chaos in the Middle East, and endangered American national security again and again. I hope my colleagues will join me in opposing this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I yield 2 minutes to the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
Mr. President, I'll only take 1 minute. A little over a year ago, the Senate voted for $18 billion in defense aid to Israel. On the Democratic side, the vote was 47-4. On the Republican side, the vote was 22-27. Democrats support defense aid to Israel. This is not a vote to retract a single dollar of that $18 billion in aid. It is a vote to say that defense aid to Israel, which Democrats overwhelmingly supported, should be defensive in nature, not offensive weapons that are likely to lead to unnecessary civilian suffering and destabilization in the region. I support defensive aid to Israel. I will support Senator Sanders' resolutions to not allow the transfer of these offensive weapons. I yield back.
Mr. President, let me just conclude by saying this. Senator Risch was right. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They began this war. They are war criminals. But Hamas is not responsible for the starvation of children today. Hamas is not responsible for the fact that 90% of the housing units in Gaza have been destroyed, that their entire healthcare system has been destroyed, that every university in Gaza has been bombed. So today it is not about Hamas and it's not about Israel. It is about the United States of America and whether we will continue to be complicit in war crimes and in the destruction of women and children in Gaza. I ask for strong support for both of our resolutions.
The question occurs on the motion to discharge SJ Res 41. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Durbin, Kane, King, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Coons, Cornyn, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Marino, Murkowski, Ricketts, Schmidt, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, and Young. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Cantwell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 70, and the motion is not agreed to. So under the previous order, the question is on the motion to discharge SJ Res 34.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Bozeman. I got you. I did. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. I did, thank you. Marino. Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell. I got you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Did you say no? No, I know, but I heard somebody else say too. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
Oh, no. Excuse me. Ernst, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. That's okay. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, and Warren. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lemus, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schiff, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Oh, I was probably not looking at you. I'm sorry. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. Coons? No.